Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 111, Boiling Water Torture. Master, what kind of place is the strange wind realm? After Wu Guanyin left, Chen Fei asked with some doubt, judging from Feng Zipa's agitated expression. This place sounded extremely dangerous. It's a strange realm that has just been discovered in the sect. Although the evilness inside has been largely eliminated, there are still many. The main task of the disciples sent was to eliminate the remaining evils. Feng Zipu looked at Chen Fei, feeling somewhat ashamed. As a teacher, he couldn't protect his own disciple. This made Feng Zipu feel very uncomfortable. Chen Fei frowned slightly. This strange wind realm was actually a place where a bunch of evil things gathered. Why did he have to go to such a place? Shouldn't he stay far away from it? The strange wind realm is a very strange place. The environment inside is completely different from the outside world, especially the vital energy. It's thicker, so it can give birth to many treasures. It's beneficial to our cultivation, especially for the aperture tempering realm. Seeing Chen Fei's puzzled expression, Feng Zipu explained, if you want to train your apertures, you must first train your mind. There was such a thing in the strange wind realm. Thus, every bizarre realm was a treasure trove for the sect. Want the other sects come and snatch it? Hearing about the treasure, Chen Fei's first reaction was that the other sects would fight for it. This kind of thing happened a long time ago, but it's very rare now. We made an agreement back then, or else we wouldn't have been able to live in peace for so many years. Of course, this strange wind realm is not big, and the treasures produced inside are limited. The other sects would not go so far as to fall out over this. Feng Zipu shook his head. Chen Fei nodded his head in realization. In other words, if the value was high enough, the so-called agreement was actually not mentioned. Strange wind realm is only small for the sect. It's still dangerous for you. Your cultivation is too weak. Feng Zipu sighed. He took out a secret manual from the bookshelf and placed it in front of Chen Fei. Chen Fei took a look at the cover. Thorn sword. Chen Fei looked at Feng Zipu in surprise. Chen Fei recognized this sword technique. He had seen it in the Sutra library before, and it required 3 contribution points. Don't worry about the contribution points. You'll go to the Sutra library later to make up for the contribution points for this sword technique. Feng Zipu chuckled and continued. With your comprehension ability, you should have learned most of the Starry Night Sword. This thorn sword is about the same as the Starry Night Sword. Although it was still a defensive sword style, every time it blocks an attack, it will reflect a portion of the sword and stab back. Thank you. Master Chen Fei happily received this secret manual. Back then, Chen Fei had seen this introduction of the secret manual and was extremely tempted. The Starry Night Sword's defense was indeed very strong, but it was more than enough for defense. But it was seriously lacking in offense. This thorn sword set perfectly made up for this flaw. He was still defending, but every successful defense turned into a sharp counterattack. The only thing was that the thorn sword was very difficult to cultivate. To many disciples, it was very unfriendly. Moreover, if one wanted to master this thorn sword, one had to learn the Starry Night Sword, which made many disciples give up. In Chen Fei's opinion, the thorn sword's true value was at least 4, if nearly or even 5, contribution points. Master, disciple requests an audience. Guo Linshan's voice came from outside. Come in. Master, junior brother. Guo Linshan ran in. When he saw Chen Fei and the other men, he said anxiously, Master, I saw the announcement just now. Among the people going to this strange wind realm this time, little junior brother is also among them. The announcement was made so quickly. Feng Zipu snorted coldly. This announcement was made for the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect to see, to give the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, or rather, to give Hongyu and Feng a way out. Look, I've thrown Chen Fei directly into the strange wind realm. It'll probably be very difficult for a mere bone tempering realm artist to come back. Master, Little junior brother's cultivation is too low. He'll go to the strange wind realm with you. When Guo Linchen saw the announcement, he also understood the sect's intention. Thus, he did not say anything else. He just wanted to follow them to the strange wind realm so that they could take care of each other on the way. The sect won't let you go. Or the seed of a true inheritance. Feng Xiupu shook his head. Guo Linchen opened his mouth and sighed. Senior brother Guo. It's fine. Shen Fei couldn't help but pat Guo Linchen's shoulder. When Guo Linchen saw the news, he immediately ran over and said that he would go together. Shen Fei was already very touched. Only true brothers would do this. Shen Fei, if you need anything, you can tell us. This trip is to save your life. Feng Xiupu turned to look at Shen Fei and said in a deep voice, Master, do you have money? Shen Fei hesitated for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed. According to Shen Fei's original plan, the proficiency of the flying ascent pill continued to rise, and the income of the eternal floating pill did not stop. In fact, the speed of saving money was very fast. Although he had spent a lot of money recently, he would definitely be able to save up 50,000 taels in a month or so and simplify the learning of the suppressing dragon elephant that he had been longing for. But now that such a thing had happened, and he had to go to the strange wind realm in 10 days, there was no time for Shen Fei to slowly save money. Although most of the evil in the strange wind realm had been eliminated, it was still very dangerous. Otherwise, the sect would not feel satisfied with such an explanation. Since that was the case, Shen Fei would naturally do whatever he could to ensure his safety. The mysterious suppressing dragon elephant was a huge guarantee. How much do you want? Feng Xiupu was stunned. He didn't expect Shen Fei to borrow money. 50,000 taels. Shen Fei scratched his head and whispered, Wait a moment. Feng Xiupu nodded and left the study. Guo Linchen looked at Shen Fei. Just now, Shen Fei said that he wanted to borrow money. So Guo Linchen wanted to say that he had money too, and could lend it to Shen Fei. But when Shen Fei mentioned the amount, Guo Linchen suddenly felt lucky that he didn't interrupt. Good heavens. He asked for 50 taels. Guo Linchen had spent almost all of his usual silver to buy elixirs. He only had a little spare money, and it was not even a fraction of 50,000. Feng Xiupu quickly returned with a stack of silver notes in his hand and placed it in front of Shen Fei. Here's 100 taels. If it's not enough, let me know. Feng Xiupu smiled. There's no need for that much. Just 50 taels is enough. Shen Fei was a little shocked by Feng Xiupu's heroism. As expected of an aperture tempering state expert, his comebacks were different. Shen Fei carefully took out a portion of the banknotes. These banknotes were private silver issued by the Chamber of Commerce of the Immortal Cloud City. The backing behind them was the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, so their reputation was very guaranteed. Most of the banknotes that Shen Fei exchanged were also of this kind. Seeing that Shen Fei really didn't need it, Feng Xiupu nodded and kept the silver notes. Little junior brother, among the people who are going to the strange wind realm this time, there are some people I'm familiar with. When the time comes, I'll inform them and let you join their team. Guo Linchen patted his chest and said, Thank you. Senior brother. Thank you, Master. Shen Fei looked at Guo Linchen and Feng Xiupu and gave them a deep bow. These two people were truly considerate of him. How fortunate. 2 hours later, Shen Fei, who had completely changed his appearance, appeared in Immortal Cloud City. He exchanged 50 taels of silver in the Chamber of Commerce and rode a carriage to a courtyard. Shen Fei rented this courtyard. In the end, Shen Fei followed his heart and rented a small courtyard outside. It was now useful. Under the night sky, a few figures appeared outside the courtyard. Looking at the courtyard with gloomy eyes, he hasn't left for a day. We've been watching. He hasn't stepped out. A whole 50,000 taels is worth our time. Have you found out his identity? Time is too tight. I can't find out. Cheers. Let's go. A group of people rushed into the courtyard and kicked open the door. At a glance, they saw the box containing silver, but there was no one in the room. These people looked around cautiously. There were no traps, and everything was normal. After moving slowly for half an hour, the group of people finally came to the side of the box and carefully opened it. There was no silver light as he had imagined. The box was empty. Everyone was stunned. Then, they quickly opened the other boxes. But there was still nothing inside. Where's the silver? Didn't you say that he never left? Where did the money go? Is there a secret passage here? And the money was transferred from the secret passage. Search all of you. The group of people were so anxious that their eyes turned red. They began to rummage through the entire courtyard. After spending 2 hours, they did not find anything. Why is my head feeling dizzy? Me too. Not good. This room is poisonous. We've been here for too long. Let's go. Let's go. The group of people felt dizzy and wanted to run away. However, after a few steps, they fell to the ground. A few miles away, Chen Fei was sitting in another courtyard. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. His injuries had finally recovered completely this time, and he could finally cultivate properly. It was very difficult to break through to the marrow tempering realm within 10 days. What Chen Fei could do was cultivate the foreign sword to great completion as much as possible. And most importantly, the suppressing dragon elephant. Thinking of this, Chen Fei looked at his interface. Discovered cultivation technique. Do you want to spend 50,000 silver to simplify the suppressing dragon elephant? Suppressing dragon elephant is being simplified. Simplification was successful. Suppressing dragon elephant soak whole body in boiling water. Chen Fei blinked. Soak in boiling water. And it had to be the entire body after. Chen Fei saw the first simplified version. A request for such a representation appeared. Boiling water generally referred to water that was completely boiling. In his previous life, it had to reach 100 degrees Celsius in the plains. In this world, based on what Chen Fei saw, the temperature would probably not be low. Chen Fei was now a martial artist. Compared to ordinary people, his physical fitness in all aspects had undoubtedly improved a lot. However, if he soaked his entire body in boiling water, he would not be able to withstand it for long. Chen Fei remembered that there was a kind of torture, which was to put a person in boiling water and boil them. No matter how strong a tough man was, he would not be able to withstand this kind of torture. It was extremely cruel. Am I torturing myself? Chen Fei was more or less confused. After thinking for a moment, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. It seemed that the hot spring that was gushing upwards could also be explained as boiling water to a certain extent. Chen Fei didn't want to put himself in the water to boil. Moreover, Chen Fei remembered that there was a hot spring in the immortal Cloud City. Chapter 112 Chapter 112 Suppressing Dragon Elephant. Chapter 112 Suppressing Dragon Elephant. Chen Fei spent 2,000 taels of silver to simplify the thorn sword and turn it into the Starry Night sword. Then, he immediately became excited. This was destined to be an all-nighter. The next morning, Chen Fei arrived at the inn with hot spring service. Sir, this is our hot spring. It can relieve fatigue and refresh your mind. The inn staff brought Chen Fei to a small courtyard and introduced him enthusiastically. Chen Fei poked his head out to take a look and shook his head, saying, "Is there a hot spring pool that surges out? This is not enough for me." "Yes. This way, please." The waiter nodded and turned around to lead Chen Fei to the skyclass room. Chen Fei took a glance and saw that the cost here was obviously much higher. "Sir, is this okay?" The waiter pointed at the hot spring pool in front of him and asked with a smile. "Okay. I'll reserve it for the day. I'll try." Chen Fei looked at the surging hot spring pool and nodded. He paid a sum of silver and waved the waiter away. After taking off his clothes, Chen Fei walked into the hot spring and immersed his entire head in the hot spring. Dragon Taming Elephant Experience Points 1. In just a moment, an epiphany suddenly appeared in Chen Fei's mind. Chen Fei could not help but smile. This hot spring really met the requirements. There was no need for Chen Fei to boil him. Of course, if there was really no other way, Chen Fei would probably grit his teeth and cook himself. The Suppressing Dragon Elephant, which was like a heavenly book to Chen Fei, had finally been unveiled. It's actually just a part of a set of martial arts. Chen Fei was very surprised. After all, he had spent a total of 50 yetales of silver. Even the cost of so many simplified cultivation techniques combined was not as high as this. In the end, he told Chen Fei that it was only a part of the cultivation technique. If Chen Fei obtained the entire cultivation technique, how much would it cost to simplify it? Chen Fei quietly soaked in the hot spring water. The experience points of the suppressing dragon elephant were constantly increasing. Various cultivation methods related to the suppressing dragon elephant were constantly circulating in Chen Fei's mind. The complete version of suppressing dragon elephant was divided into 3 stages: body subduing, spirit subduing, and soul subduing. What Chen Fei obtained was the part that suppressed his body. As the experience points increased, Chen Fei's body began to tighten, and the force in his body was crazily absorbed by all parts of his body. Phew! Chen Fei immediately rushed out of the hot spring. In just a moment, Chen Fei's face was somewhat pale. It wasn't because he was soaked in water, but because his inner strength and even his blood essence had been absorbed. As expected, one can only cultivate this at the aperture tempering realm. If one cultivates this at the body tempering realm, they might be sucked dry before they can cultivate much. Chen Fei panted a few times, feeling the tingling sensation coming from his body. The effect seemed to be quite obvious, but it made Chen Fei hesitate whether he should continue cultivating. Although Chen Fei wasn't at the aperture tempering realm, he could already absorb vital energy due to the receival bead. After killing Shen Dingyan, he had 2 receival beads now. However, Chen Fei intended to save this vital energy for his inner strength. If he gave it to the suppressing dragon elephant, Chen Fei's cultivation would definitely be affected. Chen Fei had always felt that the martial realm was the most fundamental thing. Due to the influence of his realm, Chen Fei's movement and sword techniques were restricted because his body's hardware could not keep up. If he could break through to the marrow tempering realm or the visceral tempering realm even with his current movement technique and sword technique, Chen Fei's strength would soar by a large margin. If they were both in the marrow tempering realm, Chen Fei's speed would definitely be faster than Shen Dingyan's, and he would have been able to shake Shen Dingyan off long ago. Even if they fought, they would not be so passive. With the power of the Starry Night sword, he might not be able to win for sure, but at least he would not lose. Cultivation technique suppressing dragon elephant, beginner 3500. Chen Fei glanced at the interface. It was no longer suitable for him to cultivate the suppressing dragon elephant today. Unless he used vital energy, Chen Fei's body would definitely collapse. What troubled Chen Fei now was that even if he used vital energy in these 10 days, he would not be able to break through to the marrow tempering realm. However, if he used his vital energy to cultivate the suppressing dragon elephant, he could probably break through to mastery. With this calculation, it seemed that cultivating the suppressing dragon elephant would give him more skills. Body tempering had always been considered hard labor. It wasn't that it wasn't good, but that it required a lot of effort to see results. Thus, when Chen Fei was choosing a cultivation technique, he had never chosen a body tempering cultivation technique. He really did not have enough time and energy. Moreover, if the level of the body tempering technique was not high enough, it would not be enough to withstand a single stab from the other party. Chen Fei pondered for a long time and decided to cultivate the suppressing dragon elephant. The main reason was that the possibility of finding such a hot spring in the strange wind realm was extremely low. Since that was the case, it was better to let him have more life-saving methods. This was because he would have to face danger from the first day after going to the strange wind realm. After making up his mind, Chen Fei activated the small formation of this heavenly guest room. That's right. This inn's heavenly room was actually planned with a simple array. It did not have any defensive function, but it could prevent others from prying. If someone was spying on them, they would even sound an alarm. After confirming that there was nothing strange in the surroundings, Chen Fei activated the receival bead and the jade pendant at the same time. The next moment, a surge of vital energy was pulled into Chen Fei's body, causing ripples to appear on the surrounding water surface, stopping the automatic circulation of the origin connection technique in his body. Chen Fei soaked his head in the hot spring. The vital energy rampaged through Chen Fei's body. But immediately, a pulling force came from all over Chen Fei's body. melting all the vital energy into his flesh and blood. Just like the 5 states of body tempering, the body tempering stage of the suppressing dragon elephant also started from the flesh and finally went deep into the internal organs. In less than 15 minutes, Shen Fei stuck his head out and felt the faint changes in his body. Shen Fei was deep in thought. After exchanging the exhausted receival bead, Shen Fei felt that he still had some mental strength left. He could still use it about half a time. Without any delay, the receival bead's light circle flashed and shattered. The vital energy that was slightly smaller than before was absorbed. Shen Fei endured the piercing pain in his head and submerged his head into the hot spring again. For 8 consecutive days, Shen Fei did not go anywhere. He stayed in this inn, other than eating 3 meals. The rest of the time was spent on various cultivation, even though he had used all of his vital energy to cultivate the suppressing dragon elephant. The medicinal pills and the lowering of the limit of the 4th stage of the origin connection technique still pushed Shen Fei's realm to the marrow tempering realm. The effects of the suppressing dragon elephant's cultivation were also far beyond Shen Fei's expectations, making Shen Fei somewhat glad that he had made the choice. Shen Fei stood in front of the hot spring. The water reflected Shen Fei's current appearance. Compared to 8 days ago, Shen Fei's image had changed quite a bit. His skin, which used to be dark, had actually started to turn fair. What was more obvious was the facial features. In the past, Shen Fei really looked like an ordinary person. Coupled with his tan face, his appearance could be said to be very ordinary. At most, his cultivation would only increase later on, and he would look much taller. But now, the person reflected on the water's surface had rather 3-dimensional facial features. At a rough glance, it felt that there was no change from before. However, the more he looked at it, the more interesting it became. When had Shen Fei ever cared about whether he was handsome or not? He was superficial. Shen Fei touched his own face and turned his body to look at his reflection. The corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a smile. Other than the change in his appearance, the power contained in Shen Fei's body had increased by a large margin. In comparison, the current Shen Fei was equivalent to constantly activating the state of tremendous strength. If he were to stack the tremendous strength characteristic, Shen Fei's strength would reach a rather high level. Not only his strength, but Shen Fei's 5 senses had also become much sharper. He could sense the minute details of his surroundings extremely clearly, making Shen Fei extremely alert. Tisk! The blade of the sword cut through the air and made a sound. Shen Fei calmly withdrew the long sword in his hand. The suppressing dragon elephant allowed Shen Fei's control over his body to increase by a notch. This directly showed that Sword 5 had become a regular move, and Shen Fei could use it easily. Sword 6 had been a heavy burden to his body ever since he used it. The control of the body was in exchange for the reduction of the burden on the body from all kinds of moves. In just 8 days, although Shen Fei's cultivation had not broken through to the marrow tempering realm, his overall combat strength had increased by a large margin compared to the beginning. Cultivation technique suppressing dragon elephant 300.500. There's only a portion of the suppressing dragon elephant. Shen Fei looked at the information on the interface and felt a little regretful. He was only at the entry level, yet he had already undergone such a huge change. As he continued to cultivate, it would definitely bring more benefits to Shen Fei. Shen Fei put away his long sword. He needed to return to the sect. After so many days of cultivation, the thorn sword had long been cultivated to perfection. Even if he had cultivated the dragon-suppressing elephant one more day, it would not be able to improve much. More importantly, Shen Fei still needed to purchase some things, and he had to return to the sect today. They were leaving early the next morning. If Shen Fei was late, who knew how many misunderstandings it would cause? An hour later, Shen Fei walked out of a shop with a strong bow in his hand. The suppressing dragon elephant's cultivation made the original bow appear weaker, and it was unable to display Shen Fei's strength advantage. Moreover, he was about to break through to the marrow tempering realm, and his strength would increase again. He should change his bow first, in case he did not have a bow to use. 2 hours later, Shen Fei appeared in the sect and went to meet Feng Xiupu and Guo Linshan. Junior brother, I've already found a team for you. and they've agreed to accept you into their team. Guo Linshan looked at Chen Fei and said with a smile, "Thank you for your help." Senior brother Chen Fei cupped his hands. "Little junior brother, I haven't seen you for a few days. Why do I feel like you've changed so much?" Guo Linshan stared at Chen Fei's face and scratched his head in confusion. He felt that his little junior brother had become ugly. How good was it when he was tan and strong back then? Why was he so fair now? The next morning, hundreds of people gathered on the martial arts practice field of the sect. These were all disciples who were going to the strange wind realm this time. "Ji Hongji, this is Chen Fei. I'll be counting on you to take care of him in the strange wind realm." Guo Linshan brought Chen Fei to a brawny man. Ji Hongji raised his head and sized up Chen Fei. He nodded slightly, then lowered his head again and began to tidy up his things. "He's just like that. He's cold on the outside, but warm on the inside," Guo Linshan explained awkwardly to Chen Fei. Chapter 113 Chapter 113 Reversal of Concepts. Chapter 113 Reversal of Concepts. "I understand." Chen Fei nodded with a smile. He saw the resistance in Ji Hongji's eyes. Chen Fei guessed that he was forced into Ji Hongji's team by Guo Linshan. An hour later, the team was assembled, and everyone set off. Chen Fei waved at Feng Zupu and the other two before turning around and entering the carriage. This place was 6 hours away from the strange wind realm. In order to maintain sufficient physical strength and combat strength, all the people who went this time took the carriage. "His name is Chen Fei, and he will be our junior brother who will act together with us." In the carriage, Ji Hongji introduced them to the others. "Senior brother Ji, you know him a little blunt." Mu Langtao glanced at Chen Fei and turned to Ji Hongji. "If I'm not wrong, junior brother Chen should only be in the bone tempering realm, right?" "Yes. Chen Fei's cultivation is still at the bone tempering realm." Ji Hongji nodded his head. "Isn't the cultivation of the bone tempering realm a little weak? Although the few of us aren't strong, we're at least at the marrow tempering realm. Senior sister Zhang is the same as you, having reached the visceral tempering realm." The strange wind realm was not a place to play around with a bone tempering realm artist, Mu Langtao said unhappily. "I won't be a bodyguard in the strange wind realm. Brother Ji, I won't be going with you this time. I'll go to another team." Someone suddenly whispered. "Sai, I haven't finished. Why are you leaving, senior brother Zhao?" "You're too impatient," Mu Langtao hurriedly said. "I just don't want to be dragged down by others." Brother Zhao shook his head. "Our team doesn't have to be together. If anyone wants to leave, you can say it now." Ji Hongji looked at them and sighed. If Guo Linshan hadn't done him a favor back then, Ji Hongji wouldn't have agreed to such a thing. However, since Guo Linshan had said it, Ji Hongji would do it. In the end, even if there was no one on the team, he still had to bring Chen Fei along. "Senior brother Ji, senior sister Zhang, farewell." Seeing Ji Hongji's attitude, senior brother Zhao cupped his hands at the two of them and left the carriage. Mu Langtao raised his hand. He wanted to ask him to stay, but he didn't know what to say. Thinking of this, Mu Langtao couldn't help but look at Chen Fei with dissatisfaction. "Chen Fei, right, I don't know why senior brother Ji is willing to accept you, but since he has agreed, I will support his decision. Otherwise, with your cultivation, it'll probably be difficult for the other teams to accept you. If you force it, it won't be good for anyone." Zhang Fengqiang glanced at Ji Hongji and Chen Fei. She knew Ji Hongji very well. The other party must have been entrusted by someone. In that case, Zhang Fengqiang did not want Ji Hongji to be a person who did not keep his word. Chen Fei did not say anything. According to Chen Fei's original intention, if he were really despised by others, he would rather go alone. It was dangerous, but he couldn't be looked down upon every day. Fortunately, Ji Hongji and the others didn't mock Chen Fei even though they didn't care for his cultivation. "Since we have formed a team, we must divide our work. This way, we can maximize our strength. Even though your cultivation isn't high enough, you should be good at something, right?" Zhang Fengqiang looked at Chen Fei and continued. "Yeah. What do you know? Cooking doesn't count. We eat dry rations directly." Mu Langtao saw that Ji Hongji and Chen Fei had already made up their minds. so he changed his attitude toward Chen Fei a little. After all, they were going to be working together, so they should get along better. My bow and arrows are all right. Chen Fei patted the bow and arrow on his back. Words are useless. Why don't you show us? Mu Langtao was a little interested. In fact, many of the disciples of the primordial sword sect knew a little about archery, so many of them carried a longbow with them today. Mu Langtao actually wanted to carry one today, but he didn't bring it because he thought it was too troublesome. Seeing Ji Hongji's gaze on him, Chen Fei smiled, got up, and walked out of the carriage. He flipped over and went to the top of the carriage. Where do you want to shoot? How about that tree? Mu Langtao and the other two followed him out. Mu Langtao pointed at a tree not far away. This was difficult. If Mu Langtao was lucky, he could do it. Catch a bird. Chen Fei did not answer. Instead, he looked up at the sky. There was a black dot there. Chen Fei narrowed his eyes, and the sky in the distance seemed to enlarge. Pulling the bow and shooting arrows, Chen Fei completed all the movements in the blink of an eye. The sound of an arrow cutting through the air could be heard. In the next moment, the black bird in the distance trembled and instantly fell down. It was obvious that it had been shot. Good. Ji Hongji's eyes lit up. To shoot a bow well, one had to put in a lot of effort. Primordial Sword Sect was a sect that focused on the sword path, so there were very few people who were good at archery. Chen Fei's skill was indeed considered extraordinary among the many disciples. How is your movement technique? Zhang Fangqian's expression also changed. Chen Fei did not say anything. His figure flickered as he chased after the black bird that had fallen in the distance. In just a moment, he returned to the top of the carriage with the black bird in his hand. Ji Hongji and Zhang Fangqian looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. The movement technique that Chen Fei displayed was far better than they had expected. Mu Langtao was also shocked. With that movement technique just now, if you were at the back, you would probably only be able to eat dust. You're called Chen Fei. Don't tell me you're the one who lured the evil away during the sect's herping mission last time. Zhang Fangqian looked at Chen Fei and suddenly remembered a rumor in the sect. At that time, she had only treated it as a story. Now that he recalled, wasn't that person also called Chen Fei? Moreover, his cultivation was only at the bone-tempering realm. Yes, I was with senior brother Guo Linchen. Chen Fei generously admitted that his movement technique and archery technique were specially displayed by Chen Fei. Just like Zhang Fangqian said, in the team, one had to show enough value. Good. With your movement technique and archery skills, our team's strength has actually increased a little. Come in and talk. Ji Hongji called everyone into the carriage with a smile on his face. He had agreed to let Guo Linchen go to return the favor, and Ji Hongji was already prepared to be his bodyguard. In the end, he did not expect Chen Fei to give him such a big surprise. Not to mention archery. Just the movement technique just now was extremely useful in the strange wind realm. Zhang Fangqian also had the same thought. Her gaze toward Chen Fei had become much gentler. Mu Langtao was also full of smiles, but he suddenly realized that his role in the team seemed to be at the end. 6 hours passed without any rest, and everyone finally arrived at their destination. Is that the entrance to the strange wind realm? Chen Fei looked at a huge cave in the distance. The surface of the cave seemed to be trembling like the surface of water. He could vaguely see another cave inside the cave. Yes. We'll be going in after a little rest. Ji Hongji nodded. Chen Fei looked around. There were many camps here. Many ordinary people were busy going in and out. These were the people who served them. An hour later, everyone began to enter. Before coming here, the sect had already informed them of their purpose for this trip. Find all the nodes in the strange wind realm, destroy them, and then kill them. The more you kill, the better. Only by clearing out the evil in the strange wind realm will the hidden evil king appear. At that time, the sect elders will naturally take action. Now that the evil king was hiding in the depths of the strange wind realm, the sect elders could not do anything even if they wanted to. Seeing the disciples in front enter one by one, when it was Chen Fei's turn, Chen Fei first tried to reach out with his hand. It was as if he was soaking in water, but it was not the same. In the next moment, Shen Fei stepped into the entrance of the strange wind realm. A slight pulling sensation was felt on his body. Fortunately, this feeling quickly disappeared. What entered Chen Fei's eyes was actually the appearance of a huge city. At this moment, all of them were standing at the foot of the city. Shen Fei looked at the city wall that was dozens of meters tall, and the huge city gate that was only a size smaller. This feeling was very incongruous. Among humans, it was possible to build such high walls, but they would never build such a huge city gate. However, in this strange realm, it appeared just like that. Ouch! A sharp voice that sounded like crying suddenly rang out in their ears. Everyone could not help but cover their ears. Even so, everyone began to feel dizzy, as if they would faint in the next moment. Humph! A cold snort sounded, suppressing the strange howl. Shen Fei turned his head and saw Elder Sun standing behind him. He was staring at the city in the distance. In the next moment, Elder Sun disappeared from where he was and rushed into the city. Everyone, advance! The deacon shouted from behind. All the disciples began to move and rush towards the open giant city gate. Listen to my command later. Don't advance rashly. And don't split up, Ji Hongji said in a deep voice. Shen Fei and the others nodded silently. This was something they had discussed before. The relatively large strange wind city had very few people. It was only because this place had been swept once before that the evil inside had lessened a lot. That was why they dared to enter like this. After passing through the city gate, Shen Fei's body suddenly felt slightly cold. The temperature here was actually a little lower than outside the city gate. There was also an indescribable feeling mixed with this coldness that made people subconsciously want to escape. Dozens of teams began to disperse. No one deliberately gathered together. Although it was safer to have more people, the things they could obtain in the end were undoubtedly much less. Treasures produced in the strange wind realm were useful to aperture refinement realm experts. For disciples in the body refinement realm like them, they were naturally effective. Other than the high contribution points, those who were willing to come to this strange realm were also fighting for these treasures. According to the sect's rules, the treasures obtained in the strange wind realm belonged to the disciples. The sect would not force them to hand them over. If you are willing to sell it, the sect will buy it back at a high price. Many of Ji Hongji's visceral tempering realm cultivators had failed to break through to the aperture tempering realm. Their apertures or mental strength had been damaged, preventing them from breaking through. Or they were too old and had no hope of breaking through. They were all here to seek the hope of breaking through to the aperture tempering state. As for those below the visceral tempering realm, they were older and hoped to have a chance. After turning a corner, the four of them entered a courtyard. Shen Fei looked around curiously. The decorations in the courtyard were exactly the same as those in ordinary houses. If he was not in Strange Wind City at this moment, Shen Fei would have thought that he had gone to some city. The four of them searched carefully, but they did not find anything evil or valuable. Only the sound of their quiet footsteps echoed in the courtyard. Chapter 114 Chapter 114 A Gamble. Chapter 114 A Gamble. Is it there? Zhang Fangqiang turned to look at Ji Hongji. I didn't find anything. Let's go to the next place. Ji Hongji looked around the courtyard and shook his head. They followed Ji Hongji out of the courtyard and jumped into the neighboring courtyard. Is senior brother Ji looking for the note of the strange wind realm? Chen Fei walked beside Mu Langtao and asked in a low voice. Yes. Mu Langtao nodded and looked around vigilantly. He then said in a low voice, we're not the first batch of disciples to come to this strange wind realm. So most of the evil in this strange wind realm has actually been killed. Only some extremely strong, or well-hidden ones are still left. Mu Langtao licked his lips when he saw that Chen Fei was listening attentively and continued. Those extremely powerful evil aren't our goal. We came to this strange wind realm mainly to find the node and destroy it. Are there many benefits to destroying the node? Chen Fei asked curiously. Although the contribution points given by the sect were high to these visceral tempering realm cultivators who had no hope of breaking through was attractive. It was not so attractive that it was worth risking their lives. Of course, there are benefits. Zhang Fangqiang turned to look at Chen Fei and said with a smile, the moment the node of the strange wind realm is destroyed, a large amount of vital energy will surge out. No matter what realm you are at, you can absorb it immediately. Chen Fei's eyes lit up slightly. It turned out that the benefits of destroying the node were so straightforward. This kind of vital energy is not only beneficial to cultivation, but it can also slowly heal injuries to the acupoints or mental strength. In addition to good luck, there might also be primeval stones in the nodes. When Zhang Fangqiang saw Chen Fei's expression, the smile on her face grew even wider. That's right. That's why I was willing to come to the strange wind realm. Wealth comes from danger. If I don't put in a lot of effort, you'll probably have some difficulty breaking through to the visceral tempering realm in this lifetime. Mu Langtao smiled bitterly. Then how do we find this node? Chen Fei was a little excited when he heard that. These nodes were treasures. No wonder they knew that the strange wind realm was dangerous and still flocked over. Senior brother drank a bottle of suspending spirit liquid just now, so he can sense the subtle flow of vital energy in the strange wind realm. However, we have to be very close to sense it. Therefore, we have to search one by one and try our luck. Mu Langtao explained. Chen Fei nodded in realization. He understood most of the situation in his heart and did not say anything else. He focused on guarding the surroundings to prevent any strange things from rushing out. Ji Hongji and the other three walked around the various courtyards, but they did not find a single node. Chen Fei, on the other hand, saw the various living facilities that were completely humanoid in this strange wind realm. There was probably a special reason why this strange wind realm completely simulated a human city. 2 hours, 4 hours, and 6 hours passed, but the four of them found nothing. In this huge city, the four of them were like ants. Although they had spent a lot of time, the area they could search was very limited. Because the nodes required perception, it was impossible to distinguish them with the naked eye. As a result, Ji Hongji had to carefully sense every courtyard. The mental energy consumption was huge. In a few hours, the four of them rested several times. I'll take over later. You should rest for a while. Deng Fangqiang looked at Ji Hongji's pale face and whispered. All right. Sorry to trouble you. Ji Hongji didn't try to force himself. He took out the suspending spirit liquid and handed it to Zhang Fangqiang. 15 minutes later, the four of them set off again. The leader was Zhang Fangqiang, while Chen Fei and the other two were on guard. Although they hadn't encountered a single one, no one dared to let their guard down. The evil in the strange wind realm had been cleared once, but that extremely strong strangeness was very likely not discovered. Or perhaps they had discovered it, but the disciples who had discovered it had also died. An hour later, the four of them were searching for nodes in a small courtyard. Deng Fangqiang, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped in her tracks and revealed a surprised expression. Did you find anything? Ji Hongji looked at her expression and asked excitedly. Yes. The vital energy fluctuation here is different from other places. Let me sense it carefully again. Zhang Fangqiang nodded and walked around the courtyard step by step. 15 minutes later, Zhang Fangqiang stopped beside a well. Here Zhang Fangqiang stared at the upper right corner of the well. What should I do next? Chen Fei asked, curiously. Just use inner strength to break the nodes. Ji Hongji turned his head to look at them, his gaze stopping on Chen Fei. Breaking a node will cause vital energy to gush out, but that is a characteristic that only true nodes have. Chen Fei was stunned. What was a true node? Could it be that there were fake nodes in the shadow realm? This is the dangerous part of the shadow realm. If this node were real, everything would be fine. But if it were fake, the moment it was broken, not only would there be no vital energy, but there would also be an impact that shook the soul. If a cultivator at the body tempering realm was hit, they would definitely be injured, Ji Hongji said in a deep voice. These words were mainly said to Chen Fei because only Chen Fei was a newbie. The other two knew the details in this aspect. Is the distance of the impact far? Can I use a bow, an arrow to break the node? Chen Fei asked. If the node is fake, the distance of impact won't be too far, and the bow and arrow can break it. However, all of this is based on the fact that the nodes were fake. Ji Hongji shook his head with a bitter smile and said, if the node is real and you break it with a bow and arrow, you won't be able to get any benefits when the vital energy surges out. That moment was very short. The closer one is standing to it, the stronger the effect. Shen Fei was stunned and turned around. Since they could not determine the authenticity of the node, they could only gamble. If you didn't mind losing the vital energy, you could naturally use your bow and arrow to break it open from afar. However, the martial artists who came to the strange wind realm to take risks were there solely for the vital energy in the nodes to nourish their injured acupoints and mental strength. They had to gamble. Coming to the strange wind realm was a gamble in itself. Facing the node, it was also the time for this gamble to be unveiled. They naturally had no reason to retreat. Even if the node is fake, there are some benefits. After the mental attack, there would still be an evil creature that would rush out. If this evil creature is killed, it might have an evil pearl on its body. Evil pearls could be used to refine medicine and weapons, and the effects were very good. Zhang Fengqiang said. Shen Fei grinned. Was this supposed to be a consolation prize? Why didn't he feel it at all? Not only would his mental state be attacked, but an evil being would immediately appear. No matter how he looked at it, it looked dangerous. If there really is an evil creature later, we have to kill it as soon as possible. Ji Hanji said seriously. Can't we lure them away? Chen Fei was a little puzzled. If he couldn't win, wasn't it better to just run away? You can't lure it away. The evil is in the strange wind realm, and its movement speed is even faster than the visceral tempering realm. Moreover, when this evil has just escaped from the false node, it is actually at its weakest. The longer it is outside, the stronger the evil will become. If there really was an evil pearl, it would be absorbed by itself. Mu Langtao said. That evil pearl was actually condensed because the node suppressed the evil for too long. Zhang Fengqiang explained when she saw that Chen Chen was confused. Shen Fei nodded in realization. He finally understood. This gamble seemed to have become a must. Junior brother Chen, stand far away for now. Your cultivation level is insufficient, and it's your first time breaking through the node. I'm worried that you're not mentally prepared. Ji Hanji thought for a moment and looked at Chen Fei. It wasn't that they were afraid of Chen Fei absorbing the vital energy. If the true node were broken, there would be a lot of vital energy inside. It would be more than enough for the four of them to absorb. Ji Hanji was really worried that Chen Fei's cultivation was too low and he would be seriously injured, and his life would be in danger. Since he had promised Guo Linchen, Ji Hanji had to fulfill his promise. Alright, Shen Fei thought for a moment and retreated more than 10 meters. Seeing Ji Hanji nod, Shen Fei stopped and looked ahead, ready to attack at any moment. Let's begin. Ji Hanji looked at Zhang Fengqiang, who nodded and walked to the node with her sword. She took a deep breath and stabbed. Shen Fei watched as half of the sword in Zhang Fengqiang's hand disappeared. Before he could marvel at the wonder of this, a sudden fear was imposed on his heart. It was as if a disaster was about to befall him. He could not help but want to hug his head and kneel down, begging for mercy. The tranquil origin technique was activated crazily, and Shen Fei was able to break free from this fear. In this short moment, Shen Fei saw Mu Langtao being sent flying backward by a force. Ji Hanji and Zhang Fengqiang were bleeding from the corners of their mouths, and their faces were abnormally pale. However, they rushed forward crazily and hit a phantom that suddenly appeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Shen Fei didn't hesitate at all. The longbow in his hand began to shoot out arrows one after another, fiercely stabbing into the body of the illusory figure. Because his main opponent this time was an evil creature, Shen Fei's arrows were also changed to specially made arrowheads. The price was not low, but the effect was excellent because the spot where the arrow had pierced the shadow seemed to have been splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid and dissolved. A soundless roar resounded in their hearts. Ji Hanji and the other two paused for a moment. But Chen Fei's arrow did not stop for a moment. In the blink of an eye, no less than 10 arrows had pierced through the shadowy figure's body, and the force of the arrows constantly pushed back its entire figure. However, the sharp roars were unable to do anything to Chen Fei. Mu Langtao stood up. Seeing this scene, his eyes almost popped out. That shadow was actually suppressed by Chen Fei alone until it could not move. It could only take the attack one-sidedly. Excellent! Ji Hanji roared and arrived beside the shadow in a flash. He waved the sword in his hand and raised the shadow's head. Chen Fei looked up at the evil's head and shot out 3 arrows in a row, blowing it up in the air. Dang Fangqiang, on the other hand, stepped forward with Ji Hanji. Their swords slashed the evil's body into pieces. As the green smoke rose, the shadow figure disappeared. Mu Langtao had just arrived with the sword in his hand. He didn't even have time to make another move, so he put away the sword awkwardly. There are evil pearls. Ji Hanji saw Pearl appear where the shadow disappeared and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Chapter 115 That person misled me. Chapter 115 That person misled me. Junior brother Chen, you are so powerful, Mu Langtao said sincerely when he saw Chen Fei coming forward. Mu Langtao was actually panicking when the mental assault appeared because this meant that it would be a tough battle. In the end, he did not expect that what happened next would take a turn. The evil thing appeared. As soon as it appeared, it was completely suppressed by Chen Fei. Even its howls could not stop Chen Fei for a moment. Under such circumstances, it was very simple for Ji Hanji, who was in the visceral tempering realm. Well done. Ji Hanji patted Chen Fei's shoulder hard. Although he knew that Chen Fei's archery skills were not bad, after all, he had already seen it before. But now that he had really fought in real combat, he realized that his archery skills were not only good, they were exceptional. Ji Hanji had never been so relaxed in killing evil before. Senior brother Ji, this is the best thing you've ever done. For junior brother Chenjiang. Fangqian was also full of smiles, mainly because she was too surprised by Chen Fei. Chen Fei smiled and waved his hand. He pointed at the evil's bead on the ground and said, "How do I collect this?" "Just take the jade box." Ji Hanji took out a jade box and carefully put away the evil pearl. He was in a good mood. Although he had suffered quite a few injuries, his gains were still decent. He had earned some money from the 2 items. Of course, the most important thing was discovering Chen Fei's abilities. That was the biggest gain. Then should we continue searching or go back? Although there were no twists and turns in this battle, Ji Hanji and the other 2 were still impacted, and their injuries were quite obvious. "I'll look for another 2 hours. If we can't find it, well, go back for the day." Deng Fangqian looked at Ji Hanji. Ji Hanji pondered for a moment and nodded. Although he was injured, his combat strength was still pretty good. He could search for another 2 hours without much of an impact. Mu Langtao and Chen Fei had no objections. Chen Fei went forward and collected the arrows. Most of them could still be used. He then continued to search for the nodes. 2 hours passed quickly, but no new nodes were found. The 4 of them were a little disappointed. However, this kind of finding of nodes depended on luck and could not be forced. According to their original plan, the 4 of them carefully exited the strange wind realm and returned to the camp. Chen Fei and the other 3 did not return first. There were already many other places in the camp. Senior brother Ji, you said that the evil pearl can be used to refine medicine. Is there anything particular about this sitting beside the bonfire? Chen Fei asked for advice. There's nothing particular. I asked a senior brother back then, and he said that it's just like ordinary medicine refinement, except that there's an extra evil pearl. Ji Hanji thought for a moment and shook his head. However, because of the evil pearls, the difficulty of refining will increase by a lot. It's very easy for the furnace to explode. Chen Fei's brows twitched slightly as he continued to ask, will there be any special effects after adding the evil pearl to the pill? Let's not talk about those special pills. If we just add them to the pills we use for cultivation, it will actually strengthen the medicinal effects. Ji Hanji said, it's like increasing the age of the herbs. It's more or less like that. An ordinary evil pearl can give medicinal herbs an additional 50 years of medicinal properties. Deng Fangqian threw a piece of firewood into the bonfire, looked at Chen Fei, and said with a smile, Junior brother Chen, you also have some research on pill concoction. Yes, I usually dabble in it. Chen Fei nodded. Does junior brother Chen also know how to refine pills? It's just that I didn't pass the Alchemist Alliance's test back then, so I refined less after that. Mu Langtao laughed and looked at Chen Fei. This evil pearl must at least be refined by those pill refiners. Otherwise, it will be a waste of this evil pearl. Mu Langtao was mainly afraid that Chen Fei was itching to use his skills, so he requested to personally go down and use the evil pearl to refine pills. Evil pearls were hard to come by. If an alchemist had the chance, they would want to try it. Mu Langtao himself was like this. But, unfortunately, he had never been able to do so. Chen Fei had contributed greatly to the acquisition of this evil pearl. Mu Langtao was really afraid that Chen Fei would not be able to resist the temptation, so he wanted to try refining it. Can the pill refiners of the Alliance do it? What grade is required? Chen Fei asked with great interest. 9. No, wait. I think it's more suitable to be at least an 8th grade. It's not a waste to use evil pearls to refine the eternal floating pill. Seeing Chen Fei's expression, Mu Langtao changed his mind and raised his request to dispel Chen Fei's thoughts. If you want to refine it, take this evil pearl and try it. It's fine. Ji Hongji saw Chen Fei's expression and hesitated for a moment. He looked at Zhang Fangqiang and took out the evil pearl. It was just an evil pearl. Even if it were wasted, so what? The flying ascent pill I concocted isn't good enough. Will the eternal floating pill really work? Chen Fei did not have the urge to refine it. At most, he was a little curious as to how such a strange thing combined with medicinal ingredients. You know how to refine the flying ascent pill? Mu Langtao and Ji Hongji were stunned. Yes, I know how to refine some pills. I can guarantee success. But the rate of pills being produced is not good enough. Chen Fei nodded. Because of all sorts of matters recently, the proficiency of the flying ascent pill was only close to perfection. Furnace explosions would definitely not happen. But there was no guarantee that every furnace would produce pills at the limit. Junior brother Chen, are you an Alliance alchemist? Zhang Fangqiang asked curiously. She dared to say that she knew how to refine the flying ascent pill. So wouldn't it be easy to refine the eternal floating pill and the light spirit pill if she really had the ability? She would definitely take the pill refinement master examination. I'm a tier 8 alchemist of the Alliance. Chen Fei nodded and took out the pill master's jade token from his bosom. Mu Langtao's eyes slowly widened. Good heavens. He had just said that he was a level 8 alchemist. But Chen Fei had directly taken out a tier 8 alchemist's jade token. It was quite the rush being humiliated this way. Mu Langtao subconsciously took Chen Fei's jade token and looked at it from top to bottom. It was indeed the certificate issued by the Alchemist Guild. Ji Hongji and Zhang Fangqiang exchanged a glance, their hearts shaking. This Chen Fei was truly multi-talented. At this age, he had actually become a tier 8 alchemist. Tier 8 alchemists were not rare. But there were indeed very few alchemists at this age in the primordial sword sect. The main reason was that Chen Fei's archery and movement techniques were so strong, which was quite rare. Then let junior brother Chen try. Mu Langtao looked at the two. Since there's an existing alchemist, of course, we have to give it a try. This way, the amount of vital energy lost by the evil pearl will be less, and the eternal floating pill will be enough. Ji Hongji smiled and nodded. I didn't bring a pill furnace, nor did I bring any medicinal ingredients. Chen Fei shook his head. I'll go borrow the pill furnace. The medicinal herb camp has it. Ji Hongji stood up and walked toward the others. Chen Fei couldn't help but smile. He also quickly stood up and went to purchase medicinal herbs. The ingredients for the eternal floating pill were not complicated, and there was no requirement for age of the herbs. The camp actually had it, so it was probably prepared just in case. When Chen Fei returned, Ji Hongji had already borrowed a pill furnace and placed it beside the bonfire. What else do you need? Is this firewood okay? Ji Hongji looked up at Chen Fei. He really didn't know much about alchemy. It's best to pick up some small pieces of firewood. That way, it's easier to control the fire. Mu Langtao looked at the firewood on the ground and suggested. Although Mu Langtao's pill refining skills were average, he still knew a lot of things. No need. These are fine. Seeing that Ji Hongji was about to get up to chop firewood, Chen Fei quickly waved his hand and stopped him. Mu Langtao looked at Chen Fei with some doubt. Such thick firewood was good for warmth, but it was really not good for alchemy. There's no order for the evil pearl and the medicinal herbs to be together later, right? Chen Fei sat down and cautiously mentioned. The main reason was that he had never refined it like this before. Yes, This I know. Just put it together. Mu Langtao smiled. Good. Roman 2. Shen Fei nodded. He picked up the pill furnace and examined it briefly. He did not find any problems. Moreover, the inside was extremely clean and did not need to be cleaned. Shen Fei placed the pill furnace directly on the bonfire. Mu Langtao's eyes almost popped out when he saw this scene. Ji Hongji and Zheng Fangqian didn't know about alchemy, so they didn't know if Chen Fei was doing the right thing. They only noticed that Mu Langtao's expression was a little off, which made them feel uncertain. The jade token of a tier 8 alchemist shouldn't be fake. Moreover, Shen Fei didn't need to fake it. It was meaningless. Shen Fei did not notice the expressions of the three people. After the pill furnace heated up, Shen Fei threw the medicinal herbs and the evil pearl into the pill furnace. Mu Langtao's eyes were still wide open. It was already too much to use the bonfire to refine pills, but the method of throwing the herbs was still the same. This made Mu Langtao suspect that there had been a huge change in pill refining methods, but he hadn't updated it yet. Ji Hongji and Zhang Fangqian looked at each other. They did not know how to refine pills and had never seen anyone refine pills on the spot. However, Shen Fei's actions were a little too bold. Shouldn't pill refinement be a delicate job? Why did it feel like cooking in Shen Fei's hands? Under the confused gazes of Ji Hongji and the other two, the pill furnace did not explode. Instead, it began to emit a trace of medicinal fragrance slowly. At first, it was very light, but after a moment, this medicinal fragrance began to become rich. Mu Langtao's eyes were full of shock and doubt because Chen Fei didn't control the flame the whole time. He only used inner strength to adjust the medicinal properties in the pill furnace. This overturned all of Mu Langtao's knowledge of alchemy. He wasn't taught alchemy this way. So, for so many years, he had achieved nothing in alchemy. Was it because his alchemy technique was too meticulous? He's wrong. As Chen Fei opened the furnace lid, Mu Langtao remembered the face of the old alchemist, and his heart was filled with tears. He had always thought that he was a genius alchemist, but he was later hit by reality. Only now did he realize that he had been left behind. Ji Hongji couldn't wait to get close to the pill furnace. He looked at the 5 eternal floating pills lying quietly in the pill furnace, and his face was filled with uncontrollable joy. He had really succeeded in refining the pill, and he had even refined so many eternal floating pills. Chen Fei took out the pills one by one and placed them in the jade box. Chen Fei sized up the pill and the eternal floating pill that he had refined in the past. There was indeed a huge difference. Not only did the color become more saturated, but it was also not the kind of medicinal fragrance that permeated in all directions. Instead, it was all locked in the medicinal pill. As a result, these 5 eternal floating pills seemed to be emitting a faint fluorescent light, causing one to be unable to resist the urge to grab them and play with them. Junior brother Chen, you take 2 pills. The 3 of us will each take 1. How about it? Ji Hongji suggested as he looked at the pill. I have no objections. Zhang Fangqian nodded. Me too. Mu Langtao had already started to admire Chen Fei, so he naturally wouldn't have any objections to this distribution method. Thank you. Chen Fei hesitated for a moment and accepted this kindness. Mu Langtao couldn't wait to take the eternal floating pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, he quickly started to digest it. Chapter 116 Directional Search. Chapter 1116 Directional Search. You guys cultivate first. I'll go last. Ji Hongji said with a smile. Normally, there would not be any danger in the camp, but it was always good to be cautious. Zhang Fangqian smiled and didn't decline and swallowed the pill. Chen Fei looked at the medicinal pill in his hand and swallowed it. The eternal floating pill melted the moment it entered his mouth. It instantly turned into a huge energy that began to engulf Chen Fei's body. The origin connection technique started to circulate automatically, absorbing the energy one by one. Chen Fei was a little surprised. The medicinal efficacy of the eternal floating pill with the evil pearl was much stronger than Chen Fei had imagined. It was fundamentally different from any other medicinal pill in the past. Even the flying ascent pill paled in comparison to the eternal floating pill this time. If one had to say something different, it might be similar to directly absorbing vital energy. but it was easier to absorb and would not cause too much of a burden on the body. After a while, Shen Fei opened his eyes and found that Mu Langtao and Zhang Fangqiang had finished their cultivation. Ji Hongji was currently cultivating. There's still one eternal floating pill. You don't have to be in a hurry to take it. There's still a lot of medicinal power left in our bodies. Zhang Fangqiang smiled. Thank you for your reminder, senior sister. Shen Fei nodded and did not refute. Actually, the medicinal strength of the eternal floating pill in Shen Fei's body was almost completely absorbed. Other than the fact that he was cultivating the 5th level of the origin connection technique, the most important thing was the suppressing dragon elephant. The suppressing dragon elephant's body subduing realm was to continuously strengthen its control over his body. The first step was to absorb vital energy. Thus, it didn't feel any pressure at all when it came to helping Chen Fei absorb the medicinal power of the eternal floating pill and convert it into inner strength. It was also because of this that Chen Fei had cultivated for a little longer than Zhang Fangqiang and the other two, and had only finished cultivating at this moment. A moment later, Ji Hongji finished his cultivation and opened his eyes. It's all thanks to the pills that junior brother Chen refined. I was originally worried that my injuries would affect our hunt tomorrow, but now it seems that I was worrying too much. Ji Hongji's face was full of smiles. If we could have more of these pills, we wouldn't have to take the risk of finding the node. Zhang Fangqiang sighed slightly. If we didn't take the risk, where would the evil pearl come from? Ji Hongji laughed softly. Shen Fei's archery skills were the biggest surprise of the day. Even if they encountered fake nodes later, they would have an easier time dealing with them. He might not be able to get the evil pearl every time, but at least his life would be slightly guaranteed. Just this one point was enough to satisfy Ji Hongji. The next morning, after eating a little, Shen Fei and the others appeared in the strange wind realm. Ji Hongji took out the suspending spirit liquid he had just received today, and was about to drink some when Shen Fei suddenly reached out and stopped him. Ji Hongji looked at Shen Fei in confusion, not knowing what had happened. Can I try it today? Shen Fei said softly. Ji Hongji frowned slightly. He didn't refuse immediately, but he didn't agree either. The suspending spirit liquid was used to assist in finding the nodes, and its effect was to increase one's sensitivity to vital energy. As a martial artist's cultivation increased, their perception of vital energy would gradually increase. Of course, without truly breaking through to the aperture tempering realm, one's perception of vital energy was actually very weak. It was the same for the visceral tempering realm. It could only be said that it was slightly better than the bone tempering realm and marrow tempering realm. Give me 30 of the suspending spirit liquid. Archers sometimes have strange instincts, Shen Fei said with a smile. Just give 30% of it to junior brother Chen. After all, it's the two of us searching. Yesterday, we only found one, and it turned out to be fake, Zhang Fangqiang said. Looking at Ji Hongji, Ji Hongji thought for a moment. At most, he would just waste a bit of the suspending spirit liquid, so the impact was acceptable. And just as Zhang Fangqiang said, even if the two of them were to search with all their might, it was still another matter whether there would be any results in the end. Roman 2. Be careful. Roman 2. Ji Hongji handed over the suspending spirit liquid and instructed. Because the people searching had to stand at the front, they had to bear some risk. Shen Fei nodded and took the suspending spirit liquid. He smelled it and found that it had a pungent smell. He didn't know what the materials used to refine it were. Shen Fei raised his head and drank about 30% of the suspending spirit liquid in the bottle. The taste in his mouth made Shen Fei's eyes narrow slightly. At the same time, a cool feeling rushed into his mind. Shen Fei could not help but close his eyes. When he opened them again, he realized that the feeling that the strange wind realm gave Shen Fei was already a little different. You sensed some vital energy, so it felt different from usual. Zhang Fangqiang saw Shen Fei's expression and explained with a smile. Shen Fei nodded and took the lead, leading Mu Langtao and the other two into the city. The nodes in the strange wind realm were not static. After a period of time, they would automatically change their positions. Fortunately, this change wasn't in a random location, but within a certain range. Therefore, The four of them did not start from the courtyard they had left yesterday. Instead, they started from the middle of the courtyard. This way, they could ensure that they would not miss anything. Chen Fei stood in the courtyard and did not move. Ji Hongji and the other two looked at Chen Fei in confusion. Chen Fei didn't explain. Instead, he kept adjusting the jade pendant's ability, because Chen Fei deliberately hid it. The three of them didn't see the faint light of the jade pendant. Chen Fei felt that Ji Hongji's method of searching yesterday was too inefficient. Not only was it inefficient, but he also had to gamble at the end. After returning to the camp yesterday, Chen Fei thought for a while and decided to try the jade pendant. This half-spirit tool could definitely be considered a jack of all trades. In battle, it would be extremely effective to suddenly give the enemy a blow. Previously, when he assisted Chen Fei in absorbing vital energy, the effect was also very good. Right now, Chen Fei wanted to see if he could strengthen the effects of the suspending spirit liquid so that Chen Fei could find the nodes more clearly. The cool feeling in Chen Fei's mind kept trembling and finally stabilized. The world that Chen Fei sensed suddenly became different. Chen Fei actually sensed faint lines that covered the entire strange wind realm. The densest part of the lines was in the deepest part of the city, which was suffused with a dark color that made people despair. Compared to the depths of the city, the other places were much better, but there were still many black spots. Roman 2. It's effective. Roman 2. His core soul energy continued to deplete as Chen Fei leaped onto the wall of the courtyard. He no longer paid attention to the distance, but focused his attention on the courtyard within a radius of 100 meters. Over there. Roman 2. In Chen Fei's perception, there was a black dot in a courtyard dozens of meters away. It was like an octopus, and dozens of black lines were faintly discernible as they floated there. They were faintly resonating with the sky and the depths of the city. When Ji Hongji and the other two saw Chen Fei jump onto the wall, they were all shocked and quickly went forward to guard Chen Fei. Over there. Roman 2. As Chen Fei spoke, he stopped the power of the jade pendant. In such a short period of time, more than half of his core soul energy had already been consumed. Good. Roman 2. Guo Hongji and the other two nodded without any objection. Since Chen Fei was asked to find the node, they would not raise any objections during this period. The four of them carefully walked forward. Although Chen Fei did not sense any danger from his perception just now, he had to be careful. The distance of tens of meters. The four of them moved for almost 15 minutes before they arrived at the courtyard that Chen Fei saw. Senior Brother Ji. The fake node is hiding inside. The true node is the supporting point for the entire operation of the strange wind realm. Can I understand it this way? Chen Fei turned to Ji Hongji and asked. You can understand it that way? However, it's actually very difficult for us to distinguish them. We can only find one node and try it once. Ji Hongji nodded. How many real nodes are there in such a strange wind realm? Chen Fei asked curiously. I don't know, but I think there are a few hundred of them or even more. Ji Hongji said uncertainly. Junior Brother Chen, did you discover something? Mu Langtao couldn't help but ask. Yes. There is a node in this courtyard. Chen Fei pointed ahead and activated the jade pendant again. At close range, the black dot became even more obvious. He could even faintly feel the vital energy vibration within it. If the real node was the support for the operation of the strange wind realm, then the probability of this node being real was very high. Ji Hongji and the other two's eyes lit up. Ji Hongji even took out the suspending spirit liquid, intending to drink some. Ji Hongji didn't want to confirm if Chen Fei was telling the truth, but he wanted to break this node. If the node was fake, he would be the first to be injured. Chen Fei, who was in the bone tempering realm, would not have to withstand the first wave of attacks. There's no need to drink it. He'll break it with a bow and arrow. Chen Fei stopped Ji Hongji, and at the same time, he had everyone stand in an appropriate position. If the node was fake, the impact here would be slightly weaker. If it was true, they would be able to absorb a lot of vital energy. Ji Hongji hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Chen Fei pulled the bow and arrow. The function of the jade pendant had stopped long ago. At this moment, he was relying on the sensing of the suspending spirit liquid. At the same time, Chen Fei's tranquil origin technique was activated rapidly. If his mind was attacked, he could also help Chen Fei block a part of it. Whoosh! Roman 2. The sound of an arrow rang out. Chen Fei and the other three were on guard as they stared at the arrow piercing into the node. There was a soft, muffled sound, as if something had broken. Before he could figure out what it was, a surge of vital energy suddenly surged out from the node. The surging vital energy made Chen Fei and the others, who were prepared to welcome danger, more or less caught off guard. However, as his body absorbed the vital energy, his cultivation technique began to circulate almost instinctively. Chen Fei closed his eyes and felt the vital energy in his body being digested and converted into inner strength. He couldn't help but smile. In just a breath's time, the surging vital energy stopped. This was because the strange wind realm had discovered that the node was damaged and repaired itself, intercepting the vital energy again. The four of them opened their eyes in fascination. Ji Hongji and Zhang Fangqiang's injuries from yesterday had completely recovered under this wave of vital energy. Even the old injuries, from his failure to break through to the aperture refinement state, seemed to have healed a little. Chen Fei had used up more than half of his core soul energy and had recovered quite a bit. The growth of his inner strength made Chen Fei smile. Moreover, Chen Fei discovered that the vital energy here was really different from the outside world. At least, the vital energy outside did not have such a significant effect on the recovery of mental strength. Perhaps it was due to this reason that the sect was so passionate about this place. There's something there. Mu Langtao pointed at the bottom of the node and shouted in surprise. Chapter 117 Chapter 117 Earning a Huge Pot. Chapter 117 Earning a Huge Pot. Chen Fei and the others walked up and found a transparent shard on the ground that was emitting a faint light. It's a node fragment. Ji Hongji's eyes lit up. He squatted down and carefully placed the fragment into the jade box. What is the use of the node fragments? Chen Fei asked curiously. This is a treasure that can only be used by aperture tempering realm experts. If you give a fragment to the sect will give you 5 contribution points. Zhang Fangqiang was also full of smiles. She turned to look at Chen Fei and felt that the more she looked at him, the more pleasing he was to the eye. Chen Fei was simply a lucky star. Not only did he find a true node so quickly, but he also had a node fragment. Not every node fragment would appear when a real node was broken. It was a matter of luck. I've made a big profit. Ha ha ha. Mu Langtao laughed out loud. 5,000 contribution points. One person could get more than 1,000 points, which was already comparable to the contribution points given by the sect for this mission. Chen Fei nodded in realization. The feeling that this fragment gave Chen Fei was similar to an ordinary piece of glass. It turned out that it could only be used at the aperture tempering realm. Perhaps it was the same principle as a spirit tool. Shall we continue? Chen Fei turned around and asked. Of course. If you're not tired. We're not tired. Mu Langtao nodded continuously. It mainly depends on whether you want to rest or not. We didn't do anything just now, Ji Hongji said with a smile. Zhang Fangqiang was also full of smiles. Alright, let's continue. Chen Fei didn't feel tired after his mental strength was recovered by vital energy. In the next moment, the jade pendant was activated. In his perception, the thin lines in the entire strange wind realm faintly appeared again. This way, Chen Fei identified the direction and walked forward. Ji Hongji and the other two followed behind carefully, keeping an eye on the surroundings. This time, the distance was a little further. Chen Fei stopped a few times midway to activate the jade pendant to confirm the direction. They walked and stopped, and even the black dot in their perception changed its position once. Finally, Chen Fei and the others arrived at a courtyard. Chen Fei sensed the black dot in the courtyard and frowned slightly, compared to the first black spot. There were no black lines floating around this black spot. It was just a lonely black spot. What's wrong? Ji Hongji asked when he saw the hesitation on Chen's face. That node gave me a different feeling from the one just now. Chen Fei thought for a moment and said, Is there a big difference? Zhang Fangqiang asked. It's not very big, but it's indeed different. So, I'm wondering if this node is fake. According to Chen Fei's understanding, Those black lines might be the meridians of the evil realm's vitality circulation. Therefore, the real nodes should be connected to those black lines. Those without black lines could naturally be fake nodes. Is it fake we can also fight? Ji Hongji pondered for a moment. If his judgment was false, he could just stand further away. As long as he wasn't hurt by the howls, it wasn't difficult to defeat a freshly released evil. If he was lucky enough, he might even get an evil pearl like yesterday. Now that Chen Fei could refine pills, the value of the evil pearl had soared. If it was refined into pills in time, the effect would only be slightly inferior to vital energy. It was completely worth the risk. Where's the node? Zhang Fangqian asked. A foot away from the right corner of the wooden shelf. Chen Fei pointed ahead. Then all of us will stand here. Zhang Fangqian pulled the few of them to a distance and continued. Junior brother Chen, if the thing that appears later is evil, you control it first. We'll take care of the rest. Good. Chen Fci nodded. Mu Langtao opened his mouth. Why did he feel that his role had been infinitely reduced? It was as if he was the only one left to cheer. He pulled the bow and shot the arrow in one go. The arrow crashed into the node, and a ripple spread out from the node, forming a layer of ripples in the air. This was the mental attack brought about by the shattering of the fake node. Chen Fei and the other three felt their hearts sink as if a great disaster was about to befall them. However, other than that, there were no other substantial injuries. A shadow appeared beside the node. Before he could see his surroundings clearly, his head was suddenly hit, and a sharp pain filled his body and mind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 7 or 8 arrows stabbed into Shadow's head. Before the evil could make a sound, its head was almost completely dissolved. Ji Hongji and Zhang Fangqian appeared next to the shadow. One of them lifted its head while the other cut off all of the evil's limbs. Chen Fei's arrows followed closely behind, nailing the evil's limbs to the ground. Mu Langtao's movement technique was slightly slower, but he finally arrived. Together with Zhang Fangqian, they directly destroyed the evil's torso. In the blink of an eye, the evil creature did not even struggle before it was turned into ashes. An evil pearl lay quietly on the ground, proving that an evil had appeared. How refreshing! Mu Langtao laughed loudly. He had finally joined the battle without any danger. Chen Fei put down his bow and arrow. This evil was indeed not difficult to kill. As long as he was not injured by the howl at the beginning, the advantage would easily reach the martial artist's side. However, most of the time, the disciples of the sect wanted to take a gamble. The search for a node depended on luck. It was not easy to find a node, but you had to let them break the node from afar. If it was a fake node, it was nothing. However, if it were a true node, they would not have been in time to absorb the vital energy in time. They were willing to take risks in this bizarre realm for the sake of vital energy. Therefore, this was a dilemma. The only thing was that, like Chen Fei and the others yesterday, someone had to retreat to the rear first as a support to avoid the outcome of being completely wiped out. If they really encountered a node, they didn't know how the people who were taking turns to support them would feel. So as long as you're fast enough, there will be evil pearls. Chen Fei walked forward and watched Ji Hongji put away the evil pearl. Not necessarily, but that's the case most of the time. Zhang Fangqian had a smile on her face. This battle was too easy. Not only did she not suffer any losses, but she also obtained a precious evil pearl. Junior brother Chen, I'll give you all of this suspending spirit liquid. Ji Hongji passed the remaining amount of the suspending spirit liquid to Chen Fei. He had nothing to say after the ability Chen Fei had shown. Junior brother Chen, please, Mu Langtao said with a smile. If this situation could continue, Mu Langtao felt that there shouldn't be any problems for him to break through to the visceral tempering realm. The future was bright. Chen Fei looked at the suspending spirit liquid in his hand and drank most of it, leaving only a little for the others to use in case they needed it. Then let's continue. Chen Fei looked at the excited expressions of Ji Hongji and the other two. There was no need to rest anymore. Chen Fei still had half of his mental strength left, so he could probably search for it again. If he encountered a true node, he might still be able to continue searching. The jade pendant was activated. Chen Fei sensed the surrounding environment. This time, His target was the location where the thin line appeared. Let's go. Shen Fei opened his eyes and walked out of the courtyard. After some time, Shen Fei and the others stood in the alley. Shen Fei thrust his sword forward. Ji Hongji and the other two were a little nervous. The node was right in front of them, and this was the first time they were so close to the node. However, if this node was real, then the vital energy they could absorb would be maximized. Crack! The sound of something being torn apart rang out. In the next moment, surging vital energy instantly surged out. This time, the four of them were fully prepared. As soon as vital energy appeared, their origin connection technique began to circulate wildly. Shen Fei was the closest, so he absorbed the most vital energy. At this moment, the vital energy surged into his body, and Shen Fei had the illusion that he was about to explode. Fortunately, it was just an illusion. Whether it was his meridians, bones, flesh, or blood, they all resisted the erosion of the vital energy. One breath of time passed in a flash, but the four of them stood in place for a long time without moving. It was not until a moment later that the four of them opened their eyes one after another, and everyone's face was filled with uncontrollable smiles. There was too much vital energy. This effect was at least more than half of the original point from the first time. Zhang Fengqian's face was flushed red, and her body went limp. This was a sign that she had absorbed too much vitality at once, and her body was somewhat burdened. But if she could choose, Deng Fengqian hoped that this kind of thing would happen a few more times. Ji Hongji clenched his fist. He could feel that his injured acupoints and mental strength were slowly coming back to life. As long as this situation continued for a dozen more times, the internal injuries left behind by the fruitless breakthrough would be completely healed. With the experience of his first breakthrough, even though it was a failure, Ji Hongji's confidence increased by at least 20. Thinking about the aperture tempering realm, Ji Hongji's heart burned. This was the true difference between the body tempering realm. Not only would his battle strength increase significantly, but his lifespan would also be much longer than ordinary martial artists. This was the first step to longevity. Mu Langtao felt that his bottleneck in the visceral tempering realm seemed to have loosened. He didn't even need to use his vital energy to cleanse himself. Mu Langtao was confident that he could go back and cultivate for a few months before breaking through to the visceral tempering realm. Coming to the strange wind realm this time and meeting Shen Fei was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Shen Fei looked at his face panel, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He was getting closer and closer to the marrow tempering realm. The inner strength converted from his vital energy was far more powerful than what the receival bead could absorb. As for the mental energy that was almost completely depleted, it had recovered quite a bit due to this wave of vital energy. He could completely find it again. Let's continue. Shen Fei turned his head and glanced at Ji Hongji and the others as he said with a smile. Good. Ji Hongji and the others looked at each other, their faces filled with joy. Zhang Fengqian looked at Shen Fei, and her eyes sparkled. The more she looked at Shen Fei, the more she felt that Shen Fei was good-looking. Most importantly, he was so capable. Thinking of this, Zhang Fengqian blushed slightly and quickly lowered her head. 6 hours later, Shen Fei and the others returned to the camp. Everyone's faces were flushed. This was an external manifestation of the body not being able to absorb too much vital energy. That's right. They had absorbed too much vital energy. In the past 6 hours, Shen Fei and the others had rested twice in the middle and spent the rest of the time searching for the node. Shen Fei found 2 more true nodes and absorbed a lot of vital energy. At the same time, he also found 2 fake nodes, and the evil within was easily killed. However, there was only 1 evil pearl. As for the fragment of the node, it did not appear. This thing really depended on luck. Chapter 118 Chapter 118 Breaking Through to the Marrow Tempering Realm. Chapter 118 Breaking Through to the Marrow Tempering Realm. Shall we refine pills? Ji Hongji asked for Chen Fei's opinion. Yes, Chen Fei nodded. The earlier the evil pearl was refined, the less energy it would lose. Chen Fei naturally had no reason to give up on this good thing. Alright, I'll go borrow a pill furnace. Forget it. I'll just buy that pill furnace and save myself the trouble of borrowing it. Ji Hongji laughed loudly. then turned around and walked towards the other disciples. "I'll go buy some herbs." Mu Langtao didn't excel in refining the eternal floating pill, but he knew what ingredients were needed. Mu Langtao felt that he was a freeloader today, so he was very active in doing these chores. He had gained too much today, which made Mu Langtao feel surreal. He was afraid that he would be kicked out of the team. Shen Fei and Zhang Fangqiang started a bonfire. The firewood made a cracking sound, and the surroundings slowly became warm. "Junior brother Chen, are you married?" Zhang Fangqiang looked at Shen Fei and suddenly asked. "Not yet." Shen Fei was stunned and looked up at Zhang Fangqiang. Under the light of the fire, Zhang Fangqiang's beautiful face was faintly discernible. Because she practiced martial arts all year round, her figure was even more slender and exquisite. Zhang Fangqiang was in her 30s. This age was considered relatively old among ordinary people in this world, but it was extremely normal among martial artists. From Chen Fei's previous life's perspective, this age was the most charming stage among women. She no longer had the innocence of a little girl, but had the unique gentleness of a woman. "You never found someone you liked?" Zhang Fangqiang looked up at Chen Fei with a smile on her face. "My cultivation is not enough, and I'm still working hard to improve," Shen Fei said with a smile. "The bone-tempering realm is indeed a little weak, but with junior brother Chen's ability, it's only a matter of time before his cultivation advances, especially after the infusion of vital energy. Junior brother Chen should be able to break through to the marrow-tempering realm very soon, and the visceral tempering realm would be just around the corner in the future." Zhang Fangqiang didn't exaggerate the fact that this kind of vital energy constantly washed over her body. Even the disciples of the immortal Cloud Sword sect didn't have such treatment. But now, in this strange wind realm, the few of them were able to enjoy it. Shen Fei was now in the bone-tempering realm. The continuous cleansing of the strange wind realm's vital energy would improve the martial artist's foundation to a certain extent, and his future cultivation would be much smoother. Borrowing senior martial sister's auspicious words, "I'm going to use it to advance my power." Shen Fei cupped his hands. "There's no need to be so polite between us." Zhang Fangqiang smiled and was about to speak when she saw Mu Langtao come back with an excited face. Zhang Fangqiang couldn't help but roll her eyes at Mu Langtao. Mu Langtao blinked his eyes, not knowing what had happened. A moment later, Ji Hongji returned with a pill furnace in his hand. "Senior brother Ji, how much is this?" Chen Fei took the pill furnace and asked. "How much can a pill furnace cost?" Junior brother Chen is too polite. Ji Hongji quickly waved his hand. Everyone had a share of the pills that were refined. He was not crazy enough to accept Chen Fei's money at this time. Shen Fei smiled and didn't insist. After checking the pill furnace, Shen Fei placed the pill furnace on the bonfire. "Can we just throw 2 evil pearls?" And Shen Fei raised his head and asked. "It seems possible, but the difficulty of refining it will be much higher than refining 1 evil pearl." Ji Hongji thought for a moment and said, "Will the effects of the medicine change?" "Yes. The effect can be greatly enhanced. It's estimated to be close to the medicinal properties of a 100-year-old herb." "Then let's give it a try." Shen Fei's eyes lit up slightly. The value of 2 50-year-old medicinal herbs was far lower than a 100-year-old medicinal herb. If he added 2 evil pearls, he could raise the medicinal properties of the herbs to 100 years old. There was nothing to hesitate about. As for the difficulty, Shen Fei had already cultivated the eternal floating pill to great completion, and there was no way to screw it up. Although the strengthening of the medicinal properties was troublesome, it would not increase Shen Fei's difficulty. However, out of caution, and since it was his first time refining, Shen Fei still took the pill furnace down from the bonfire and used a small fire to heat the pill furnace. When Ji Hongji and the other 2 saw Shen Fei use small fire, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The scene of refining pills over the bonfire was a little scary. A moment later, a faint fragrance floated out. However, after a while, the fragrance disappeared again, and the entire pill furnace trembled slightly. Shen Fei's expression did not change. The addition of the 2 evil pearls had indeed caused the conflict between the medicinal properties to become much more intense. Fortunately, all of this was still under Chen Fei's control. As time passed, The shaking of the pill furnace began to slow down and finally stopped. Chen Fei slapped the lid of the furnace, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted out. Chen Fei stretched his head out to take a look, and his expression changed slightly. Compared to yesterday's eternal floating pill, there was a little change. How many pills are there? Mu Langtao asked nervously. If the number of pills was small, he would not have a share. Mu Langtao knew his limits. Still 5. Chen Fei smiled slightly, and took out the eternal floating pills from the pill furnace one by one, placing them into the jade box. Let's do it the same way as yesterday. Ji Hongji glanced at Zhang Fengqiang and the other man, who naturally had no objections. They each took one pill and left. Chen Fei smiled slightly and picked up a pill to place in front of him. He discovered that a trace of a pattern had actually begun to appear on the surface of the pill. These lines were a little familiar. Chen Fei casually took out the jade card issued by the Alchemist Alliance and discovered that the lines on the jade card were actually somewhat similar to those on the medicinal pills. It seems that using herbs that are older would produce this phenomenon after the refining is successful. Chen Fei guessed. He would have to go to the Alchemist Alliance to ask later to find out if it was true or not. You guys take it first, Ji Hongji said with a smile. Chen Fei and the other two did not have any objections and directly swallowed the medicinal pills. This time, the pill did not melt in his mouth. Instead, the entire pill emitted a wave of heat. The origin connection technique automatically activated and refined the medicinal power of the pill. After a full hour, Chen Fei finally finished cultivating with the eternal floating pill. The effect was exceptionally good. Compared to yesterday's eternal floating pill, the medicinal strength of today's pill was at least 3 times that of yesterday's, or even a little more. Chen Fei looked at the progress bar on the interface. He was getting closer and closer to the top. Everyone spent the entire night in meditation. Early the next morning, everyone entered the strange wind realm with high spirits. With yesterday's experience, today's search was still very smooth. Throughout the day, 5 real nodes were broken, and 3 fake nodes were broken. He obtained another node fragment and 3 evil pearls. As the search went deeper, the evils and abilities of the fake node began to increase. However, under the tacit cooperation of Chen Fei and the others, they still easily killed the evils. On the 3rd day, they broke the record and found 6 real nodes. The vital energy hit those 4 people, and their heads were a little dizzy. There was still enough time, but the 4 of them did not dare to absorb anymore. They were afraid that they would become the first batch of martial artists who would explode due to too much vital energy. Ji Hongji and Zhang Fengqiang were excited. After 3 days of vital energy infusion, their injured apertures and mental strength had finally recovered. Now, not only had they recovered, but the infusion of vital energy had also improved their aperture acupoints and mental strength. If they continued at the current pace, they could go back and cultivate for a period of time after their time in the strange wind realm ended. Then, they could start preparing to break through to the aperture tempering realm again. On the 2nd night, Mu Langtao took the opportunity to consume the eternal floating pill and attempted to break through to the visceral tempering realm. In the end, he successfully broke through, and Mu Langtao shouted excitedly. At the same time, he could only try to add 3 evil pearls at most when refining pills. It wasn't because Chen Fei's refining level wasn't high enough, but because this pill furnace was about to collapse. The pill furnace was on the verge of exploding under 3 evil pearls. If there were 4, the outcome would definitely be determined. As for the eternal floating pill with 3 evil pearls, the pill veins became even more obvious, and the medicinal strength reached a new stage. Not only was it easier for the body to absorb, but the effect was also unbelievable. Tonight, Chen Fei was preparing to break through to the marrow tempering realm. The effect of the vital energy infusion in the strange wind realm was exceptionally good. Chen Fei originally thought that he still needed some time before he could start breaking through. However, due to the infusion of vital energy, the weakening of the origin connection technique, and the suppressing dragon elephant's forceful control of his body, Chen Fei realized that he was already very close to the marrow tempering realm. The origin connection technique circulated rapidly within Chen Fei's body, filling his bones and muscles with inner strength. Boom! At a certain moment, it was as if there was a vibration in his soul. Chen Fei exerted a little force, and his inner strength instantly broke through the barrier. Then, step by step, it spread throughout his entire body. A moment later, Chen Fei opened his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. His facial features, which the suppressing dragon elephant had strengthened, were further strengthened at this moment. Chen Fei could even hear the sound of ants crawling dozens of meters away. Wherever his gaze went, the world became even more vivid. As if a layer of gauze had been lifted, the body-tempering realm developed the potential of the human body step by step. The visceral tempering realm had already reached its peak, and it was now advancing toward the mysterious aperture acupoints. Thus, with every improvement in the body-tempering realm, there would be an obvious improvement. Junior brother Chen. Congratulations! Ji Hongji cupped his hands. Zhang Fangqian and Mu Lantao also congratulated Chen Fei. Among the disciples of the primordial sword sect, achieving the marrow-tempering realm was a break away from the ranks of novices. Although Chen Fei was not considered a genius in the marrow-tempering realm at his age, at least he would not be looked down upon. Chen Fei smiled and cupped his hands in return. He glanced at a tree that was dozens of meters tall. At this moment, a leaf fell from the tree under the night wind. Chen Fei's heart skipped a beat. His figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the treetop and caught the leaf with one hand. Chen Fei looked at the markings on the leaves and stepped lightly on the branches with his right foot. It was like a gentle breeze brushing the willows. He had already returned to his original place. After breaking through to the marrow-tempering realm, the soul-chasing step, which he was unable to display fully due to his cultivation, finally displayed its potential. The moon hung high in the sky. Chen Fei sat cross-legged and summarized his martial arts techniques. Realm marrow tempering 37,500,000. Chen Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that the experience points requirement for breaking through to the marrow tempering realm was no longer increased by 10 times. According to the current conditions, Chen Fei might be able to complete the breakthrough within a year. If he could wait until he reached the 5th level of the origin connection technique, he could shorten the time he needed as his limit was lowered. Now that he was exploring the strange wind realm, every time he infused his body with vital energy, his inner strength cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Chen Fei did not think about how long he could stay in the strange wind realm. Now, he just needed to find a node and absorb the vital energy once. Because of the breakthrough in his cultivation, the soul-chasing step had reached the speed that this movement technique should have. The Starry Night Sword and Thorn Sword were also no longer restricted by Chen Fei's own conditions. Chapter 119 Chapter 119 Strange Wind Realm Mutation. Chapter 119 Strange Wind Realm Mutation. Editor Drac on Boat Translation. Translator Drac. I Boat Translatio. If he met Shen Dingyan of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect again, Shen Dingyan would not be able to stop Chen Fei if he wanted to leave. If they fought again, Chen Fei would no longer need to use the Jade Pendant. The Thunderous Sword force was very powerful, but Chen Fei now had the suppressing dragon elephant. It was difficult for the Thunderous Sword force to make Chen Fei's muscles stiffen. Instead, every rebound of the Talm sword would injure Shen Dingyan. In less than 100 moves, the Thorn Sword could even kill Shen Dingyan. If he used Sword 6, he could take advantage of Shen Dingyan's weakness to strike. The leap of her realm caused Chen Fei's strength to undergo an astonishing change. Recently, he'll cultivate the origin connection technique to the 5th stage of perfection and the tranquil origin technique. After I return to the sect, he'll start cultivating the suppressing dragon elephant. Chen Fei had a thought. The suppressing dragon elephant had yet to enter the master level, but the change it gave Chen Fei was very obvious. Not only did his physical strength increase, but it also improved his body in all aspects. Chen Fei had previously consumed 7 eternal floating pills a day, and he had reached his limit. If he circulated the origin connection technique for a few more hours, he would have to consume meridian protecting pills to alleviate the effects. But now, Chen Fei had tried it once. It was not difficult for him to take 10 pills a day. Without the meridian protecting pills, He could still circulate the origin connection technique for several hours. If he ate the meridian protecting pills, the time would continue to increase. This cultivation technique, which Chen FCI was unable to comprehend back then, displayed astonishing potential and strength. Chen Fei had already decided that after returning to the sect this time, he would use the flying ascent pill to cultivate. Although it would cost more money, the speed of cultivation would definitely be faster. They seem to have gained quite a lot these few days, and they don't seem to be injured. A few dozen meters away, someone looked at Chen FCI and said in a low voice, "Have you found out what they got?" "I can't find out." Ji Hanji is a cautious person. Even if he gets something good, he will never reveal it to the outside world. The bystanders shook their heads. Looking at their complexions, they are all extremely full. They should have received a few vital energy injections. Do they have some special method, Zhao Jingyuan? Didn't you follow Ji Hanji before? Go up and ask if we can work together. Lu Heian looked at Zhao Jingyuan. A few days ago, I didn't want to be dragged down by that bone-tempering realm disciple, so I left Ji Hanji's team. Now that I'm going back like this, they might not welcome me. Zhao Jingyuan was a little hesitant. It would be a little embarrassing to go back like this. You don't want to have your vital energy fill your body. Lu Heian frowned slightly and said with dissatisfaction, "You guys had some friendship before. It's okay. Moreover, we're going to work together now. You're representing us, not yourself. What's there to be afraid of?" the others encouraged. "Alright, you'll give it a try." Zhao Jingyuan glanced at the people around him, gritted his teeth, and walked toward Ji Hanji. Ji Hanji was taking a nap with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes when he heard footsteps. He frowned when he saw Zhao Jingyuan. "Brother Ji." Sister Shang with a smile on his face. Zhao Jingyuan cupped his hands at Ji Hanji and the other man. "How come you're back?" Mu Langtao turned around and saw that it was Zhao Jingyuan, so he asked unhappily. Zhao Jingyuan's decision to leave the team that day was somewhat ugly. However, everyone had their own aspirations, and it was not appropriate to say anything. But now that he had returned, what did he want to do? "Junior brother Mu, have you broken through to the visceral tempering realm?" Zhao Jingyuan looked at Mu Langtao and felt the aura coming from him. His eyes widened. Mu Langtao's aptitude wasn't very good. He was on par with Zhao Jingyuan, so their cultivations were roughly the same. In the end, Mu Langtao had broken through to the visceral tempering realm in just a few days. "The strange wind realm is too dangerous. I risked my life to break through and luckily succeeded," Mu Langtao said calmly. He usually liked to show off, but at this moment, he was still very clear. Only by being silent could one make a fortune. "Congratulations!" Zhao Jingyuan was a little jealous. He was still in the marrow tempering realm and did not know when he would have the chance to break through to the visceral tempering realm. Recently, they had been following other teams. As a result, even if there were anything good, they wouldn't bow at the receiving end of rewards. Mu Langtao said that he had broken through by luck, but he must have obtained some benefits in the strange wind realm. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to break through to the visceral tempering realm? "You're too polite." Mu Langtao cupped his hands and ignored Zhao Jingyuan. Zhao Jingyuan was a little embarrassed. He turned to Ji Hanji and said, "Senior brother Ji, I came here this time on behalf of senior brother Lu Heian. I want to check if there is any possibility of our two teams working together." 11. You were in the team back then, so you should know that I don't like too many people, so please thank Lu Heian for my kindness. Ji Hanji frowned and waved his hand, rejecting Zhao Jingyuan's invitation. Now that they could receive vital energy infusion a few times a day, they must be nuts to cooperate with others. The vital energy that surged out from each real node would only last for a breath. It would be enough for 5 people to fully absorb at most. One more person and it would dissipate. And just as Ji Hanji had said, he had always believed that fewer people would be more capable. More people would inevitably lead to more conflicts, especially when working with other teams. Whose words should he follow? These were all problems. Senior brother Ji, please consider it. Senior brother Lu is actually very sincere. Zhao Jingyuan didn't give up. He had been hesitant about coming here before, but after seeing Mu Langtao's breakthrough, he became more determined. Zhao Jingyuan even regretted leaving back then. Otherwise, he might have had a share in breaking through to the visceral tempering realm. I've made it very clear. You can go back. Ji Hongji shook his head. Senior Sister Zhang. We. Zhao Jingyuan looked at Zhang Fengqiang only to shake her head. The rest of his words were stuck. Zhao Jingyuan's expression was gloomy. But he didn't dare to get angry. He could only turn around fiercely and go back the way he came. Trouble's knocking on our door. Zhang Fengqiang looked at Zhao Jingyuan's back and frowned. They will come sooner or later. Roman 2. Ji Hongji's expression was calm. He had expected this. The main reason was that they were in such a good condition that if they were to observe carefully, they would notice something. The extent of the vital energy infusion was a little ruthless, causing them to deliberately injure themselves. But they could only slightly conceal the abundance of their aura. This was no longer something that could be suppressed just by suppressing it. Then what should we do? I've heard of that Lu Heiyan. He's quite a scoundrel. Mu Langtao said worriedly. Breaking a few nodes in a day was really a comfortable feeling. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Mu Langtao naturally didn't like to share such benefits with others. It's fine. Tomorrow, let Lu Heiyan's team go first. If he wants to waste time with us, then let's waste time. Ji Hongji said with a smile. This was his confidence. Most of the vital energy he had poured into his body over the past few days had been consumed, but there was still some left in his flesh and blood. If it really doesn't work, just beat them up and teach them a lesson. Zhang Fengqiang smiled, as she and Go Hongji recovered from their internal injuries. Their strength had reached their peak. It could be said that the strength of the two of them could definitely be ranked in the top few levels among the disciples who went out this time. Mu Langtao had also broken through to the visceral tempering realm, and Chen Fei's archery skills were already extraordinary. If they were really angered, they could just fight. Lu Heiyan's team would not be able to stop them at all. They would even have a reason to report it to the sect. When Zhao Jingyuan returned and told them the results, Lu Heiyan scolded him. Not only did he scold Zhao Jingyuan, but he also scolded Ji Hongji and the others. The next morning, Lu Heiyan wanted to follow Di Hongji, but when he saw Go Hongji's cold gaze, he hesitated for a moment and walked into the strange wind realm while cursing, bullying the weak and fearing the strong Mu Langtao side. There are many such people. 11 Go Hongji said with a smile. The same rice can feed 100 different people. Chen Fei looked at Lu Heiyan and the others and shook his head slightly. When Chen Fci and the others stepped into the strange wind realm, Lu Heiyan and the others had already disappeared. It was obvious that they did not want to have a direct conflict with Ji Hongji. Chen Fei raised his head and drank the spirit liquid before stepping into Strange Wind Realm. Most of the area in front of Strange Wind City had already been searched by them. Thus, Chen Fci and the others went hundreds of meters deep into the city and began to search. Chen Fci activated the Jade Pendant. His perception of vital energy seemed to have increased slightly. Chen Fei sensed the surrounding dozens of meters and immediately discovered a node with several black lines floating in the courtyard more than 10 meters to the right. This was the real node. Chen Fei revealed a smile on his face. He led the few of them carefully forward and arrived at the courtyard. Chen Fei activated the Jade Pendant. Just as he was about to confirm the exact location of the node, a black spot suddenly flashed over from afar. Be careful. Chen Fei's expression changed drastically. Chen Fci had seen this kind of black spot a few times in his perception over the past few days. As he did not know what it was, Chen Fei kept a distance from it. In the end, they did not expect that this time, although they had deliberately avoided it, the black spot had come straight for them. What's wrong? Ji Hongji and the other two were already on high alert. Seeing Chen Fei's expression change, they also became serious. Chen Fei wanted everyone to run, but before he could say that, he sensed that a black spot had descended on the entire courtyard. Everyone, gather around me, remember. Don't light any red candles. Ji Hongji said in a low voice. The red candle could resist the evil, but lighting a red candle in the strange wind realm was equivalent to throwing a bunch of poisonous snakes into the crowd. They were indeed wary, but all eyes were on them. Lighting a red candle in the strange wind realm would definitely attract the attention of all the evils. And the effect was no different from a white candle. Chen Fei and the other two slowly approached Go Hongji. Clang! A sharp sound of swords clashing rang out. Ji Hongji looked at Zhang Fangqiang in disbelief. Zhang Fangqiang had actually stabbed her sword toward his heart. If Ji Hongji hadn't been in a tense state, he would have been dead by now. Senior brother Ji, let's die together. Mu Langtao rushed at Ji Hongji and exploded. His flesh and drenched Ji Hongji in blood. Chapter 120 Chapter 120 Multiple Illusions. Chapter 120 Multiple Illusions. Ji Hongji was stunned for a moment, but his expression immediately became determined. He reached out to take out the awakening incense. But it was empty. Not only was there no awakening incense, but even the long sword in his hand had disappeared. Ji Hongji was a little confused. He looked around and saw that he was starving. His clothes were ragged, and his stomach was in pain. He had lost all his strength and wanted to lie on the ground and wait for death. Brother Ji, what should I do? I can't live anymore. I don't want to die. Zhang Fangqiang's voice sounded in Ji Hongji's ears. Ji Hongji turned his head and saw that Zhang Fangqiang had already become so thin from hunger. This is fake. Fake. Break. Ji Hongji's confused eyes suddenly turned sharp. With a loud shout, his core soul energy surged, and everything in front of him shattered. It was still the same courtyard, but the surroundings had become dark as if there was a black curtain covering the courtyard. A faint voice echoed in his ears. But when he listened carefully, there was nothing. Senior brother Ji, what's wrong? Mu Lantao looked at Ji Hongji in confusion. I'm fine. I was confused by the evil just now. So, bang. Ji Hongji suddenly slapped Mu Langtao's shoulder and sent him flying. Mu Langtao laughed out loud while he was still in the air, his face full of madness. Ji Hongji frowned and clutched his abdomen, which was badly mutilated. Mu Langtao had stabbed him in the abdomen. Senior brother Ji, what's wrong? Zhang Fangqiang looked at Ji Hongji in confusion. Ji Hongji couldn't help but take a step back. His eyes were sometimes clear and sometimes confused. Zhang Fangqiang looked around warily. Just now, Ji Hongji and the other two had disappeared. At this moment, she was the only one left in the courtyard. Senior sister Zhang. Senior sister Zhang. Where are you? Mu Langtao's voice sounded, but he was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he had come from a very distant place. Zhang Fangqiang hesitated for a moment and didn't move. This strange thing came too suddenly, so no one could react. Moreover, it was extremely powerful. Even she could not see through the surrounding illusion. Senior sister Zhang, is that you? Chen Fei's voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Fangqiang's ear. Zhang Fangqiang was shocked and moved her feet. She held her sword and looked at Chen Fei with vigilance in her eyes. Senior sister Zhang, it's me. Chen Fei held an awakening incense in his hand and looked around vigilantly. Junior brother Chen, when we first met 2 years ago, what was the first thing we said? Zhang Fangqiang looked at Chen Fei and said in a serious voice. 2 years ago, senior sister Zhang? Didn't we just meet a few days ago? Chen Fei's expression was a little puzzled. That's right. Come over. Zhang Fangqiang heaved a sigh of relief and asked Chen Fei to come over. Chen Fei nodded and carefully moved to Zhang Fangqiang's side, his eyes constantly looking around. Senior sister Zhang, what should we do now? Chen Fei asked in a low voice. This is very strange. If senior brother Ji and the others haven't found us yet, we can only take the risk and light the red candle. Zhang Fangqiang replied. It was very dangerous to light a red candle in the strange wind realm, but if it was just a flash, it was barely acceptable. Otherwise, if he continued to wait like this, the outcome would be even worse. Senior sister Zhang, do you have any red candles on you? Chen Fei's hand gently touched Zhang Fangqiang's body and actually began to grope around. Zhang Fangqiang was startled, and her face turned red. She wanted to push Chen Fei away, but her body actually began to become weak, and her body involuntarily wanted to fall toward Chen Fei. No! Zhang Fangqiang opened her eyes and slapped Chen Fei's head. However, she realized that Chen Fei was already naked and was looking at her affectionately. Zhang Fangqiang's palm froze for a moment. A wave of lust filled her mind without any reason. Die! Dang Fangqiang roared angrily. Her figure flashed, and she slammed a palm on Chen Fei's forehead. The next moment, the surrounding shattered. Zhang Fangqiang was still standing alone in the courtyard. There was nothing around her. Senior Sister Zhang. Senior Sister Zhang. Is that you? Chen Fei's voice was faintly heard. In the fog, Chen Fei held an awakening incense and slowly walked over. Dang Fangqiang gripped the long sword in her hand tightly. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Was it real or fake this time? As darkness descended, Chen Fei heard Ji Hongji shout and took 2 steps back. His expression changed slightly. In Chen Fei's perception, the 3 people behind him had long disappeared, but Ji Hongji and the other 2 were still there. Junior brother Chen, come here quickly, Ji Hongji said in a low voice, his expression somewhat anxious. Junior brother Chen, as we said before, each of us will guard one direction, Zhang Fangqiang urged. Chen Fei didn't say anything. He quickly circulated the tranquil origin technique. The originally smooth scene around him suddenly paused slightly and became unreal. As expected, the jade pendant in Chen Fei's bosom trembled slightly, and the speed at which the tranquil origin technique was circulating increased abruptly. The surrounding illusion shattered. Looking around again, Chen Fei had already appeared in the house in the courtyard. At this moment, he was walking toward the corner of the wall without feeling anything. There was a sword placed horizontally there. If he continued walking like this, the sword would directly stab into Chen Fei's eyes. Chen Fei took out the awakening incense and lit it up. Just as he was about to look for the others, his footsteps stopped. No, this is still an illusion. With the support of the jade pendant, the surrounding environment gave Chen Fei a feeling of unreality. This fake reality was very subtle. If it was just the tranquil origin technique, it was likely that he would not be able to find any clues. Chen Fei held the long sword in his hand, and the mental strength in his mind suddenly surged. In the next moment, he stabbed out with the long sword. It was as if the jade pendant had been inserted into a piece of sluggish leather. The jade pendant shone brightly. In an instant, Chen Fei seemed to have broken through a wall. The surroundings shattered, and Chen Fei appeared in the courtyard. Chen Fei looked around warily, but he still didn't see Ji Hongji and the other 2. Kill them! A muffled shout sounded. Chen Fei's heart skipped a beat. His figure flashed, and he rushed into the house. He found Mu Langtao crazily wielding the sword in his hand. His expression was a little crazy. His ears and eyes were covered in blood. Chen Fei quickly took out the awakening incense, and a faint fragrance spread out. Mu Langtao's expression gradually became calm. He opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. When he saw Chen Fei, he raised his sword, his face full of distrust. Are you human or evil? Mu Langtao shouted in a low voice. Chen Fei raised the awakening incense in his hand, but Mu Langtao was still vigilant and didn't believe Chen Fei. Chen Fei was speechless. He must have encountered a lot of things in the illusion just now. However, thinking about this 2-layered illusion, if he did not break through the second layer in time, the illusion would continue to stack. Ordinary people really could not withstand it. Chen Fei didn't force Mu Langtao. When he heard the commotion outside, his body flashed and broke through the wall of the house. He saw Zhang Fangqiang and Ji Hongji fighting fiercely inside the house. Sword light flashed, and the house was already in a mess. Chen Fei didn't dare to delay. He threw the awakening incense out and stuck it between the 2 of them. The fragrance spread very quickly. In just a moment, the 2 of them slowly stopped and opened their eyes. Looking around, he noticed that Chen Fei and the others were all watching warily. 2 layers of illusion. Senior brother Ji, senior sister Zhang, you can take out your awakening incense and light it up, Chen Fei whispered. No need. Ji Hongji shook his head. After exiting the illusion, he could still tell the difference between the made-up world and the real world with the help of his core soul energy. It was only in the illusion that one would be confused. However, it had to be said that this strange beast was indeed very powerful. If not for Chen Fei, they would have almost been wiped out. Dang Fangqiang glanced at Chen Fei and seemed to have thought of something. Her face suddenly turned red. and she quickly lowered her head. Senior Sister Zhang. Are you alright? Mu Langtao saw the look on Zhang Qiang's face and asked with concern. Get lost, Zhang Fangqiang shouted at Mu Langtao angrily. Senior Sister Zhang. The me you saw in the illusion isn't the real me? Mu Langtao was stunned and quickly defended himself. Dang Fangqiang rolled her eyes and didn't want to bother with the silly boy. Boom! With a loud bang, the four of them looked at each other and rushed out. They found that there were still people fighting under the black curtain. Looking closely, it was Lu Heiyan and the others. However, compared to Ji Hongji and the others who were slightly injured, Lu Heiyan's team was almost all lying in a pool of blood. Only Lu Heiyan was still fighting with another person. Why are they here? Mu Langtao was puzzled. What else could it be? It's just that he's following us. His tracking ability is quite strong. Zhang Fangqiang snorted coldly. Anyone who was followed like this would probably feel unhappy. However, they didn't expect that Lu Heiyan and the others would be dragged into the illusion. I still have to thank them for sharing the power of evil. That evil should have possessed someone now. Ji Hongji shook his head. What about now? Mu Langtao asked. Force that evil out. Otherwise, it will be even more troublesome. Ji Hongji said. Lit a stick of incense, and threw it to the side of Lu Heiyan. Lu Heiyan and the other man paused, and a black shadow suddenly appeared above Lu Heiyan's head. His scarlet eyes looked around, and they were filled with coldness. Those who looked into his eyes felt that they were hearing things. At the same time, illusions began to appear in front of their eyes. The entire world began to become unreal. Whoosh! An arrow pierced into the evil shadow's head and pulled it out of Lu Heiyan's body. Lu Heiyan's body shivered, and he collapsed to the ground. His energy and blood were both damaged, and his organs were injured. Hiss! The evil howled crazily, but what welcomed it was countless arrows that stabbed it into the ground one by one. Compared to the terror of being dragged into the illusion just now, this evil's main body was unusually weak, and it did not have the speed of teleportation that could not be dodged just now. Shenfei suspected that the evil creatures did not rely on their own speed to move in this strange wind realm. Instead, they jumped between the various nodes of the strange wind realm, which was why even those in the visceral tempering realm could not escape. Ji Hongji and the other two arrived in front of the shadow in a flash. 3 blades stabbed into the shadow's body, and its blood and energy were like fire. The shadow trembled and turned into smoke before disappearing. Chapter 121 Chapter 121 Flipping of the Hand. Chapter 121 Flipping of the Hand. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Translator Draco. Boat Translation. Ji Hongji and the other 3 stood at the side, looking at Lu Heiyan and the others on the ground. 2 were dead, and 2 were seriously injured. One of Zhao Jingyuan's arms had been cut off, and for some reason, the severed arm had been minced into flesh and blood. There was no possibility of it being reattached. Lu Heiyan's blood essence was depleted, and his mind was damaged, which was actually more serious. He had come to the strange wind realm to make up for the after effects of his failure to break through back then. Now, he was even more injured. Even if he had vital energy to infuse his body later, he would not have much chance of recovering. Why are you doing this? Ji Hongji looked at Zhao Jingyuan and shook his head slightly. After all, they had worked together a few times. Seeing Zhao Jingyuan's miserable state, Ji Hongji could not help but sigh. If you had agreed to cooperate, we wouldn't be in this state. Zhao Jingyuan looked up at Ji Hongji with excitement. Zhao Jingyuan, have you lost your mind? Why are you following us? Mu Langtao cursed loudly. Did this guy's brain get damaged by the evil spirit just now? I want to become stronger. Is there anything wrong with that? Zhao Jingyuan shouted. It's true that you want to become stronger, but your method is wrong. Forget it. It won't make sense to you. You guys better take care of yourselves. Yang Fangqiang shook her head. It was impossible to reason with this kind of person. Back when they were working together, she had already felt that Zhao Jingyuan's temperament was not good enough. Now, she realized that he was completely living in his own world. Can you help us get out of this strange wind realm? If we go back like this, we'll probably die. Lu Heiyan looked up at Ji Hongji with pleading eyes. There was no hope of breaking through to the aperture tempering realm, but Lu Heiyan did not want to die yet. As a visceral tempering realm cultivator, it was better to live freely than die. Ji Hongji hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. It was already magnanimous of them not to settle scores with them for following them like this, and scheming against them. Now, they still had to escort them back like this. Repaying evil with good, how can I repay your kindness? The expressions of Lu Heiyan and the other man changed. They wanted to say something, but they didn't know what to say. They had been following them with the intention of taking advantage of them. If they encountered someone ruthless, they might have already been left for dead. Senior brother Ji, I was wrong. Take me back, I don't want to die yet. Zhao Jingyuan suddenly burst into tears. Something's wrong with the situation, Chen Fci suddenly said. He looked around and frowned. It had only been a while since they had eliminated evil. Shen Fei and the others had wanted to wait for the black curtain to disperse before leaving. Unexpectedly, after a while, the black curtain was still there. Ji Hongji and the others had also discovered the situation. The black curtain was brought by the evil shadow. If the evil shadow was dead, the black curtain should have dissipated. It can kill the illusion. Not bad. A voice suddenly sounded. Immediately after, a vortex suddenly appeared and enveloped everyone. Chen Fci and the others were shocked. Their figures flashed, but they were unable to rush out of the vortex at all. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them disappeared, leaving only 2 corpses on the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, the 6 of them crashed onto the ground. Shen Fei felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a little blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He looked up at his surroundings, and found that he was no longer in the courtyard from before. He had arrived in a completely unfamiliar place. The 6 of them struggled to get up and looked around vigilantly. They were unable to resist this kind of direct teleportation. The other party's strength was beyond their imagination. 4 in the visceral tempering realm and 2 in the marrow tempering realm. In the end, the first person to break free from the illusion was actually a person who had just entered the marrow tempering realm. 11. A figure silently appeared in front of Ji Hongji and the others. Looking at the amount of residual illusory aura on the 6 people, he looked at Chen Fei with great interest. Who are you? Ji Hongji couldn't help but clench his sword. Although he didn't have an imposing manner, Ji Hongji had a feeling that he would be crushed to death at any moment. Fang Qinghong glanced at Ji Hongji. Ji Hongji felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the wall behind him. Senior brother Ji, Chen Fci and the others were shocked, and all came to Ji Hongji's side. Ji Hongji's face was pale. His ribs had been broken by this attack, but he had no idea how the attack came about. Senior, how can we help? Lu Heiyan bowed with a flattering smile on his face. Yes. If Senior needs anything, we will definitely do our best. 11 Zhao Jingyuan nodded hurriedly. I was almost killed by the illusion. What can you do to help? Fang Qinghong looked at Lu Heiyan and the other 2, and their bodies suddenly stiffened. The next moment, the 2 of them flew backward and were embedded in the wall. Blood mist filled the surroundings, and they could not move. What exactly do you want? Before Mu Langtao could finish his words, he was smashed into the wall. Zhang Fangqiang shouted, and her body flashed. Her sword gleamed. However, after a few steps, she was smashed into the ground by a huge pressure. The entire ground shook violently, and countless cracks appeared. Shen Fei pulled his longbow more than 10 times. He stepped forward and followed behind the arrow. However, the arrow shattered inch by inch before it could fly a few meters. Chen Fci let out a muffled groan as he extended the sword in his hand. However, the sword started to shatter inch by inch from the tip of the sword. In the end, Chen Fci could not even move an inch. His entire person was controlled and stood on the spot. Your foundation is the best among them. That sword attack just now was not bad either. Fang Qinghong looked at Chen Fei and shook his head slightly. It's a pity that your cultivation is too weak. Anyone below the aperture tempering state is just an ant. Everyone looked at Fang Qinghong, not knowing what he wanted. Just now was just a taste of my powers to have you give up any unnecessary thoughts you may harbor. Fang Qinghong laughed softly and leaned back. A recliner had appeared behind him. Fang Qinghong looked at everyone, then turned to Chen Fei and said, Among these people, only you have some value. If you want to live or even save their lives, then do as I say. What are you doing? Shen Fci realized that the power controlling him had disappeared, and he looked at Fang Qingheng with fear. With a flip of his hand, Fang Qingheng's strength far surpassed theirs. If he wanted to kill them, Fang Qingheng could probably do it with a thought. It's very simple. Find these 3 things. If you find one, you'll let 2 people go. 11. Fang Qingheng tapped the armrest lightly, and a stream of light flashed past, directly rushing into Chen Fei's mind. Just as Chen Fei had the thought of dodging, the stream of light had already disappeared. Chen Fei's expression was ugly. He really did not have the strength to resist at all. Chen Fci closed his eyes and sensed the patterns that appeared in his mind. There were 3 bronze beads, 2 small and 1 large. The bronze beads were engraved with dense patterns. Find one and take back one. If you complete it well, not only will they live, but I can also teach you the divine techniques. One have a way to even break through to the aperture tempering realm in a short period of time. Fang Qingheng chuckled. How can you guarantee that you will keep your promise and let us go after you find the thing? Chen Fci said in a deep voice. It was good to hear about divine techniques and secret techniques. Chen Fci would not take them seriously at all. Based on Fang Qingheng's performance just now, even if he managed to complete the task in the end, it was still a question of whether he could survive. Ha ha ha. Good question. Fang Qingheng laughed loudly and looked straight at Chen Fei. You can try to gamble and see if one will let him go in the end. Or you might as well not gamble and die now. 1. Chen Fci clenched his teeth. Fang Qingheng did not even try to hide the fact that he was a fish on the chopping block. Also, don't try to disobey my orders. Otherwise, 111 make you wish you were dead. Fang Qingheng tapped the armrest, and a sharp pain suddenly exploded in Chen Fei's mind. It was the energy from before. It was currently churning in Chen Fei's brain as if it was going to split his head open. If you don't get the first copper bead back within 2 hours, you will wish you were dead. Fang Qingheng snapped. I will come back. Shen Fci stood up with a hand on his head. He turned to look at Lu Heiyan and Zhao Jingyuan and nodded slightly. Then, his entire body was moved out of this place by force. Lu Heiyan and Zhao Jingyuan looked at Chen Fei, who was gesturing to them in confusion. Then, they saw Fang Qingheng's gaze. Lu Heiyan and Zhao Jingyuan's eyes widened. Woo-woo. Lu Heiyan and Zhao Jingyuan desperately wanted to explain, but their mouths were scaled, so they couldn't say a word. They were so anxious that tears were about to fall. Chen Fci appeared at the original location of the courtyard and looked around. He could not detect the situation at that location. I'll keep an eye on you. Don't do anything unnecessary. As for the elder in your sect, I've already sealed the strange wind realm. He can't enter. Fang Qingheng's voice rang in Chen Fei's cars. Shen Fci didn't reply. He sensed the location of the copper bead in his mind and his figure flashed as he carefully ran forward. A faint sense of surveillance flashed behind Chen Fci. It only disappeared when Chen Fci was hundreds of meters away from the courtyard. I can't monitor it. Or one can't sense it myself. Chen Fei's footsteps paused. He thought for a moment and continued to walk forward for dozens of meters before finally stopping. Chen Fei circulated his mind power and sensed the energy in his mind. Compared to the previous liveliness, this energy also slowly quieted down. I remember Master saying that even though the aperture tempering state is powerful, it can only cover a few dozen meters at most. Chen Fei recalled Fang Qingheng's strength. There was no doubt that he was at the aperture tempering realm, but it was hard to tell if he had surpassed the aperture tempering realm. Fang Qingheng needed that copper bead. There was a specific location, but he didn't take it himself. It was very likely that he couldn't leave that place. Either there were shackles there, or Fang Qingheng had a huge problem. Chen Fci recalled that the other party's illusory feeling was extremely different from a normal person's body of flesh and blood. Chen Fci reviewed everything he had seen and slowly found some clues. That person said that the strange wind realm has been sealed off, and that he wants to go take a look. But how am I supposed to clear this energy? Chen Fci sensed the energy swirling in his mind and frowned. This was a time bomb that could blow Chen Fei up at any time. Chapter 122 Chapter 122 Making Something Out of Nothing. Chapter 122 Making Something Out of Nothing. At the camp outside the Strange Wind Realm, Sun Quan looked at the entrance of the Strange Wind Realm. At this moment, it was trembling slightly. Sun Quan frowned. Once the entrance of the Strange Wind Realm was opened, it would be very difficult for the Evil King to close the entrance from inside, because the array device had already locked the entrance. If the Evil King wanted to forcefully close it, it would have to consume the power of the node in the Strange Wind Realm. The disciples of the Primordial Sword sect were cleaning up the nodes. The Evil King's method was like drinking poison to quench thirst. Moreover, this entrance would be forcefully opened in 6 hours at most. Elder, does the Strange Wind Realm want to kill our disciples inside? Someone asked worriedly. Open this entrance in 4 hours. Sun Quan sighed slightly. He had failed to take responsibility for this matter. Because of other matters, he left halfway. But this happened when he came back. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, he would be guarding the Strange Wind Realm to prevent any accidents. In the Strange Wind Realm, Chen Fei tried to use his core soul energy, the Jade Pendant, and the Tranquil Origin technique. All these methods were unable to shake the power in his mind. In fact, with just a slight stimulation, Chen Fei's brain seemed to be about to explode. What the hell is this thing? Chen Fei took a deep breath and began to operate the suppressing dragon elephant. Now, the only hope was the most mysterious cultivation technique that Chen Fei had. As the suppressing dragon elephant revolved, the flesh and blood of its entire body seemed to become active, from its skin to its internal organs. In the end, it even directly entered Chen Fei's mind. Buzz! The strange energy trembled slightly and began to be pulled bit by bit. It's effective. Chen Fei could not help but feel delighted. He began to operate the suppressing dragon elephant with all his might. As time passed, 90 of the energy in his mind was pulled down from his mind and entered his body. At this point, the suppressing dragon elephant lost its gentle pull. It instantly stepped forward and tore the energy apart, then digested it into Chen Fei's flesh. Chen Fei opened his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. He did not expect the effect of the suppressing dragon elephant to be so domineering. Body subduing was controlling everything in the body. It was not an exaggeration. Even though he was only at the beginner stage, he had already displayed his disdainful side. This energy can be removed at any time. But Brother Ji and the others are still there. Chen Fei hesitated for a moment and decided to go to the entrance first to see if it was really sealed. Chen Fei's figure flashed and deliberately circled around the original courtyard for several hundred meters before returning to the city gate. The entrance has really disappeared. Chen Fei looked ahead. There should have been a cave entrance there, but it was no longer there. Chen Fei stood on the spot with a slightly conflicted expression. The safest way was naturally to stand here and wait for the sect to rescue him. However, from Fang Qinghan's tone, it was obvious that the sect would not be able to enter within 2 hours. In other words, Chen Fei was fine standing here, but Guo Hongji and the others were dead. Let's go and see what those 3 copper beads are for. Chen Fei hesitated for a moment and decided to give it a try. However, he would definitely not return to Fang Qinghan. Chen Fei's small body was not even enough to be beaten by Fang Qinghan with one finger. On the other hand, the copper bead that Fang Qinghan had been thinking about might have some other changes. Thinking of this, Chen Fei carefully rushed toward the copper bead. He did not know if it was Chen Fei's misconception, but the entire Strange Wind Realm had become even quieter than before. Chen Fei used the jade pendant to enhance his senses and realized that it was really not Chen Fei's illusion. In Chen Fei's perception, those black lines that were originally quite active had all quieted down at this moment, as if they were brewing something. It can't be related to that person. Right? Chen Fei immediately thought of Fang Qinghan. Why was the other party in this strange wind realm with such a cultivation? What was the purpose of looking for those 3 copper beads? Did the strange wind realm become like this because of Fang Qinghan's attack? A bunch of questions appeared in Chen Fei's mind, but no one gave Chen Fei an answer. Chen Fei could only search for it himself. Chen Fei finally arrived at the general location of the first copper bead after carefully running all the way. However, Chen Fei didn't dare to move forward anymore. In his perception, there were dozens of black spots all around him. The feeling that each black spot gave Chen Fei was not inferior to the illusion that had just appeared. If Chen Fei dared to take a few more steps forward, these black spots would probably swarm over and drown Chen Fei. Chen Fei used his perception to scan the surroundings in detail. There were no gaps or roots. All possible places were occupied by these black spots. There were no blind spots at all. How do I get in? Chen Fei stood where he was and frowned, looking at the strange energy in his mind. His heart moved slightly and he used his core soul energy to stimulate it. Buzz! The surroundings trembled slightly, and a small ripple appeared. Chen Fei hesitated for a moment before stepping into it. He found a lonely stone tower standing there, and the copper bead was at the top of the stone tower. That's simple. Chen Fei was a little surprised. If Fang Qinghong really wanted this copper bead, he should be able to control a person if he was careful. Why did he have to do this? Chen Fei carefully stepped forward and did not discover any danger. In a few steps, Chen Fei arrived at the top of the tower. Looking at the copper bead in front of him, Chen Fei pondered for a moment, took out the dagger at his waist, and gently tapped the copper bead. Nothing happened. There was only a slight sound when the dagger collided with the copper bead. What exactly is this? Chen Fei's brows furrowed slightly as he thought about whether he should use the dagger to remove the copper bead. Just as he raised his head, he found that the surroundings had completely changed. A monk was standing below the stone tower and smiling at Chen Fei. The surrounding trees were shady, and it was no longer the deathly still appearance of the strange wind realm. Illusion. He quickly circulated the tranquil origin technique, but there was no change in the surroundings. Chen Fei's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He glanced at his bosom. The awakening incense was still there. Chen Fei quickly lit it. As the fragrance wafted, there was still no change in the surroundings. This is an illusion, but it's not completely an illusion. This was in the benefactor's heart, but it was not completely in the benefactor's heart. The monk looked at Chen Fei and smiled. Chen Fei didn't reply. The jade pendant glowed and strengthened the tranquil origin technique, but it had no effect. Chen Fei decisively took out a red candle. At this time, no matter how apprehensive he was, he had to give it a try. The monk smiled as he watched Chen Fei light the red candle and then extinguish it without stopping him. Chen Fei's heart trembled. This strange wind realm was too strange. Encountering Fang Qinghong was already abnormal enough, but at least Chen Fei could roughly guess what method Fang Qinghong had used. But here, Chen Fei did not know if he was in the illusion or not. If this was an illusion, why couldn't he tell at all? However, it was not an illusion. Could it be that he had been teleported out of the strange wind realm in a short moment? Where is this place? Chen Fei jumped down from the stone pagoda and asked the monk warily. Heart realm. The monk looked at Chen Fei and smiled. Benefactor, you still don't understand where the heart realm is. However, it doesn't matter. This doesn't affect what you're going to do next. What am I going to do? Benefactor, there's no need to be like this. Isn't that heart pearl your goal? The monk pointed at the copper beads on the stone pagoda. Can I take it just because I want it? Chen Fei asked in a low voice. You can take it, but if you want to leave this place, you have to pass some tests. The monk maintained his smile, as if nothing in the world could surprise him. Then can I leave now? Chen Fei suddenly asked. No, since you came here, I have to accept the test. The monk shook his head. Chen Fei frowned slightly. It seemed that as long as he touched this heart pearl, he would be considered to have entered the trap. In fact, everything had already begun when he saw the stone tower. Someone asked me to take 3 heart pearls. Do you know his purpose? Chen Fei held the dagger and drew the 3 copper beads in his mind on the ground. He raised his head and looked at the monk. The heart pearl is a tool. If you are trapped by the heart pearl formation, you can only get rid of it by getting the array. The monk smiled. Doesn't the formation break when the formation tool moves? Chen Fei's expression changed slightly. Although he did not know how to set up an array, he still knew some basic array knowledge. This is the heart array. It has no form. Then do you know who the person trapped in this heart array is? Chen Fei asked. Chen Fei was very curious about the background of a sealed expert who had appeared in a strange wind realm. I don't know. The monk shook his head. Is the one sealed a human or a ghost? The monk did not urge him to take the test. Chen Fei wanted to see if he could get more information from here to provide more reference for his plans. Half human, half monster. Chen Fei's eyes widened slightly. Although he had already guessed it before, he was still a little surprised when he really knew. There was actually a half-human, half-monster existence. Can I control this heart array? Chen Fei asked. If he could control this heart array, then he could control Fang Qinghong with the heart array. At that time, everything would be easily solved. I can't say. The monk shook his head and refused to answer Chen Fei's question for the first time. Then, benefactor, the time is up. If you don't take the test now, you will fail and be trapped in the heart realm forever. The monk interrupted Chen Fei. Chen Fei could not help but take a deep breath and said, "What is the test of the heart realm? It's not difficult. I'll do something, and you just have to copy me. If you can do it, then let me do something for you, and let me imitate you. We will continue doing this until one of us fails." Chen Fei frowned. The difficulty of this test depended entirely on how difficult the other party was. Can I do it first, and you imitate me? Chen Fei asked in a low voice. Sure. The monk nodded and didn't insist on the order. Then master, watch carefully. I'm going to perform a technique called creating something out of nothing. Master, please watch. Chen Fei took a step back and showed his hands. He even rolled up his sleeves to show that there was nothing on his arms. Then, Chen Fei grabbed forward with his right hand, and a roasted chicken was pulled out by Chen Fei. The roast chicken was still warm, as if it had just come out of the oven. The monk's originally calm expression froze. Light swirled in his eyes, but he stood there without moving. Chapter 123 Chapter 123 The Strong is Stubborn. Chapter 123 The Strong is Stubborn. Chen Fei looked at the monk and felt that the monk seemed to have crashed. Until now, Chen Fei still did not quite understand what kind of existence this monk was. A soul fragment of some existence remnant thoughts, or was it the artifact spirit of this heart pearl? After a quarter of an hour, just as Chen Fei was thinking about whether he should climb up and take the heart pearl down, the monk finally made a move. Universe Creator Benefactor. You have good methods. 1 a.m. ashamed of my inferiority. The monk smiled as he looked at Chen Fei. His face had already returned to its previous calm appearance. So I passed the test? Chen Fei quickly asked. Yes. Benefactor has passed the test. This heart pearl is now Benefactor's. The monk nodded and waved his right hand gently. The heart pearl on the stone tower flew in front of Chen Fei, and Chen Fei subconsciously caught it. We'll meet again if fate permits. The monk bowed, and the surrounding environment began to tremble violently, about to shatter. Wait a minute. If one destroyed this heart pearl, will the heart array be broken? Chen Fei asked. The heart array will only be broken if all three of the heart pearls are destroyed at the same time. The monk's voice sounded a little ethereal. Chen Fei looked around and found that he was standing in the same spot. There was no stone pagoda or monk around him. It was as if everything was just an illusion. Only the stone bead in his hand told Chen Fei that everything that had happened just now was real. This pearl is already damaged. Chen Fei lowered his head and looked at the heart pearl in his hand. There were already many cracks on it. Chen Fei couldn't help but think of Fang Qinghong. It was probably because there was a problem with the heart pearl that the other party was able to make those moves. Chen Fei sensed the black spots not far away and carefully retreated a few dozen meters. He stopped in a courtyard and carefully observed the heart pearl in his hand. Are these words? Chen Fei stroked the lines on the inner pearls. He didn't recognize them at all, but as he gently wiped the lines one by one, he actually understood the meaning of the words. Amazing! Chen Fei sighed in his heart. He could not understand the specific principles of this array tool. It had far exceeded Chen Fei's knowledge reserves. Moreover, there was something about these patterns that was very similar to the suppressing dragon elephant he had obtained back then. However, after a while, he had forgotten what he had seen just now. Do all powerful things have this characteristic? Chen Fei was puzzled. If it was anyone else who came here, they would probably be at a loss. This kind of reading and forgetting was something that required extremely high comprehension and perseverance to remember the meaning of these words. Fortunately, Chen Fei had a system. As Chen Fei wiped the lines, although Chen Fei did not know what he was looking at, after Chen Fei wiped the heart pearl completely once, a little change occurred in the stats window. Formation in complete heart array. There should be a method to control each pearl, but we don't have enough time now. Moreover, that person should be able to sense that the pearl has been moved. Chen Fei hesitated for a moment. He had a plan in his mind. Now, he had to take a risk and go back to look for Fang Qinghong. Chen Fei pondered for a moment and made up his mind. He began to run toward the courtyard. After spending 25 minutes, Chen Fei carefully arrived at the courtyard. Buzz! As soon as Chen Fei arrived, he felt the world spin. When Chen Fei opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in the sealed cave. Ha ha ha. Good. Well done. Fang Qinghong looked at the pearl in Chen Fei's hand and laughed loudly. He waved his right hand, and the pearl flew towards Fang Qinghong. Fang Qinghong looked at the heart pearl in his hand and could not suppress the smile on his face. He looked up at Chen Fei and said, "You really didn't disappoint me. Otherwise, these people, including you, would all have to die, but now, since you found a heart pearl, I can fulfill my promise and let the two of them leave. Let them go first." Ji Hongji looked up at Chen Fei and said in a deep voice, "Let me go. Let me go first. I'm injured. Let me go." Lu Heiyan and the other man shouted and struggled desperately. "Let senior brother Ji and junior brother Mu go first." Chen Fei, "I will stay with you." Zhang Fangqiong smiled. "No need. Let senior brothers and sisters go first." Mu Langtao shouted, "I'm the captain. Listen to me," Ji Hongji said unyieldingly. He looked at Chen Fei with pleading eyes, hoping that Chen Fei would agree to his request. As the captain, there was no reason for him to run away. This was Ji Hongji's belief. Let them go first. Chen Fei nodded and pointed at Zhang Fangqiong and Mu Langtao. Good. Fang Qinghong laughed loudly, keeping his promise. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Fangqiong and Mu Langtao disappeared. Ji Hongji smiled and nodded at Chen Fei. Hurry up and get the second heart pearl. Fang Qinghong looked at Chen Fei and pointed his finger forward. Another stream of light flashed and entered Chen Fei's dantian. Chen Fei's body stiffened. He frowned at Fang Qinghong and said, "What is the meaning of this?" "I'm strengthening my control over you. Don't worry. As long as one get all the heart pearls back, I'll naturally let you leave safely." Fang Qinghong smiled indifferently. Chen Fei frowned and turned around to look at Ji Hongji before disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already in the courtyard. Dang Fangqiong and the others were also there. "Junior brother Chen, you should have asked senior brother Ji to come out." Dang Fangqiong looked at Chen Fei and whispered, "Wait for me at the city gate first. One will rescue brother Ji," Chen Fei said gravely. Zhang Fangqiong and the other girl couldn't help but sigh. They knew that they couldn't change anything now. After saying goodbye, the two of them disappeared from the courtyard. Chen Fei stood on the spot, identified the direction, and rushed toward the second heart pearl. At the same time, various thoughts kept running through his mind. Fang Qinghong's strength was undoubtedly terrifying. However, he was not omnipotent. When Chen Fei was in front of Fang Qinghong, he had been worried that he would be discovered if the strange energy in his mind decreased. However, Fang Qinghong didn't notice this through his flesh. He only sensed that the energy was still there. As for how much it was, he couldn't tell. The only thing that puzzled Chen Fei was why Fang Qinghong would inject another strange energy into Chen Fei's body. After sprinting for several hundred meters, Chen Fei stopped in an alley, sensing the strange energy in his dantian. Chen Fei began to operate the suppressing dragon elephant. As soon as the suppressing dragon elephant moved, the strange energy began to tremble. It seemed to have sensed something was wrong. Just as it was about to retaliate, it was swarmed by the suppressing dragon elephant's power. 99% of it was torn apart, leaving only a tiny bit. As this strange energy was absorbed, a scene appeared in Chen Fei's mind. Chen Fei's expression could not help but fluctuate slightly. He actually saw a fragment of Fang Qinghong's life. When he was 10 years old, he had a chance to come into contact with martial arts and displayed his extremely high talent. He entered a small sect at the age of 13 and soared to the sky. At the age of 16, he reached the visceral tempering realm and became the youngest visceral tempering realm in the sect. At the age of 17, he went out to search for aperture tempering techniques. At the age of 20, he found a secret manual left behind by his predecessors in a cave. At the age of 24, he measured his aperture points and broke through to the aperture tempering realm. He returned to the sect at the age of 25, suppressed all opposition, and became the sect master. 27 years old, brutal, and merciless, he fought with experts of the same level and fled when he was defeated. At the age of 30, he discovered the strange wind realm. Shen Fei opened his eyes. This memory fragment actually ended here. Shen Fei originally wanted to see why the other party was sealed here. In the remaining memory fragments, Shen Fei only saw Feng Qinghong fighting with a monster. Why are there memory fragments in this strange energy? Shen Fei's expression was a little puzzled. Then, he thought of a possibility, and his expression could not help but change slightly. Possession, in other words. It was only possible to inject a portion of the memories into someone else's body by refining a clone puppet. It would take root and sprout invisibly, and when needed, it would be activated. Shen Fei thought of Fang Qinghong's current state of being half human and half monster. There was a slight possibility of possessing him, but it was more likely that he would be refined into a clone puppet. After all, in Fang Qinghong's eyes, Shen Fei's foundation was not bad. He didn't forcefully control me or check my body. He probably wants me to obediently find the heart pearls and doesn't want to provoke me too much. Shen Fei frowned. Fang Qinghong had probably done many things, like killing a donkey when it was no longer useful. Now that he was targeting Shen Fei, his methods were also very natural. If it was not for the suppressing dragon elephant, Shen Fei really had no way to deal with it. Fang Qinghong only needed to set a time limit for those strange energies, and ordinary martial artists would suffer a fate worse than death. In the end, they would still have to obediently return, because sometimes, death wasn't the most terrifying thing. It was the inability to die. With a few thoughts in his mind, Shen Fei began to rush toward the location of the second heart pearl. In just a moment, he arrived at a specific area. Shen Fei sensed it for a while. Similar to the position of the first heart pearl, there were still a large number of black spots surrounding it. It belonged to the kind of rhythm that seemed to beat a message that whoever went up against it would die. Shen Fei stimulated the strange energy in his mind. A ripple appeared in front of Shen Fei. Shen Fei stepped in and saw the same stone tower. On the stone tower, there was a heart pearl. Shen Fei didn't climb up again this time and just waited quietly. Sure enough, in just a moment, the surrounding illusion completely changed. A monk appeared there and looked at Shen Fei with a smile. Benefactor, we meet again. The monk bowed to Shen Fei. Shen Fei's brows twitched slightly. It was indeed the same monk that appeared when the first heart pearl appeared. What test is it this time? Shen Fei asked directly. Please demonstrate the technique just now again. I want to see it again. The monk smiled. Shen Fei blinked his eyes. Was he so persistent he actually wanted to stand up from where he had fallen? Was this the resolve of a strong person? Or was it pure stubbornness? Or was it a kind of arrogance? No problem. Shen Fei had no reason to reject such a request. Chapter 124 Chapter 124 Innate Divine Ability. Chapter 124 Innate Divine Ability. Shen Fei didn't know if there would be such a thing similar to a space grid appearing as his martial arts cultivation increased in the future, but since it could pass the test, Shen Fei naturally accepted it directly. Master, please take a look. As Shen Fei spoke, his right hand grabbed forward, and a huge slab of sparabs appeared in Shen Fei's hand. The monk's eyes flashed as he analyzed the details of Shen Fei's actions. However, no matter how much he analyzed, he still could not see how Shen Fei had produced the sparabs. This was somewhat similar to the monk's knowledge of the world in the sleeve, but it was also very different. Grandmaster Shen Fei saw that the monk was about to crash again and quickly shouted in a low voice, "Sorry for making you wait, benefactor. You have passed this test. The monk put his palms together and said. The heart pearl floated in front of Chen Fei. And Chen Fei caught it. Thank you, Master Chen Fei said with a smile. The monk did not say anything and only bowed. The surrounding space shattered, and Chen Fei found himself outside. Chen Fei looked at the heart pearl in his hand. He first avoided those wandering black spots and came to a safe place. Just like the first heart pearl, Chen Fei discovered that this heart pearl was also filled with cracks. It was as if it would shatter in the very next moment. Chen Fei didn't delay and started to study the lines on the heart pearl. After 15 minutes, Chen Fei's stats window changed, and his knowledge of the heart array increased greatly. Let's go straight to the third pearl. Chen Fei thought about it for a moment. Fang Qinghan had set a time limit of 2 hours for recovering each heart pearl anyway. Now that time was not up, Chen Fei had every reason to look for the third heart pearl. Of course. More importantly, Chen Fei did not dare to go to Fang Qinghan anymore. Fang Qinghan was obviously going to refine Chen Fei into a clone puppet after the matter was done. When Chen Fei returned this time, it was highly likely that the other party would carefully examine Chen Fei's body and inject more foreign energy into him so that Fang Qinghan could control him in the future. The original strange energy was almost completely absorbed by the suppressing dragon elephant. If you were to inspect it, it immediately revealed a problem. Chen Fei could only find the third heart pearl now and see if there was any other way to counter Fang Qinghan. Otherwise, if he kept being led by the nose, he would be played to death sooner or later. Putting the heart pearl away, Chen Fei rushed towards the location of the last heart pearl. This time, they were very close to each other. Chen Fei arrived at the designated area in just a moment. At the camp outside the Strange Wind Realm. How long will it take for the entrance of the Strange Wind Realm to open? Sun Quan looked at the entrance of the Strange Wind Realm and frowned slightly. The condition of the entrance did not seem like it was about to be opened. Elder, one don't know what's going on in the Strange Wind Realm. The seal at the entrance has become even stronger. That evil king seems to be preparing to fight to the death. The disciple who was unsealing wiped the sweat off his forehead and said helplessly, How long will it take to undo it? Sun Quan's frown deepened. He didn't understand formations, so he could only rely on the disciples in the sect. It was possible to use brute force to attack the Strange Wind Realm, but it would take longer because the Strange Wind Realm would mobilize all its power to resist such an attack. It will take at least 6 hours. The disciple whispered. You'll get elder kin from the sect. Sun Quan thought for a moment. 6 hours was too long. At that time, the disciples inside might really be wiped out. At this time, he still had to ask for reinforcements from the sect. In the Strange Wind Realm, Fang Qinghan played with the heart pearl in his hand. The method of controlling the array recorded on the heart pearl kept circulating in Fang Qinghan's mind. For those at the Aperture Refinement Realm, it was not impossible to learn this formation control method, but it would take a long time. Thus, Fang Qinghan was not worried at all that Chen Fei would be able to do anything to him after he learned how to control the array. Apart from the difficulty of learning the method to control the array, one needed to be extremely skilled in order to truly activate the heart array. It was almost impossible to learn it in the first place, and now he had to be proficient in it. No matter how he looked at it, it was impossible. The second pearl seems to have moved. Fang Qinghan's hands paused for a moment. As someone who had been sealed, Fang Qinghan still had some subtle senses connected to the heart array. It was just that the feeling was very weak, and it was only under the condition that the heart array was damaged. If the heart array was intact, Fang Qinghan would not even be able to move a muscle, let alone bring her here. Actually, based on the rate at which the heart pearl was being damaged and Fang Qinghan's own continuous attacks, the heart array should dissipate within 10 years at most. But now that he had the chance to make the heart array explode in advance, Fang Qinghan was naturally unwilling to wait another 10 years. Now, everything was under his control. Even Chen Fei's physical body surprised Fang Qinghan. His cultivation was a little weak, but if he cultivated an avatar, he might be able to raise it to the Aperture Refinement Realm. Now, he was half human and half monster. His cultivation had been greatly reduced because of the heart array. However, If he found an opportunity to devour the evil king in the strange wind realm, perhaps his injuries would recover or even improve. Back then, it was because of this strange wind realm's evil king that he became like this. It was also because of this that Feng Qinghong was able to control a portion of the strange wind realm. However, after Feng Qinghong escaped this time, he would not fight the evil king head-on. According to Feng Qinghong's calculations, the entrance to the strange wind realm would be broken in a few hours. When the people of the primordial sword sect are occupied fighting the evil king, Feng Qinghong would prepare a sneak attack. The chances of success would be very high. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the 3 heart pearls to return and control the heart array. No matter if it was the evil king or the people from the primordial sword sect, they would never know of his existence. As for Mu Lingtao and the other 2, they were captured by Feng Qinghong. He had only promised to let them go, but he did not promise not to arrest them again. However, these 2 were now sealed in another place by Feng Qinghong. In another part of the strange wind realm, Shen Fei stood in an alley, 100 meters away, at the position of the 3rd heart pearl. However, Shen Fei did not dare to go forward. There would be many black spots surrounding the periphery of each heart pearl. That was the strangeness that Shen Fei sensed. At this position, Shen Fei did not know if the bizarre king had sensed something or if it was for some other reason. The number of monsters here was extraordinary. If there were dozens of them in the other 2 places, there were at least 100 here. As time passed, the number of monsters was slowly increasing. Shen Fei activated the strange energy in his mind, but there were no ripples in front of him. It was obvious that the distance was too far and he could not meet the conditions to enter. Sensing an evil creature moving toward him, Shen Fei hurriedly retreated tens of meters away carefully, avoiding it from afar. The energy that Feng Qinghong had planted in Shen Fei's body actually had a very strong concealment effect, causing the evil to ignore Shen Fei subconsciously. Shen Fei had already discovered this. However, because they were subconsciously ignoring him, if Shen Fei dared to barge in like this, he would immediately attract all their attention. Then, what awaited Shen Fei would be a pile of fragments. Or even no fragments at all. Master, are you there? Shen Fei took out the heart pearl in his arms and tried to call out a few words in a low voice. However, after waiting for a moment, he did not receive any response. Shen Fei frowned and took 2 steps back and forth before taking out a white candle from his bosom. Shen Fei had to get the 3rd heart pearl. Only by gathering all 3 heart pearls would Shen Fei be able to learn the complete control of the heart array. After being schemed against by Feng Qinghong for so long, he couldn't just let it go so easily. After seeing Feng Qinghong's memory fragments, this person planned before he acted. He knew that the entrance to the strange wind realm could not be sealed for a long time, but he still chose to seal it. Even if the sect elders came in later, Feng Qinghong would have other ways to deal with them. Shen Fei might be able to protect himself, but Ji Hongji and the others were probably dead. I can't let you off so easily, Shen Fei muttered to himself. Fei ran for more than 100 meters before finally stopping and placing the white candle on a wall. Then, Shen Fei ran back to his original position. He looked at the white candle in the distance and lit an arrow. Shen Fei had stored a lot of arrows in his space grid, so he naturally had a lot of these rockets. Placing the arrow and drawing the bow, Shen Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. The area 100 meters in front of him seemed to have enlarged and became clearly visible in Shen Fei's eyes. In the next moment, the arrow flew across the sky and streaked across the white candle wick. The white candle's flame was ignited. As the flame danced, the strange aura within a few hundred meters suddenly quieted down, and extreme pressure spread in all directions. In the next moment, the strange aura began to flash crazily and pounced toward the white candle. Sensing the strange movement in his mind, Shen Fei felt his scalp tingle. But he still quickly ran towards the location of the 3rd heart pearl. In the blink of an eye, Shen Fei had already traveled over 100 meters and arrived at his position. Ripples appeared in front of him, and Shen Fei stepped into them. Phew! Looking at the stone tower in front of him, Shen Fei could not help but heave a sigh of relief. That move just now was somewhat risky. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Grandmaster, Chen Fei looked around and called out softly. As soon as Chen Fei finished speaking, the surrounding environment instantly changed. The monk appeared in front of Chen Fei again. Benefactor, the monk put his palms together and smiled. Master, what is the test this time? Chen Fei cupped his hands. I still want to see your technique, but I probably still can't understand it. Benefactor, can we make a deal? The monk frowned. What deal? Benefactor, teach me the technique, and I'll teach Benefactor how to control this heart array. How about it? The monk suggested. Chen Fei frowned slightly. He did not expect such a deal. If it was someone else, there was a high chance that they would agree. After all, the method to control this heart array was too difficult to learn even though it was on the heart pearl. Currently, in Chen Fei's mind, the method of controlling the formation had been completely forgotten. And to a remarkable extent, if not for the interface, Chen Fei would have agreed. However, because of the interface, Chen Fei could not teach him the technique of creating something out of nothing. This space grid could not be displayed at all, nor could it be traded. Master, although I really want to teach you, this technique is something one was born with. I have no way of teaching it, Chen Fei said sincerely. Innate divine ability. The monk looked into Chen Fei's eyes. He could feel that Chen Fei was not lying, and if he wasn't lying, this ability was even more mysterious. It seems that this is something I'm just not fated with. The monk shook his head regretfully. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 A Critical Counterattack. Chapter 125 A Critical Counterattack. What about the test? Knowing that this monk was so persistent, Chen Fei was a little worried. Benefactor, demonstrate this divine power for this poor monk again, so that this poor monk can broaden his horizons. The monk seemed to have guessed Chen Fei's thoughts and could not help but laugh softly. Chen Fei was stunned. Was this monk stubborn? Or did he want to help Chen Fei? The heart pearl's current situation wasn't very good. It was full of cracks. According to the trend, it would probably be completely destroyed in a few years. Why not just give it to Chen Fei? No matter what the reason was, Chen Fei had no reason to reject such a condition. Master, please watch carefully. As Chen Fei spoke, his right hand reached out, and a piece of dry food appeared in his hand. The monk looked at it very seriously, but after studying it, the doubt in his eyes did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even more. The monk thought about all the things he knew, but this time, he confirmed that it was not the case. Benefactor's abilities are amazing. This heart pearl belongs to Benefactor now. The monk bowed, and the heart pearl came in front of Chen Fei. The surrounding space began to tremble. Master, please wait for a moment. Chen Fei quickly stopped the monk. The monk looked at Chen Fei in confusion. Can you teleport me further away? There are too many monsters outside, Chen Fei said in a low voice. Chen Fei was really afraid that when he appeared, he would find hundreds of them staring at him strangely. Of course. The monk smiled slightly. The space shattered. Chen Fei opened his eyes and found that he was already hundreds of meters away from that area. Chen Fei heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This monk was easy to talk to. When he said he would help, he really helped thoroughly. He directly moved Chen Fei to a safe place. The hundreds of monsters that were hundreds of meters away seemed to be extremely irritable at this moment. Perhaps because of the stimulation of the white candle. The range of their movements became very large, and the frequency was much higher than before. There was no other situation of concern around. Chen Fei looked at the heart pearl in his hand and quickly began to learn the control method on it. After 15 minutes, Chen Fei finished searching for the third pearl. The information on the interface changed. True technique heart array unlearned. Chen Fei thought for a moment and stored the 2 heart pearls into the space grid. Discovered the formation. Do you want to spend 5,000 taels of silver to simplify the heart array? The heart array is being simplified. Simplification was successful. Heart array. GT heart tremor. With 5,000 taels of silver spent, almost all of Chen Fei's savings were depleted, which made Chen Fei slightly relieved. Fortunately, this was only a method to control the heart array, not a method to set up or create it. Otherwise, Chen Fei's savings would not be enough. In the future, we still have to earn more money. The more money we have on the interface, the better, Shen Fei muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the simplified results and frowned slightly. Was this panel lazy? Why did it feel like the two words had been swapped? Heart tremor. Looking at these two words, Shen Fei hesitated for a moment. His right hand hammered his left chest slightly harder. Bang! Heart array experience points 1. There was a muffled sound, and his chest felt a little stuffy. However, Shen Fei's mind flashed with the comprehension of heart array. It's really like that. Shen Fei couldn't help but grin, just as he was about to use both hands to hammer his chest. As soon as he got into position, Shen Fei's hands froze in midair. This posture was a little silly. Shen Fei could not help but think of an image of a gorilla. Shen Fei put down his hands and channeled the inner strength in his body to rush toward his heart. Shen Fei was not in the visceral realm yet, but he had no problem controlling his heartbeat. However, because his heart had not been specially honed, Shen Fei did not dare to exert too much strength. He tried a few kinds of strength, from small to large, and gradually increased the strength. Heart array experience points 1. A realization appeared in his mind. Shen Fei couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. It was indeed possible. Compared to hammering with both hands, this kind of heart tremor was undoubtedly faster. In just a moment, the comprehension of controlling the heart array appeared in Shen Fei's mind continuously. In less than 15 minutes, his proficiency in controlling the heart array had already crossed the entry level and reached the master level. Moreover, it was also charging toward perfection at an extremely fast speed. Shen Fei estimated the time. It was almost 2 hours. Fang Qinghan would probably rush him. Thinking of this, Shen Fei couldn't help but take a deep breath and began to increase the speed of his heartbeat rapidly. The toughness of a martial artist's physique could be reflected here. If it were an ordinary person's heart-beating method, his organs would probably have been shattered long ago. However, other than Shen Fei's face being a little red, everything was still within the controllable range. What are you doing here? Why haven't you come back yet? Just as Shen Fei was trying his best to increase his proficiency, a voice suddenly sounded in Shen Fei's ear. Shen Fei could not help but be shocked. He looked around and realized that there was a faint sense of surveillance. I encountered a monster just now. It dragged out for a long time and just came out not long ago. Shen Fei said softly. I've already helped you conceal your aura. How could you encounter a strange thing? Fang Qinghan's voice turned cold. The strange energy in Shen Fei's mind went into a frenzy, but the amount was too little. It only shook Shen Fei's mind slightly. All, spare me. I'm not lying. Shen Fei shouted loudly. At the same time, he rolled twice on the ground. His face became extremely pale, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Tell me the truth. My patience is limited. Or do you want to watch your senior and junior brothers die in front of you? Fang Qinghan said coldly. There are at least 100 of them. One can't get close to them. Shen Fei told him about the situation in the third pearl area. Fang Qinghan's voice fell silent. He was also a little suspicious that the movement of the pearl had attracted the attention of the evil king. Give me another 2 hours, and I will definitely get the pearl back. Shen Fei said loudly. You only have an hour. If you can't come back in an hour, you don't have to come back. Fang Qinghan's words caused the strange energy in Shen Fei's mind to change slightly and become much sharper. Shen Fei frowned slightly. It seemed that Fang Qinghan was not lying. If Shen Fei could not get the second pearl back within an hour, Fang Qinghan would probably attack Shen Fei directly. Does he still have something else to rely on? Shen Fei was puzzled, but it was useless to think about it now. Shen Fei rushed toward the location of the second heart pearl. When he reached a safe area, Shen Fei stopped. Along the way, Shen Fei's proficiency in controlling the heart array did not stop. In order to reach perfection in his proficiency faster, Shen Fei had already pushed his heartbeat to the limit. 35 minutes quietly passed. There was only 15 minutes left to the time limit of an hour. Formation heart formation perfection 23,130,000. The heart array control technique had already reached the perfection level. In the remaining 15 minutes, Shen Fei would not be able to reach the great completion level even if his heart exploded. Things are infinitely good and beautiful. This is the only way. Shen Fei sighed slightly and took out the 2 heart pearls from the space grid. There was no distinction between the 3 heart pearls. If one wanted to control the heart array, one had to obtain at least 1 heart pearl. If there were 2 parties who obtained the heart pearl and both wanted to control it, then it would depend on whose technique was more brilliant. Shen Fei channeled his inner strength and mental strength into his heart pearl. It was as if he had entered a vast ocean. Shen Fei saw a huge space in his heart pearl. At the same time, Shen Fei's vision began to rise. This is the strange wind realm. The height of several hundred meters allowed Shen Fei to see everything in the strange wind realm. Originally, Shen Fei thought that the main body of the strange wind realm was the huge city. At this height, Shen Fei discovered that there was a hill behind the city. There was a grave on the hill and a small tombstone on the grave. With just a glance from afar, Shen Fei could feel an ominous aura coming toward him. Fortunately, the heart pearl blocked this aura. Is the evil king in that grave? Shen Fei hesitated for a moment before he controlled his heart bead and began to unravel the secret of the tomb. In the endless darkness, nothing could be seen clearly. However, Shen Fei could vaguely see a huge space in the tomb, and a figure stood in it. It really is the evil king. As if sensing the prying eyes, the figure slowly turned around and looked over. Shen Fei was shocked and pulled his vision back, not daring to look again. Although he did not know if the heart pearl could block the evil king's prying eyes, Shen Fei would not make such a meaningless attempt. Knowing where the evil king was, Shen Fei had achieved his goal. Next, it's your turn. Turning his vision, Shen Fei looked at the courtyard where Fang Qinghan was sealed. This seal was originally set up by the heart array. Compared to spying on the evil king, it was very simple for the heart pearl to check this place. Senior sister Zhang and senior brother Mu were captured again. Shen Fei saw Zhang Fangqiang and Mu Langtao at a glance and frowned. He had not misjudged Fang Qinghan. This was a person who would do anything to achieve his goal. From the moment they fell into the hands of Fang Qinghan, there were no other accidents. Fate had already been decided. Fang Qinghan had never thought of letting anyone leave. Fang Qinghan's transformation into this half-human, half-monster is probably related to the evil king. Shen Fei's mind was spinning. Fang Qinghan probably did not want to meet the evil king. Since he was unwilling to meet him, Shen Fei naturally wanted them to meet properly. Thinking of this, Shen Fei's mental strength surged. In the courtyard, Zhang Fangqiang and the other 2 were instantly teleported out and placed at the city gate. How presumptuous, who is it? Shen Fei's movement was immediately noticed by Qinghan. He stood up and swept his power in all directions. But he did not find anything. Fang Qinghan frowned. Just as he was about to continue moving, he suddenly realized that the space sealing him was rapidly shrinking and began to surge forward at high speed. Fang Qinghan's expression changed slightly. If he hadn't understood what was going on just now, it was now all too clear that someone was controlling this heart array. Fang Qinghan looked at the heart pearl in his hand and tried to use a small portion of his control technique to counter it. However, there was no effect at all. The other party's control technique was far more exquisite than his. Who is it? Countless figures flashed through Fang Qinghan's mind, but he did not know who it was that had silently controlled the heart array and possessed such powerful control methods. Boom! Fang Qinghan released all of his strength and directly attacked the heart array. However, the heart array only flickered for a moment before stabilizing. Chapter 126 Chapter 126 Looking at each other. Chapter 126 Looking at each other. Fang Qinghan did not give up and continued to attack his heart. The heart array was already damaged and could not hold on for much longer. Fang Qinghan had planned it slowly just now because he did not want to waste his strength. After all, being sealed by the heart array meant that every ounce of strength he used was a drop less. But now that the heart array was controlled by someone else, no matter how much Fang Qinghan cherished his power, he could not let others manipulate him as they pleased. Ka ka ka. The 3 heart pearls let out a crisp sound at the same time, and the cracks on their surface began to increase. Shen Fei's expression was solemn. Fang Qinghan's power was far stronger than he had imagined. After controlling the heart array, Shen Fei finally understood the power of the heart array, even in a damaged state. It was not something that ordinary martial artists could resist. However, Fang Qingheng had been sealed for many years. Now that he was attacking the heart array, the damage to the heart array became even more serious. As the damage to the heart array increased, it also hindered Chen Fei's control over the heart array. The seal that was originally advancing at high speed slowly slowed down. Fang Qingheng's eyes lit up. He felt a slight change in the heart array. He kept attempting to break the seal while trying to break free from the control of the heart array. Rise! Chen Fei took a deep breath and formed a seal with his hands. His core soul energy quickly surged into his heart pearl. Chen Fei originally had some selfish motives. After obtaining this heart array, other than wanting to take Fang Qingheng down, Chen Fei also wanted to protect this heart array. Such a powerful array formation, even in a damaged state, could easily handle an ordinary visceral tempering realm cultivator if used well. Even an aperture tempering realm cultivator might suffer a loss if they were careless. However, Fang Qingheng's resistance made Chen Fei's idea fall through. In this bizarre realm, it was impossible to preserve the heart array, avoid Fang Qingheng, and save his own life. There were not many perfect things in the world. It was already a blessing to be able to get one. Following Chen Fei's full control of the heart array, the core soul energy that Fang Qingheng had attached to his heart pearl was instantly repelled. The seal, which had slowed down, began to sprint again, heading toward the tomb at the back of the mountain. Ka. More and more cracks appeared on the 3 heart pearls, and they became denser and denser. It was as if they would shatter in the next moment. Open! Fang Qingheng roared furiously. A ball of power exploded from his body. With Fang Qingheng at the center, a huge ripple swept out and collided with the seal. The seal shook violently. The heart pearl trembled. Chen Fei sensed the state of the heart pearl, and his scalp went numb. This heart pearl was more severely damaged than he had imagined. Not daring to hesitate, Chen Fei injected all of his inner strength and mental strength into his heart pearl. In the end, the seal did not break, but the heart pearl had become a mess. Fang Qingheng's brows furrowed tightly. Just as he was about to continue breaking through the seal, his mental strength that extended outside suddenly saw a grave. Fang Qingheng's expression suddenly changed. He was about to do something when the seal had already plunged into the grave. In the tomb, the strange figure looked at the seal that had broken in. Before it could understand what was going on, the seal was undone, and a figure was revealed. When the evil saw Fang Qingheng, its scarlet eyes suddenly shone with a dazzling light. It remembered this human. It did not expect to meet him again after so many years. Fang Qingheng clenched his fists and looked at the evil king. The anger in his heart was about to soar into the sky. Who was it? Filled with schemes, Fang Qingheng had thought that he had everything planned out. But now it was actually him facing the evil king. Old and new grudges could have been settled slowly. But now, they had come face to face. Unfortunately, Fang Qingheng did not have the power to settle them in person. A few miles away, Chen Fei's face was pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Looking at the heart pearl fragment in his hand, Chen Fei's face was filled with pity. In the end, in order to break through the evil king's tomb, the last bit of power in the heart array was exhausted, leaving only a handful of fragments. Chen Fei thought for a moment, then summoned the cabinet in the space grid and placed the fragment inside. Although the heart formation was broken, these fragments were still good stuff. Perhaps he could use them in the future and refine them into other weapons. Boom! Chen Fei had just put away the cabinet when a huge explosion came from the depths of the Strange Wind Realm. The entire Strange Wind Realm shook violently. Chen Fei even saw a huge crack appear in the sky. The crack was quickly repaired by the Strange Wind Realm, but Chen Fei still felt the change in the Strange Wind Realm. The cold feeling all over his body weakened. They are fighting. Chen Fei couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. He could sense that the monsters in the distance seemed to have become irritable. Chen Fei didn't dare to stay there and ran in the direction of the city gate. Junior brother Chen, over here. Along the way, Chen Fei saw many fellow disciples. Everyone rushed towards the city gate. Chen Fei had just reached the city gate when he saw Ji Hongji and the other two waving their hands at him. Junior brother Chen, Do you know what happened? Zhang Fangqian's face was filled with joy when she saw Chen Fei return safely. Junior brother Chen. You don't know. But that scoundrel is too despicable. He let us go and then captured us again, Mu Langtao said with lingering fear. The moment they were captured, Mu Langtao thought that they were dead. Facing such a person who went back on his word, there was no hope at all. In the end, they didn't expect that they would come out again. The usual 4 people were actually fine now. What could be happier than this? I don't know what happened either, but that person probably fought with the evil king. Chen Fei looked into the distance. In just a short period of time, the entire strange wind realm had been trembling violently. Although there was no explosive sound like the first time, Chen Fei could feel that the intensity of the battle was increasing. Ji Hongji and the other 2 nodded and did not pursue the matter further. They understood that Chen Fei was probably the reason why they were able to survive this time. They didn't see that the 4 of them were fine. But there was still no trace of Lu Heiyan and the other 2. It seemed that they were in danger. The seal is open. As the strange wind realm continued to shake, someone suddenly shouted excitedly. Everyone could not help but turn their heads to look and realized that the original entrance was rippling. Everyone's expressions could not help but be slightly excited. The abnormal movements of this strange wind realm made people's hearts skip a beat. They did not know when it would affect them. If they had a choice, it would be best to escape this place as soon as possible. 2 figures appeared from the exit. Their powerful auras suppressed the surroundings, causing people's hearts to shrink involuntarily. It was as if they were facing their natural enemies. Sun Quan saw that the number of disciples in the surrounding sect had decreased by more than half. But fortunately, they were not completely wiped out. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief and retract his aura at the same time. Just now, Sun Quan was worried that he would be attacked the moment he entered, so he subconsciously released the aura of the aperture tempering realm. Qin Dingyu did the same. Its elder son and elder Qin. Seeing the 2 elders in the sect, everyone's hearts were completely relieved. If there were any changes in the strange wind realm, there would be 2 aperture refinement realm experts guarding here, so there was no need to worry about danger. This strange wind realm is a little unstable. All disciples, go out first. Qin Dingyu looked around and felt a little strange. He was a little surprised to break the seal earlier. Now that he saw the changes in the strange wind realm, he was even more baffled. Normally, if the evil king wanted to fight to the death, it would at most shrink the strange wind realm and continuously increase its strength. Why hadn't they started fighting yet? The strange wind realm was about to collapse. Let's go take a look. Sun Quan was also puzzled. His figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. Qin Dingyu nodded and followed behind. The disciples at the city gate did not dare to delay. This was no longer their battlefield. It was best to retreat first. Otherwise, if any other accidents happened, they would really want to cry but have no tears. In less than 15 minutes, the city gate was empty. Sun Quan and the other 2 came to the back of the city and saw the tomb. The air there was constantly wrinkled, and there were even a few cracks on the tomb. The evil king is fighting. Sun Quan had long known that the evil king was hiding in the tomb. However, the node of the strange wind realm had not been broken, so Sun Quan did not dare to step in. He did not expect that someone would be 1 step ahead of him and enter directly. Who had the courage to fight directly in the evil king's home ground? This was simply tying his own arms and giving in to the evil king. This courage was simply too much. It's probably this person's doing that the strange wind realm was sealed. Qin Dingyu frowned slightly and had no intention of going in. Those who dared to face the evil king like this must have extremely powerful methods. Even if there were 2 of them now, charging in like this would not do them any good. They might as well wait for the rest of the battle to end before making their plans. My 2 friends, can you come down and suppress this monster together? I accidentally barged into this place and was taken advantage of by this strange phenomenon. I hope you can help me. Fang Qinghan's voice came from below. He really couldn't take it anymore. He was already injured, and now he was fighting with the evil king in such a place. He was really about to be killed. Noticing the arrival of Sun Quan and the other man, Fang Qinghan quickly asked for help. As long as Sun Quan and the other two came down and stalled the evil king for a while, Fang Qinghong would immediately use the golden cicada shedding shell and escape. Your Excellency's martial arts are unparalleled. How would we dare to participate? Qin Dingyu laughed softly. He could already hear the weakness in Fang Qinghong's words. Perhaps he was really being suppressed by the evil king. Or perhaps he was just acting. But no matter what, they could not continue like this. They had long been under the control of the primordial sword sect. It was fine if they didn't join forces to kill a food snatcher. But they still wanted to help. How was that possible? This monster is cunning. In order to prevent it from escaping and harming everyone, the two of us will be on guard outside. Sun Quan shouted. My physique is special. If I'm defeated by this monster, I'll definitely be devoured by it. At that time, the monster's ability will definitely increase greatly, and there will be endless trouble in the future. Fang Qinghong cursed in his heart, but his tone was still pleading. Sun Quan and the other man looked at each other and didn't reply to Fang Qinghong. Regardless of whether it was true or false, they would just watch. No matter who won in the end, they would not be able to leave this place. A few array tools appeared in Qin Dingyu's hands, and he began to set up an array around the tomb. After some time, the entire tomb exploded with Fang Qinghong's furious roar. A beam of spiritual light flew out from the tomb, but it was immediately stopped by Qin Dingyu's formation. It looked like it was Fang Qinghong. Chapter 127 Chapter 127 Measuring Aperture Acupoints. Chapter 127 Measuring Aperture Acupoints. Guys, we have no grudges in the past nor recently. Isn't it a little too much to stop me like this? Fang Qinghong turned to look at Qin Dingyu and the other man. Although he was burning with anger, he had to put down his stance. He had used almost 80 of his power to self-destruct, and that was how Fang Qinghong had managed to survive. You sealed the entrance of the strange wind realm, right? Do you know how many disciples of my sect you've killed by doing this? Sun Quan looked at Fang Qinghong and snorted coldly. Because Sun Quan himself did not guard the strange wind realm in a timely manner, he caused the sect's disciples to suffer heavy losses. Sun Quan blamed himself very much. Now that the culprit was right in front of him, how could Sun Quan let him off easily? That was the work of a monster. What does it have to do with me? Fang Qinghong denied. If you dare to do it, you have to admit it. The evil king is waiting for you below. You should go down and catch up with the evil king. Qin Dingyu chuckled softly and formed a seal with both hands. The surrounding formation suddenly lit up, and a force suddenly hit Fang Qinghong. Fang Qinghong's expression changed, and a black mist burst out of his body to resist the power of the formation. However, a figure appeared next to Fang Qinghong and kicked him back into the grave. You will both die a horrible death. Fang Qinghong finally couldn't help but curse, but his voice was immediately suppressed by the evil king's roar. Violent sounds erupted from the tomb again. To the monsters, almost all humans looked the same, so they naturally grouped all humans as one. The weaker ones were their food, while the stronger ones were their enemies. It could be said that the evil creatures were all one-track-minded existences. The lower their strength, the more obvious this situation was. On the contrary, those who had just turned into monsters were more intelligent. Therefore, to the evil king, the three people outside were all enemies. If they did not rush down together at this moment, there must be another conspiracy. In order to prevent such a scheme from happening, the evil king had to kill Fang Qinghong first. With one person dead, the pressure on the evil king would naturally be much less. Furthermore, they were still in the graveyard, which was their home ground, so they could not let go of such an opportunity. The tomb shook violently for a quarter of an hour. Initially, Fang Qinghong's voice could still be heard from time to time, but later on, it was completely silent, leaving only the occasional violent shaking. If you want me to die, don't think about it either. Reverse evil art. Rise. Fang Qinghong's voice was filled with unwillingness. A strange fluctuation came from the tomb and quickly spread throughout the entire strange wind realm. The strange wind realm suddenly fell silent. Then, hundreds of nodes suddenly burst with dazzling light. The vital energy circulating in the nodes surged, and the strange wind realm began to shake crazily. Sun Quan's expression could not help but change. Was this a cultivation technique or an array it could actually cause such a change in the entire strange wind realm? Sun Quan could not help but look at Qin Dingyu from the side. The entrance to the strange wind realm was really sealed by this person. He has some control in this strange wind realm. However, if he does this, he won't be able to survive. Qin Dingyu frowned slightly, but he did not panic. His hands turned into a blur and shot out marks in the air. The array surrounding the tomb turned into countless dotted lines surrounding the entire tomb. The speed at which Qin Dingyu cast the seal became faster and faster, and the dotted lines of the array formation also became more and more. In the end, it was even impossible to see the situation inside the array formation clearly. "Seal!" Qin Dingyu shouted, and the array suddenly lit up, then immediately turned into extreme darkness. As the light and darkness changed, the originally violently shaking strange wind realm suddenly stabilized. This was Qin Dingyu completely isolating Feng Qinghong's control over the strange wind realm. I can't accept this. I don't deserve this fate. I can't accept this. Upon discovering the situation outside, Feng Qinghong shouted loudly. He was supposed to see the light of day again, but now, it had become like this. Feng Qinghong could not come to terms with it. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Feng Qinghong's mind. Unfortunately, Feng Qinghong was powerless to change anything. The evil king roared and went forward to tear apart Feng Qinghong's last bit of soul before swallowing it into its stomach. However, Feng Qinghong had already unleashed all his power, so he could not give the evil king much strength. More than half of the tomb below has been shattered. Go in and force it out. Qin Dingyu turned to look at Sun Quan. Sun Quan nodded. His hair moved without any wind, and his aura suddenly changed. He was like an unsheathed sword, so sharp that no one could look straight at him. In the next moment, Sun Quan rushed into the tomb, and the sound of an explosion resounded throughout the entire strange wind realm. At the camp outside the strange wind realm, it was a close call this time. Moreover, Junior Sister Zhang and I have recovered from our old injuries. After a few months of recuperation, we will probably be able to break through to the aperture tempering realm. Beside the bonfire, Ji Hongji still had lingering fear even though he had left the strange wind realm. 2 hours ago, Ji Hongji really thought he was dead. In that situation, Ji Hongji really couldn't think of any way to escape. Feng Qinghong was too strong, so strong that it made people despair. It could be said that their life and death were entirely in Feng Qinghong's whim. However, Feng Qinghong's attitude showed that he had no intention of letting them leave safely. Under such circumstances, how much pressure and despair should he feel? From rolling the dice to decide to enter the strange wind realm to finding more than a dozen nodes smoothly thanks to Chen Fei's intuition and the ecstasy of repairing their injuries to facing potential death. Now, he had escaped safely and unscathed. It was filled with twists and turns. It was too torturous. 111 Go back and consolidate my strength. One might have a chance of breaking through to the aperture tempering realm. Mu Langtao chuckled. In the past, the aperture tempering realm was too far away for Mu Langtao. At most, he would look forward to the visceral tempering realm. Mu Langtao was willing to take the risk in the strange wind realm for the sects contribution points and the possibility of vitality infusion. He didn't expect his dream to come true so quickly. When he was captured by Feng Qinghong, Mu Langtao wondered if he had dreamed too much and had a nightmare like this. Junior brother Chen, what are your plans for going back? Shang Fengqian looked at Chen Fei with a smile in her eyes. Continue cultivating? My cultivation level is too low. Shan Fei smiled. Just as he was about to continue, his expression suddenly changed. The remaining trace of strange energy in his mind dissipated automatically and became the nutrients for Chen Fei's core soul energy. In this situation, the only possibility was that Feng Qinghong was completely dead. Chen Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He had purposely left behind this trace of strange energy to ascertain Feng Qinghong's final condition. After all, an enemy like this was too terrifying for the current Chen Fei. Fortunately, The two elders of the sect did not show any mercy and directly killed Fang Qinghong, junior brother Chen. At your age, although the marrow refining realm isn't high, you've reached the average level in the sect. You also have the chance to break through to the aperture tempering realm in the future. Ji Hongji looked at Chen Fei and smiled. Moreover, junior brother Chen, your ability to discover nodes is so strong. In the future, as long as the strange wind realm appears again, you'll probably be able to break through to the visceral tempering realm very quickly after coming here a few times. Yes, yes, yes. Junior brother Chen, we'll be together again in the future. Mu Langtao nodded his head vigorously. The scene of him being infused with vitality several times a day still lingered in his mind. It was too refreshing. This kind of bizarre realm should be very rare. Shen Fei's expression changed slightly. The strange wind realm was indeed a place to quickly break through cultivation, especially when Shen Fei could quickly find the real node. It's indeed rare. I've been in the sect for more than 10 years. This is the second strange wind realm I've discovered. Yes. Ji Hongji nodded and said, but the world is unstable now. I heard from the elders in the sect that the frequency of such bizarre realms appearing may increase in the future. Senior brother Ji, senior sister Zhang, can you tell me about breaking through to the aperture tempering realm? Chen Fei nodded and asked as he remembered that Ji Hongji and the other two were going to break through to the aperture tempering realm. Chen Fei had experienced the power of the aperture tempering realm several times recently. Fang Qinghong's direct threat made Chen Fei face the power of the aperture tempering realm directly. Even though Chen Fei was only at the marrow tempering realm, he was confident that he could break through to the visceral tempering realm within a year, even if he were to cultivate step by step. When the time came, preparing for the aperture tempering state was a matter of following the route. Thus, Chen Fei couldn't help but be curious about what it was like to break through to the aperture tempering realm. To train the apertures, one must first discover the acupoints before using mental strength to excavate and refine them. Ji Hongji hesitated for a moment. Although he felt that it was still a little too early for Chen Fei to know about this, he still felt that it was better to say it a little. Didn't the cultivation technique guide the specific location of the apertures? Mu Langtao asked. The cultivation technique naturally points out a direction, but it's only a general direction. Everyone was born differently, and the positions of their apertures were also different. Moreover, there were actually many acupuncture points in the human body. The first acupuncture point that everyone opened for the same cultivation technique might not be the same. Ji Hongji said softly. Shen Fei and Mu Langtao frowned. They had always thought that everyone opened their first aperture in the same place. Just like the cultivation of inner strength started from the danshan. Only now did he know that the cultivation of the apertures and the danshan were completely different. Use your core soul energy to measure your own acupuncture points and carefully dig them out. Use your vital energy to wash them so that they can store and absorb vital energy in the future. If you can do this, then you'll truly break through to the aperture refining realm. At this point, Ji Hongji sighed slightly. Back then, he had found the aperture points, but the process of digging them had injured them, causing him to fail in his breakthrough. Jiang Fengqian was even worse off. When she measured her acupoints, she didn't determine their exact positions, so her injuries were even more serious than Ji Hongji's. The difficulty of breaking through later would be much higher than Ji Hongji. Chapter 128 Chapter 128 Making Money with Tears. Chapter 128 Making Money with Tears. 6 hours passed very quickly. Shen Fei and the others were already in a slight coma. The previous experience was too exciting, making the four of them very tired. Buzz! The ripples at the entrance of the strange wind realm shook slightly. All the disciples opened their eyes and realized that the two elders, Sun Quan and Qin Dingyu, had returned. However, compared to the carefree and elegant manner he had when he first entered, Sun Quan's aura seemed a little dispirited at this moment, and he also had many injuries on his body. Qin Dingyu's expression and aura did not change much. There was a slight smile on his face as if everything was under control. Sun Quan turned around and looked at the strange wind realm. He saw that the ripple at the entrance had started to tremble violently from the slight fluctuation just now. In just a moment, it turned into a phantom and disappeared. All the disciples were stunned and looked up at Sun Quan and the other two. The strange wind realm has been shattered. This mission is over. I'll close up for 2 hours and return to the sect after 2 hours. Sun Quan looked at everyone and said in a deep voice. Some of the older disciples had some doubts in their eyes. They had experienced other strange wind realms before, and very few of them would shatter so quickly. After killing the evil king, the strange wind realm could actually continue to develop for a period of time. However, when he thought about how many things had happened in the strange wind realm, it was not unacceptable for it to shatter. Only the new disciples thought that this was the inevitable result of the strange wind realm after the strange king was killed. This time, the gains do not make up for the losses. Sun Quan walked to the side and sighed. The evil king had been killed, but so many of his disciples had died. No matter how one looked at it, it was a huge loss. The path of martial arts cultivation is filled with thorns. How can there be anything complete? Qin Dingyu shook his head. He flipped his right hand and looked at a jade fragment in his hand. It's not that we didn't get anything. That person was swallowed by the evil king. I didn't expect that after the evil king died, he would leave behind such a thing. There must be a deep connection between that person and the evil king in the past. The cultivation technique left in this jade slip is not bad, Sun Quan asked. Roman 2. It's alright. In a desperate situation, it can transform itself into a semi-evil form. That person could be considered a genius. After becoming a half-monster, he had also researched more than half of how to transform into a human body. Qin Dingyu nodded and continued, although it's incomplete and has many flaws, it's still a good cultivation technique. Sun Quan's expression changed slightly. Sun Quan would never do something like turning a person into a half-monster. However, if there was hope of turning from a half-monster to a human, then this cultivation technique would be interesting. After returning to report to the sect master, let the other elders evaluate it together. If it can be continued to be perfected, its life preservation ability will increase greatly, Qin Dingyu said with a smile. Sun Quan didn't say anything. He nodded slightly and turned to look at the disciples in the camp. There were more than 100 people when they came, but now there were only 30 to 40 people left. Sometimes, in the cultivation of martial arts, misfortune and fortune accompanied each other. 2 hours later, the camp was dismissed. Everyone boarded the carriage and began to return to the sect. Junior brother Mu, you sit beside me. I'll sit here to enjoy the scenery. Zhang Fankyong glanced at Mu Langtao, who was beside Chen Fei, and said with a smile, All right, senior sister, please sit. Mu Langtao didn't suspect anything and quickly stood up to give up his seat. Chen Fei felt a soft body sitting at the side. A faint body fragrance floated into his nose. Chen Fei subconsciously moved his nose. It smelled good. Zhang Fankyong did not disturb Chen Fei. She only occasionally looked at the scene outside the carriage and occasionally glanced at Chen Fei's side profile. There was always a faint smile on her face. Chen Fei didn't notice much and was instead sitting cross-legged, cultivating the origin connection technique. In the few days that he had been in the strange wind realm, Chen Fei only had time to cultivate at night. Fortunately, he only needed to increase his proficiency in the tranquil origin technique and origin connection technique. There were no other techniques that took up his time. As a result, the increase in proficiency of these two cultivation techniques was quite gratifying. He had already completed more than half of the 5th level of the origin connection technique. Chen Fei estimated that he would be able to complete the 5th level of the origin connection technique in another 20 days or so. At that time, not only would he be able to awaken the martial arts characteristic, iron bones, but Chen Fei's cultivation speed would also increase by another level. After cultivating the tranquil origin technique, which focused on cultivating the core soul energy for such a long time, he had already crossed the perfection stage and was currently advancing toward great completion. As he continued to cultivate the tranquil origin technique, Chen Fei could vaguely feel his mental strength growing. Before reaching the aperture tempering realm, the growth of mental strength was slow and difficult. Chen Fei was able to raise his mental strength at the marrow tempering realm. He was already ahead of many martial artists, The core soul energy was the key to breaking through to the aperture tempering realm in the future. Chen Fei planned to wait for the tranquil origin technique to break through to the Great Circle, then find some opportunities to earn some contribution points to exchange for the heart-locking technique. When the two cultivation techniques were combined, his mental strength would be able to grow while being pure. It could be considered as paving the way for his future cultivation. Time passed very quickly during cultivation. 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone returned to the sect, the sun had already set. Even so, there were still many people in the sect who welcomed them back. However, when everyone got out of the car one after another, many of the disciples who were welcoming them could not help but reveal a look of surprise on their faces. This was because they realized that many people had not returned. Going to the strange wind realm was an extremely dangerous activity, but those who went this time were at least at the marrow tempering realm and above, and there were also quite a number of visceral tempering realm martial artists. Thus, even if there were casualties, they shouldn't have lost so many people. After confirming that only so many people had returned, some suppressed cries began to sound. Many of the disciples in the sect were already married. Their families usually lived in the immortal Cloud City. However, when they knew that their families had returned, they ran to the primordial sword sect to welcome them, only to receive such news. Little junior brother. When Guo Linshan saw Chen Fei's figure, his face revealed a look of joy. He was really worried that Chen Fei would not be able to return. After all, Chen Fei's cultivation was too low. Going there when one was in the bone tempering realm to the strange wind realm was no different from jumping into a fire pit. Senior brother Guo. Master Chen Fei looked at Feng Zipa's group and cupped his hands in greeting. Seeing that Chen Fei was safe and sound, Feng Zipu nodded slightly. Then, he sensed the change in Chen Fei's aura and realized that he had actually broken through to the marrow tempering realm. Feng Zipa's eyes lit up slightly. Not only did he return safely from the strange wind realm, but his cultivation had also increased by 1 level. This strange wind realm was simply training to Chen Fei. Little junior brother, you've reached the marrow tempering realm. Guo Linshan also noticed the change in Chen Fei's aura and happily patted Chen Fei's shoulder. I broke through by luck, Chen Fei said with a smile. He gestured to Ji Hongji and the other two behind him with his right hand and said, thanks to the care of my 3 senior brothers and sisters, I was able to return safely this time. Junior brother Chen, you're too kind. Ji Hongji hurriedly waved his hand. I even took advantage of you. Mu Langtao smiled. The few of them chatted for a while more before Ji Hongji and the other 2 left. Chen Fei also returned to his own house. At the same time, he used a messenger pigeon to inform Kai Defeng that he had returned. Chen Fei had always remembered that he owed his master 50,000 taels of silver, so he naturally had to work hard to refine pills to repay the debt. According to the current income level, it would probably take more than a month to return the money. Moreover, Chen Fei still wanted to save up some silver in the interface for emergencies. This time, in the strange wind realm, Chen Fei was really afraid that he would go crazy if he did not have enough money on the interface. He had to save more money and cultivate diligently so that he could reach the visceral tempering realm as soon as possible. Early the next morning, Kai Defeng came to Chen Fei with a big bag of herbs. After reading the letter you sent me last night, one finally felt a little relieved. Kai Defeng saw that Chen Fei didn't look like he was missing an arm or a leg and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Kai Defeng also understood the strange wind realm and knew that it was dangerous. It was not a place that ordinary martial artists could go. How's the investigation of the ingredients for the flying ascent pill going? Chen Fei poured a cup of tea for Kai Defeng and asked with a smile. I've asked around. The situation isn't very good. Hearing Chen Fei's question, Kai Defeng frowned slightly and said, those aged herbs have been blocked by those shops. At most, one can only buy a few in bits and pieces. I can't supply them in large quantities like now. Chen Fei nodded slightly, not surprised. Medicinal herbs to make the eternal floating pill wasn't so common that they covered the entire mountain. But they were not very rare either. One could still buy them with some money. However, The flying ascent pill had to be refined with aged medicinal herbs. Otherwise, it would not be able to form a pill. The immortal Cloud City had operated for so many years, and many benefits had already been distributed. The medicinal ingredients for the flying ascent pill were naturally the same. Can I buy these medicinal ingredients in the Alchemist Alliance? Yes, but you need to provide contribution points. Kai Defeng nodded. Shen Fei rubbed his chin. This kind of exchange probably had a high requirement for contribution points. Shen Fei currently had some contribution points from the Alchemist Alliance, but it was not realistic for him to exchange medicinal herbs for a long time unless he kept doing missions for the Alchemist Alliance. However, if that was really the case, it would definitely affect Chen Fei's own cultivation. In the Alchemist Guild, are there any missions that are better? Recently Chen Fei raised his head and asked. Chen Fei always asked Kai Defeng to help observe and pay attention to any good missions. After all, the identity of an alchemist was still very useful. Recently, there was a mission that had a huge impact. I heard that many pill refiners accepted it. Kai Defeng recalled and nodded. What mission? Chen Fei asked curiously. To improve the flying ascent pill. Improve the flying ascent pill? Chen Fei could not help but be startled. There was nothing wrong with the flying ascent pill. Its medicinal effects were much higher than the eternal floating pill. Moreover, after so many years of development, the refining method had also been refined many times. One heard that the Alliance felt that the age requirement of the medicinal herbs for the flying ascent pill was too high and wanted to find an alternative method. Could it be that they could not use so many aged medicinal herbs and refine a pill that was stronger than the eternal floating pill? Shen Fei's expression changed slightly. This starting point was very good. Compared to the eternal floating pill and the light spirit pill, the medicinal herbs were easy to grow, greatly satisfying the needs of many martial artists. On the other hand, although the effects of the flying ascent pill were much stronger, its price also soared. The reason was that the age requirement of the medicinal ingredients was too high. What is the reward for this mission? Chen Fei asked. Chapter 129. Chapter 129. If he continues, he will be stronger. Chapter 129. If he continues, he will be stronger. This kind of mission was indeed very difficult. After all, the eternal floating pill had almost brought out the medicinal properties of ordinary medicinal ingredients to the limit. To increase the efficacy of the pill, one could only do so by increasing the age, just like how Chen Fei had used the evil pearl to refine pills. However, it wasn't that difficult to solve. This was because no pill refiners had gone to this area to study before. They only needed to follow the pill formula and be familiar with refining pills. This kind of new pill recipe was somewhat taxing and unrewarding. Perhaps only a behemoth like the Alliance could attract many pill refiners to participate. The reward is very good. It's an Origin Awakening pill, Kai Defeng said excitedly. Origin Awakening pill. Shen Fei felt as if he had heard the name of this medicinal pill somewhere before. After trying hard to recall for a moment, Shen Fei's eyes could not help but widen slightly. You remember, it is exactly that pill. As expected of the Alchemist Alliance. The way they do things is truly different. Kai Defeng laughed softly. Shen Fei nodded his head and agreed with this statement. It was only because the Origin Awakening pill had this value. The so-called Origin Awakening pill was actually a kind of healing sacred medicine. How sacred was it even if an ordinary person died? As long as the time did not exceed 15 minutes. They could be saved with the Origin Awakening pill. It was as if he had been resurrected. Of course, this kind of medicinal pill would not be used on ordinary people. It was more targeted at martial artists. In the Aperture Tempering realm, even if your Danshan was destroyed, one Origin Awakening pill could restore it and allow you to cultivate again. Other internal injuries were naturally not a problem. For example, Ji Hamji's previous failure to break through had damaged his acupoints and mental strength. One Origin Awakening pill could heal those injuries and allow him to try to break through again. The Origin Awakening pill was not only useful for martial artists below the Aperture Tempering realm. Even if the effect was much weaker, it could still heal most injuries, especially injuries to the aperture points and mental strength. Shen Fei had heard of the name of this pill, before, because Guo Linshan had told him that this pill was refined from the fruit of the spiritual tree of the immortal cloud, sword sect, and many other spiritual ingredients. This pill could heal Feng Zipa's injuries from back then. This was because Feng Zipa's mental energy and aperture acupoints had been damaged, causing his cultivation level to drop to the visceral tempering realm. Thus, this origin awakening pill had a great chance of healing Feng Zipa's injuries and allowing him to reach the aperture tempering realm. Guo Linshan's wish had always been to find such a pill for Feng Zipu. However, it was a pity that the Immortal Cloud Sword sect rarely provided the origin awakening pill to outsiders. There were a few times when some aperture tempering realm experts were able to get their hands on one, and they owed the Immortal Cloud Sword sect a huge favor. Primordial Sword sect didn't have such a pill. Even if they did, it would have been consumed by someone else, and there would have been none left. Feng Zipu naturally didn't have the chance. Is there a deadline for this mission? Chen Fei suddenly asked. No, I specifically asked. This is a long-term mission. Only when the pill formula provided meets the requirements will they withdraw this mission. Kai Defeng shook his head. All right, I understand. Chen Fei nodded and remembered this matter in his heart. Yes, Chen Fei wanted to accept this mission and wanted to obtain the origin awakening pill. His goal was simple. It was for Feng Zipu. Feng Zipa's attitude towards Chen Fei made people speechless. Now that he had the chance to help Feng Zipu recover his cultivation, Chen Fei naturally wanted to give it a try. However, the time had not come yet. Chen Fei had to push the proficiency of the Flying Ascent pill formula to perfection before he could deduce the variant of the Flying Ascent pill. After Kai Defeng left, Chen Fei instructed him to bring half of the herbs tomorrow. Saving money was still one of the reasons, but Chen Fei's more important thing was to quickly grind the pill formula of the Flying Ascent pill to perfection. In the afternoon, Chen Fei was cultivating the origin connection technique. He was thinking about whether he should go to the Immortal Cloud City tomorrow and stay at the hot spring inn. He didn't have to stay in the hot spring all day. When the time came, he could go back to his rented courtyard to refine pills after he finished cultivating the suppressing dragon elephant. This would save Kai Defeng the trouble of running around. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Chen Fei stopped his cultivation and opened the door in confusion. He realized that it was Guo Linshan. Senior brother Guo, is there anything you need from me? Chen Fei welcomed Guo Linshan into the house and poured him a cup of tea. There is one thing. Guo Linshan took a sip of tea, looked at Chen Fei, and said, while you were in the strange wind realm, I went to accept the first round of the legacy disciple assessment and passed. Congratulations, eldest senior brother. Chen Fei was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but smile. He was genuinely happy for Guo Linshan. It's still too early to congratulate me. I've only passed the first round. Guo Linshan waved his hand. There are several rounds of the legacy disciple assessment. Chen Fei really didn't understand this. After all, he was still some distance away. The first round tests one's temperament. Guo Linshan nodded and said, actually, it's a spiritual weapon in the sect. It can drag disciples into an illusion. If one's temperament passes, it's considered as passing the first round. Chen Fei nodded in realization. Guo Linshan made it sound easy, but Chen Fei knew that if it involved a true disciple, such an assessment would definitely not be easy. I originally wanted to settle down for a few months before going, but after a month, the second round of the legacy disciple assessment will come early. One have to prepare early. Guo Linshan said in a deep voice. What is the second round of the assessment? Chen Fei asked curiously. The second round of assessment is with the other three sects. Guo Linshan organized his words and said, we share a mystic realm with Sunken Water Pavilion, the Big Dipper Tower, and the Long Rainbow sect. This mystic realm opens once every few years to test the true disciples. Originally, the mystic realm was supposed to open half a year later, but it was suddenly brought forward. Mystic realm. Chen Fei was stunned. There was actually a mystic realm that was jointly owned by the four sects, and it actually excluded the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. That was not right. It was probably not that the Immortal Cloud Sword sect was excluded, but that the immortal cloud sword sect did not care about this mystic realm at all. Otherwise, if it were really something good, with the temperament of the immortal cloud sword sect, the other 4 sects wouldn't have anything to do with it. If you want to become a true disciple of the sect, the first stage of the temperament test is to obtain enough things in this mystic realm. I didn't dare to let you go before, but now that you've broken through to the marrow tempering realm, your movement technique will definitely improve. In this mystic realm, you might be able to achieve something, Guo Linshan said in a deep voice. Is there anything special about this mystic realm? Chen Fei asked in a low voice. If it wasn't for the fact that there were enough benefits, Guo Linshan probably wouldn't have thought of dragging Chen Fei along. Mystical ingredients. All kinds of precious mystical ingredients. And those aged medicinal herbs. More importantly, the mystic realm had extremely dense vital energy. Cultivating inside would yield twice the result with half the effort. Guo Linshan looked at Chen Fei and said gravely, the most important thing is that this mystic realm opens every few years. If you want to become a legacy disciple, you have to make a difference in it. Junior brother, if you perform well enough in the mystic realm, the sect might let you pass this test. When the time comes, you can cultivate the origin connection technique to the 5th level and pass the 1st level. Then, you can accept the inheritance of a true disciple in the marrow tempering realm. Chen Fei's heart skipped a beat. This sounded really tempting. When one's cultivation reached the marrow tempering realm, the soul-chasing step would not be unable to be used at full force because of Chen Fei's cultivation. In other words, Chen Fei's current movement technique was probably an outstanding existence even in the visceral tempering realm. If he was careful, Chen Fei might really have a chance to make a difference in this mystic realm. Moreover, Guo Linshan had mentioned that the mystic realm would open every few years, and Chen Fei would probably reach the visceral tempering realm in a year. At that time, he would probably have to wait for several years before he could receive the true inheritance. To other disciples, tempering themselves for a few years was nothing. However, Chen Fei had the opportunity to cultivate faster and stronger. Why did he have to wait for several years? I'm not a true inheritance seed. Can I enter the mystic realm? Chen Fei whispered. Sure. People like me are allowed to bring along a helper who is not at the visceral tempering realm. It's the same for other sects. Guo Linshan looked at Chen Fei with a burning gaze. There were countless benefits in the mystic realm, and the strongest martial artist was only at the visceral tempering realm, as long as he was not surrounded by others. Even if he just went in to hide and cultivate, it was still a very good place. Chen Fei's movement technique was good, and he also had the Starry Night Sword and Thorn Sword. There was no problem for him to protect himself. This was the reason why Guo Linshan had come to find Chen Fei. In Guo Linshan's opinion, the mystic realm was far safer than the strange wind realm. As long as he didn't take any risks and didn't have any desires, he was very safe. Of course, if Chen Fei was still in the bone tempering realm, Guo Linshan would not bring him along. The bone tempering realm was still too low. Fortunately, Chen Fei's cultivation had already broken through. Does Master agree? Chen Fei asked. Before one came, I had already looked for Master. Master asked you to make your own decision. Guo Linshan said with a smile. All right, as long as you don't mind bringing me, I'll go to this mystic realm. Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh. Guo Linshan grinned and patted Chen Fei's shoulder. After chatting for a while, Guo Linshan left Chen Fei's room. Chen Fei stood on the spot and pondered. There wouldn't be any aperture tempering realm martial artists in this mystic realm, but there were many visceral tempering realm martial artists and demon beasts. When the time came, it would be inevitable for them to fight. With Chen Fei's current strength, if he wanted to improve in a short period of time, the dragon-suppressing elephant was the best choice. As for his swordsmanship, the thorn sword was more than enough. In terms of movement techniques, Chen Fei planned to ask Feng Xiupu if he had any possibility of improving. The immortal cloud sword sect. That Chen Fei returned safely from the strange wind realm. His cultivation has even broken through to the marrow tempering realm. Yu Yixing raised his eyebrows slightly. He and Shen Dingyan were fellow disciples of the same peak, and they often interacted with each other. Shen Dingyan was a rude and unreasonable person. But he would not treat people he approved of like this. Hence, the two of them got along well. Shen Dingyan's death had slowly passed. They suspected that the Divine Flame sect was behind it. But other than sweeping through a few of the Divine Flame sect's outposts, they did not find anything else. Yu Yisheng naturally hated Chen Fei, the person who indirectly caused Shen Dingyan's death. He had thought that Chen Fei would die in the Strange Wind realm. He did not expect to return safely and even break through in his cultivation. Since he has reached the marrow tempering realm, help me issue a challenge to him. I want to spar with him, Yu Yisheng instructed the worker. Yes, young master, the errand boy said in a low voice and retreated carefully. 2 hours later, a letter of challenge was placed in front of Chen Fei. Sparring him, not taking it. You'll return it. Chen Fei glanced at the empty space and rejected it immediately. He then said, if the other party insists, just say that I admit defeat. He is stronger. Chapter 103 Chapter 103 Spatial Travel. Chapter 130 Spatial Travel. He rejected coward. What did he say? Yu Yisheng frowned when he heard the report. Chen Fei said that he is inferior to you and doesn't dare to accept this challenge. The errand boy smiled and said politely, at least he has some self-awareness. But I can't let him go like this. I'll send him a letter of war. See if he can refuse. Then the corners of Yu Yisheng's mouth curled up slightly. That when the worker heard Yu Yisheng's words, he seemed a little hesitant. What's wrong? Yu Yisheng frowned unhappily. That Chen Fei said that if you continue to challenge him, he will admit defeat and say that you are stronger, the servant said in a low voice. Yu Yisheng stood up from the chair and frowned. The more he thought about it, the more it did not make sense. But he could not find any fault with it because Chen Fei admitted defeat directly. However, even though Chen Fei had admitted defeat and retreated without a fight, Yu Yisheng was not in a good mood. It was as if Chen Fei disdained to compete with him. Brat. Slowly regaining his senses, Yu Yisheng slammed the teacup on the table onto the floor. The handyman beside him was shocked and didn't dare to say anything else. The more Yu Yisheng thought about it, the angrier he got. However, he had no other choice. He couldn't just rush to the primordial sword sect and call on them. That would undoubtedly be a little too low. Moreover, in the eyes of others, Chen Fei had already admitted defeat and thought that you were even stronger. Your aggressiveness more or less made it seem like you were bullying others. The other has already admitted defeat. What else do you want? Primordial sword sect. Master Chen Fei looked at Feng Xiupu and cupped his hands. You're here, have a seat. Feng Xiupu looked at Chen Fei with a smile on his face. Towards Chen Fei, Feng Xiupu was feeling more and more satisfied. At this stage, there was nothing to talk about. He could learn any cultivation technique very quickly. If he could maintain this level of comprehension after comprehending those top-notch cultivation techniques in the future, then there would really be endless possibilities in the future. The aperture tempering realm was like a chasm to others. It was impossible to stop Chen Fei. Moreover, Chen Fei had already broken through to the marrow tempering stage. At this stage, he had already caught up with most of the disciples in the primordial sword sect. With the completion of the origin connection technique, breaking through to the visceral tempering realm was also a matter of course. Eldest senior brother looked for me yesterday and told me about the legacy disciple mystic realm. Chen Fei looked up at Feng Pu and said in a low voice, yes. Lin Chen came to ask me. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. Feng Xiupu nodded and said, this mystic realm is shared by the 4 sects. In order to give the mystical ingredients sufficient time to grow, it is specially opened once every few years. At the same time, it is also used as an assessment for the legacy disciples of the various sects. I've promised eldest senior brother that one would go with him. I came today to ask master if my movement technique still needs to be strengthened, Chen Fei said with a smile. The purpose of Chen Fei's visit today was indeed very simple. He was here to ask about movement techniques. One could never have too many movement techniques unless one had reached the upper limit of one's own realm. For example, Chen Fei was unable to fully use the soul-chasing step in the bone-tempering realm due to his own limitations. In that case, there was naturally no need to learn any new movement techniques. Now that his cultivation had reached the marrow tempering realm, Chen Fei's movement technique could be said to have surpassed most of the visceral tempering realm. However, if it could be faster, Chen Fei naturally wouldn't mind. Pick the fruit from that tree. Feng Xiupu pointed at a fruit tree 100 meters away. Yes, sir, Chen Fei nodded. With a sway of his body, he had already disappeared from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the fruit tree. Chen Fei reached out and took the fruit. He kicked the fruit tree with his right foot and returned to the courtyard. Feng Xiupu's eyes lit up. The movement technique Chen Fei displayed was extremely easy. It was obvious that he had completely grasped the essence of the soul-chasing step and could perfectly display every detail. Feng Xiupu himself had cultivated the soul-chasing step. It could be said that Chen Fei was no longer inferior to him in terms of this movement technique. Back then, Feng Xiupu had spent a long time cultivating and comprehending the soul-chasing step. A genius. This phrase appeared in Feng Xiupu's mind, and the smile on his face grew wider. Master, how is it? Chen Fei placed the fruit on the table and looked at Feng Xiupu. It's pretty good. With your cultivation and such a movement technique, as long as you don't advance rashly in the mystic realm, the danger is not great. Feng Xiupu pondered for a moment. In terms of straight-line speed, Chen Fei had almost reached the limit of the marrow tempering realm. Unless other martial artists had a half-spirit tool that was specially enhanced with movement techniques at that, they wouldn't be able to surpass Chen Fei. And in the visceral tempering realm, Chen Fei's movement technique and speed were also among the best. You're already fast enough. If you continue to cultivate similar movement techniques, the improvement will be very small. You should increase the flexibility of your movement techniques. Feng Xiupu said thoughtfully. Movements were generally about moving in a straight line, moving in an inch, climbing high, or jumping into the air. For a body tempering realm martial artist, the most important thing was to move in a straight line and to move around. Since he was fast enough in a straight line, he would naturally increase his agility. At that time, even if they encountered danger, they would be able to react quickly. Feng Xiupu thought for a moment and walked into the study. A moment later, he came out with a secret manual in his hand and placed it in front of Chen Fei. Spatial travel. It is a technique extremely skilled in teleportation. The difficulty of practicing it is extremely high. Back then, one cultivated for a period of time, but it was incompatible with my nature. In the end, one did not persist, so you can only rely on yourself to comprehend it. Feng Xiupu smiled. Sometimes, cultivation techniques also paid attention to the compatibility with martial artists. Some people were born to be suitable for cultivating brave and imposing moves, and some people liked the spring breeze to moisten the silence, the light, and agile moves. If you can master this spatial travel, you can try to combine it with sky travel when you break through to the aperture tempering realm. Both are extremely rare movement techniques. Chen Fei's expression changed slightly as he took the secret manual. There was actually an aperture tempering realm version of this secret manual. However, thinking about this is too far away. For now, I have to learn this spatial travel well first. This book also requires contribution points. Right? Chen Fei suddenly asked. You don't need to think too much about the contribution points. The current you just need to cultivate diligently. Feng Xiupu waved his hand. To me, contribution points are no longer of much use. They can help you advance your cultivation, so they are worth it. Thank you, Master. Chen Fei opened his mouth and bowed toward Feng Xiupu. When he thought about how he still owed Feng Xiupu 50,000 taels of silver, Chen Fei felt like he was taking advantage of the old man. Chen Fei returned to his room and spent more than 2 hours reading through the spatial travel several times until the information appeared on the interface. Discovered the cultivation technique. Do you want to spend 3,000 silver to simplify the technique? Looking at the notification on the panel, he was silent for a moment before closing the panel. He had no money. Ever since he spent 5,000 taels of silver in the strange wind realm, the money that Chen Fei had accumulated on his interface had been depleted. Now that he had only returned for 2 days, and had only started refining pills again, Chen Fei only had a little more than 1,000 taels of silver on him. It was not enough for the cost of simplification. The last time he couldn't gather enough money for the simplified fee was when Chen Fei had just transmigrated. At that time, he had almost sent Chen Fei away for one tael of silver. Make money. Make money. Chen Fei took a deep breath and decided to set off for Immortal Cloud City now. Then, he would refine pills for a few days and accumulate the initial funds first. Otherwise, if Chen Fei wanted to go to the hot spring, he might not be able to afford the room. 2 hours later, Chen Fei appeared in the courtyard he rented in Immortal Cloud City. When Kai Defeng saw Chen Fei, he was a little surprised. Didn't he say that he would bring half of the herbs to the primordial sword sect tomorrow? Why did he come over so quickly? I have something to do. It's more convenient to come over. Chen Fei could not say that he was short of money. When Lan Yunjai saw Chen Fei, she quickly bowed and saluted. Then, she asked the servants to tidy up Chen Fei's room and called back a table full of dishes. Oh right. I left in a hurry and forgot to tell you something. Kai Defeng poured a cup of wine for Chen Fei and pointed to the courtyard next door. Old Master Si and Si Yinan have disappeared recently. Disappeared? When did this happen? Chen Fei could not help but be stunned. He had heard a voice coming from the courtyard beside him just now, and had originally wanted to go over and greet him later. It's just what happened a few days ago. Now, there are only some family members left. I only found out about it when I went over yesterday. Kai Defeng shook his head. Did you encounter some trouble? Chen Fei asked. If the ship was in trouble, Chen Fei would definitely help it if he could. Chen Fei still remembered the kindness he had received back then. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold on until Guo Linshan arrived. I asked too, but the others don't know what happened either. Even now, the remaining people are still panicking and don't know what to do. Kai Defeng sighed slightly. In this situation, there was a high chance that they had encountered trouble. He just didn't know how Si Yuanhai and the other men were doing. Chen Fei frowned slightly and raised his head to drink the wine in his cup. Si Yuanhai's strength was not much different from that of an average visceral tempering realm cultivator. If one was not careful, he could easily fall into Si Yuanhai's trap. To be able to force Si Yuanhai to disappear like this was not a small matter. Chen Fei had stayed in the courtyard of the Immortal Cloud City for 5 days. 2 days ago, he had finally gathered 3 yetels of silver. He had fused and simplified the spatial travel and soul-chasing steps, and could start grinding proficiency points. At the same time, he had saved up 2 more days of money, which was enough for Chen Fei to start paying for the room in the inn. Chen Fei first made a trip to the Alchemist Alliance and accepted the mission to improve the Flying Ascent Pill. The proficiency of the Flying Ascent Pill formula should be able to reach great completion in the next few days. At that time, he could start to consider improving it. Recently, many pill refiners have accepted this mission. One heard that some senior pill refiners have already made some progress in their research. Qin Jinglin looked at Chen Fei. Why did she feel that Chen Fei had become even more handsome after not seeing him for a few days? Qin Jinglin suddenly laughed as she looked at Chen Fei while biting her lips. Chen Fei looked at Qin Jinglin somewhat inexplicably. Why did this woman become like this after saying one sentence? Chapter 131 Chapter 131 Eternal Ascent Pill No. 2. Chapter 131 Eternal Ascent Pill No. 2. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. When the time comes, how can we prove that the pill formula has been improved using new pills to evaluate? Chen Fei interrupted Qin Jinglin's fantasy. Yes. Bring the new pill over. If the pill proves to be effective, you still need to refine it on the spot to prove the composition of the medicinal ingredients. Qin Jinglin came back to her senses and nodded slightly. Normally speaking, one would need to be at least a Tier 7 alchemist to improve the Flying Ascent Pill. Because only if the Flying Ascent Pill you refined was good enough would you have the right to say that you improved it. But in the end, the Alchemist Alliance did not add this requirement, and the bottom line was set at a Tier 8 alchemist. Sometimes, a pill refiner would have a flash of inspiration and would be able to come up with some useful suggestions. Moreover, many Tier 8 alchemists could actually concoct the Flying Ascent Pill, but the pills they concocted were not that good. Is the final result decided by the Alliance Master? No. There are a few other pill refiners besides the Alliance Master. Also, this mission had a time limit. If you want to get the reward, you have to do it as soon as possible. What do you mean? Chen Fei was puzzled. If a pill refiner manages to produce a result that is approved by the Alliance Master and the other pill refiners, then the other pill refiners must produce a better pill formula within a month. Otherwise, this mission will be considered complete. Qin Jinglin explained. Chen Fei nodded in realization. This restriction prevented the quest from being extended indefinitely. With Wei Xingchen and the others' pill refining standards, they could naturally judge the quality of a pill recipe. Understood. Thank you. Chen Fei cupped his hands. Yo, Master. Take care. Come back often when you have time. Seeing that Chen Fei was about to leave, Qin Jinglin was a little reluctant, but she did not dare to insist on asking him to stay. She could only bade goodbye softly. Chen Fei smiled slightly, waved his hand, and turned to leave the Alchemist Guild. An hour later, Chen Fei appeared in the hot spring inn. In the future, will you send medicinal herbs here every day? Kai Defeng looked at the environment of the inn, especially the large hot spring pool. His eyes couldn't help but light up. This was a good place. Yes. I'll be comprehending the cultivation technique here next. Chen Fei nodded. In the end, he still decided to stay here all day. After all, there was a formation in this house that could block spying. Chen Fei had a lot of secrets. Although there might not be anyone keeping an eye on Chen Fei at all times, it was always good to have one more guarantee. Alright, then I'll send the medicinal herbs here tomorrow morning. Kai Defeng nodded. The two of them chatted for a while before Kai Defeng bade farewell and left. Chen Fei activated the array of the house and took out the receival bead from his bosom. He walked towards the hot spring step by step. In this 1 month, Chen Fei needed to cultivate quite a number of cultivation techniques. He should be able to cultivate the tranquil origin technique and the 5th stage of the origin connection technique to great completion. Naturally, he could not let go of his newly obtained movement technique, spatial travel. Cultivating it to great completion would ensure his safety in the mystic realm. Of course, there was also the suppressing dragon elephant. It was only at the beginner stage, but Chen Fei's body had already undergone such a huge change. Some of the evil energies could no longer pose any threat to Chen Fei. Chen Fei's head sank into the water. The receival pearl shook slightly, and the surrounding vital energy was absorbed. The suppressing dragon elephant operated, dismantling the vital energy and refining it into his skin and flesh. On the 5th day, Chen Fei's proficiency of the Flying Ascent pill formula had reached great completion. If Chen Fei went to the Alchemist Alliance to take the test now, he could easily become a Tier 7 alchemist. Fuse. Chen Fei ordered the interface and merged the pill formulas of the Flying Ascent pill and the Eternal Floating pill together. Yes. When he heard about the task of improving the pill formula of the Flying Ascent pill, the first thing Chen Fei thought of was to fuse the Flying Ascent pill with another pill formula. The thought he had for the new pill formula was to use the Eternal Floating pill as the core, and the Flying Ascent pill as the minor part. His goal was not to attain a higher level of the Flying Ascent pill and obtain a better pill, but to lower the requirements of the Flying Ascent pill. Chen Fei had already cultivated the 2 pill formulas to great completion. It could be said that Chen Fei knew the various details of the 2 medicinal pills very well. Thus, at this moment, Chen Fei had transferred all the methods that could increase the medicinal effects of the Flying Ascent pill to the Eternal Floating pill. He had abandoned the parts that could increase the medicinal effects of the medicinal ingredients due to their age. With the help of the interface, Chen Fei's fusion speed was very fast. In less than 15 minutes, a new pill formula appeared in Chen Fei's mind. The new pill formula was similar to the Eternal Floating pill. The medicinal herbs required were all of ordinary age. They might not be everywhere, but it was definitely not a difficult thing to collect them. The effect of the new recipe was unknown. The actual effect of the recipe was based on the product. Chen Fei left the inn and cautiously went to a few medicine shops before purchasing the herbs. When the new pill formula appeared, it was already a great completion. Thus, Chen Fei did not have any difficulty refining it. The refining method was very similar to the Eternal Floating pill. but it also used a portion of the flying ascent pill's method. In just a moment, the medicinal fragrance filled the room. After a quarter of an hour, Shen Fei opened the lid of the furnace and looked inside. Shen Fei took out the medicinal pill. A slight fragrance surrounded the medicinal pill. Shen Fei directly consumed one. In less than an hour, Shen Fei opened his eyes and pondered. Compared to the eternal floating pill, the medicinal effects were slightly improved, but not by much. It could only be said to be an enhanced version of the eternal floating pill. It couldn't compare to the medicinal effects of the flying ascent pill at all. Such a pill formula was definitely valuable. After all, it was more effective than the eternal floating pill. Moreover, the ingredients used were all of ordinary age, so the cost was not increased at all. The only thing was that because of the addition of some of the refining techniques of the flying ascent pill, the medicinal properties in the pill furnace became much more intense during the refining process. For a tier 8 alchemist, it was not very friendly. Let's call it Eternal Ascent Pill No. 1. Shen Fei gave this pill recipe a new name. The name was very casual. It was just that two kinds of pill recipes used one word each, mixed together. He would definitely not complete the mission if he went to the Alliance with this pill. After all, the mission requirement was to improve the flying ascent pill, not to strengthen the eternal ascent pill. It seems that it's too difficult to use ordinary herbs. Unless I can refine pills for the aperture tempering realm or even stronger pills. Perhaps I can increase the conflict between the medicinal properties and break through the current bottleneck. Shen Fei frowned slightly. Sometimes, refining medicine tested all kinds of techniques. The more skillful the conflict of the medicinal properties, the more it could stimulate the medicinal strength of the medicinal herbs and even fuse them into stronger medicinal properties. However, Shen Fei was only at the level of a tier 7 alchemist, and his technique had only reached this level. It was clearly impossible to add a stronger refining technique. Furthermore, if an ordinary tier 7 alchemist was unable to refine such a powerful refining technique, the improved pill formula would be a little too unfriendly. We still have to preserve some aged medicinal herbs. Shen Fei muttered to himself. Since he couldn't stimulate the medicinal properties through techniques, he could only increase the age of the medicinal herbs and make the medicinal properties of the medicinal herbs meet the requirements. Thinking of this, Shen Fei began to fuse the pill formulas of the Eternal Ascent pill and the Eternal Floating pill. This time, Shen Fei tried to lower the age of some medicinal herbs. If the medicinal properties were insufficient, he would stimulate it by fusing other medicinal herbs. After repeatedly tossing and turning for 2 hours, Shen Fei finally figured out the second pill formula. Eternal Ascent Pill No. 2. This was the name that Shen Fei had come up with. After getting the pill formula done, Shen Fei went out to look for a medicine shop. Shen Fei still had most of the medicinal herbs, so he bought some of the medicinal herbs he needed in a medicine shop. After cleaning up the pill furnace, starting a fire, and setting up the furnace, Shen Fei began the second experiment. The medicinal herbs violently turned in the pill furnace. Shen Fei used his inner strength to control the conflict between the medicinal properties. Soon, another medicinal fragrance floated in the room. Compared to Eternal Ascent Pill No. 1. The medicinal fragrance emitted by Eternal Ascent Pill No. 2 after it started refining was indeed much richer. From this point, it could be seen that the medicinal effects of Eternal Ascent Pill No. 2 would probably increase by quite a bit. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. Shen Fei slapped open the pill furnace with a palm, and the medicinal fragrance filled the surroundings. Shen Fei took out the pill. From its appearance, the second pill was not any better than the first pill. Shen Fei carefully observed it again and found nothing else. Shen Fei swallowed it. The pill melted as soon as it entered Shen Fei's mouth, and a burst of energy exploded within his body. After some time, Shen Fei opened his eyes. His eyes were slightly bright. Eternal Ascent Pill No. 2's efficacy had surpassed No. LS, and the improvement was significant. After all, the medicinal ingredients used were aged. Unless there was a problem with the pill formula derived by Shen Fei, the medicinal effect would definitely increase. The medicinal effects have reached the level of 60 of the Flying Ascent pill. and the price of the medicinal ingredients is slightly more than 50. If one looked at it this way, it was actually worth it. Shen Fei rubbed his chin. From the perspective of cost, it was definitely cost-effective. Shen Fei's way of doing things was equivalent to creating a medicinal pill that was between the eternal floating pill and the flying ascent pill. The only problem now was whether the Alchemist Alliance would accept this kind of improvement. It's a little too risky, but I can try it first. If it doesn't work, I'll come back and continue my research. Shen Fei thought for a moment, then placed the remaining 2 Eternal Ascent pills into the medicine bottle and left the inn. 15 minutes later, he appeared in the Alliance. Have you figured it out? Although Qin Jinglin was very happy to see Chen Fei, she could not help but open her eyes in surprise when she heard Chen Fei's words. It's only been a few days, and he was already saying that he had developed a new recipe himself. Wasn't that a little too fast? Whether or not it's accepted in the end depends on the Alliance leader and the others. Chen Fei said with a smile. Do you have the pills? Qin Jinglin saw that Chen Fei wasn't joking, so she quickly brought Chen Fei to the counter and reported this matter. Soon, a deacon came before Chen Fei. Tier 8 alchemist Duan Miu frowned and asked. Chen Fei was startled and understood what Duan Miu meant. Although the Alliance had set the bottom line of the mission as a Tier 8 alchemist, it was still hard to believe that a Tier 8 alchemist had really came up with something. This is the pill I refined. You can take it and verify it first. If you feel that my pill refining rank is not high enough, one can also pass the Tier 7 pill refining examination right now. Chen Fei took out an Eternal Ascent pill from the bottle and placed it into another bottle before handing it to Duan Miu. Chapter 132 Chapter 132 A lowly transforming into a girl. Chapter 132 A lowly transforming into a girl. No need. This mission doesn't require you to be a Tier 7 alchemist. Duan Miu hurriedly shook his head when he saw Chen Fei's appearance. The Alliance didn't even have any requirements when it came to missions. If a deacon like him dared to ask Chen Fei to take the test, was he trying to show that he was bigger than the Alliance? Qin Jinglin looked at the scene in front of her and turned to look at Chen Fei. Her eyes were filled with light. Duan Miu had Qin Jinglin bring Chen Fei to a separate room and had Chen Fei wait for a moment. Duan Miu hurriedly passed Chen Fei's medicinal pill to the higher-ups. An hour later, they arrived at the room. Pill Master 2. It's him. Duan Miu led them to Chen Fei. Did you refine this pill too? Jilin was surprised to see Chen Fei's young face. Yes. Yes. Chen Fei nodded and said. Does it meet the requirements of this mission? The pill isn't bad. It's much stronger than the eternal floating pill. However, many alchemists have submitted similar pills before you, and their effects are similar. Tu Jilin shook his head. Quite a few alchemists. Chen Fei was stunned. He did not expect this answer. Are you surprised? Tu Jilin saw Chen Fei's expression and couldn't help but laugh softly. There are so many pill refiners in the immortal Cloud City. In fact, many pill refiners will develop their own pills. The eternal floating pill, and these were only the ones that were more widely circulated. There were some that had better effects, and many alchemists kept them a secret. Chen Fei nodded in realization. Many pills were kept secret on the market. It was not that they did not exist, but the amount refined was very small. For example, the Eternal Ascent pill No. One that Chen Fei derived was better than the Eternal Floating pill, but the refining method was even more difficult. It could not be said that it was definitely better than the ordinary Eternal Floating pill. Many old pill refiners were either bored or had a passion, so they would naturally ponder over it. They usually didn't show it because it wasn't necessary. Now that the Alliance mission was issued, and the reward was still the Origin Awakening pill, one would definitely take out one's trump card. What main ingredients did you use for this pill? Tu Jilin asked. 5 years old quasi jade grass and 7 years old cabbage flower. Chen Fei mentioned 2 main ingredients, and Tu Jilin nodded. Even if he did not mention the other ingredients, Tu Jilin could roughly estimate the amount. After all, the smell of the pill could tell a lot. Not bad. Among so many pills, these are the ones with better cost control. Tu Jilin praised. So many pills were submitted, but don't they meet the requirements of the mission? Yes. The Alliance wants to improve the Flying Ascent pill, Not only do they want to reduce the cost of the medicinal ingredients, but the difference in medicinal effects can't be too big. Jilin nodded. Then how much of the medicinal effect does it have to reach before it can be considered barely passable? Chen Fei asked. The new pill must have at least 70 of the effectiveness of the flying ascent pill, and the cost must be below 50. This was the only way to meet the requirements of this mission. Tu Jilin admired Chen Fei a little. After thinking for a while, he told him the bottom line of this mission. This wasn't considered a secret. After all, the Alliance wanted a finished product. A pill formula that could be refined continuously. It was impossible for this mission to become easier just because of the requirements. Understood. Thank you. Pill Master 2. Chen Fei cupped his hands. Work hard. Tu Jilin waved his hand, turned around, and left with his men. You are already very powerful. Qin Jinglin saw Chen Fei standing there in deep thought and could not help but go forward to comfort him. This was indeed what Qin Jinglin thought. Not many people could get Tu Jilin's praise. I'm fine. Chen Fei could not help but laugh when he heard Qin Jinglin's words. This matter was nothing to Chen Fei. It was not even a blow. Chen Fei was just thinking about how he should continue to improve the pill formula and create the Eternal Ascent pill No. 3. After pondering for a moment, Chen Fei felt that it was probably because the pill formulas he knew were still a little too few. Ever since he became an alchemist, Chen Fei had always been very clear about the goal of the pills he refined. He only refined pills that could increase his cultivation. One was that he could use it, and the second was that the price of this pill was higher. If they only pursued benefits, there was naturally no problem with this method. After all, even the Alchemist Alliance's assessment used these few types of medicinal pills. But now, Chen Fei wanted to complete this task and wanted to bring forth new ideas. Just relying on a limited number of pill refinement techniques and understanding of the medicinal properties seemed to be somewhat insufficient. Previously, Chen Fei had read a period of medicine books and understood a lot of knowledge about medicinal herbs. However, after coming to the Immortal Cloud City, time was squeezed, so he put this matter aside. From the looks of it now, if he wanted to derive a pill that could satisfy the mission, he had to read a lot of medicine books. He even had to prepare a few more pill formulas that required practice. Chen Fei thought of the final reward, the Origin Awakening pill, and took a deep breath. The value of this medicinal pill was worth Chen Fei working hard for. I want to exchange for a few pill formulas. Chen Fei looked up at Qin Jinglin. Young master, follow me. Qin Jinglin bowed slightly and brought Chen Fei to the counter. Let's see how many contribution points we can exchange for this pill recipe. Chen Fei took out Eternal Ascent pill No. 1. At the same time, he took a brush and ink and began to write Eternal Ascent pill No. LS pill formula. As Chen Fei finished writing the formula for the Eternal Ascent pill No. 1, the Alliance also gave the results. Chen Fei was given two options. The first was to directly sell the pill formula from the Alliance for 3 contribution points. The second method was to split the profits. The pill formulas would be placed in the Alliance. When someone exchanged for it, the contribution points obtained would be split in half. Chen Fei was slightly surprised that the Alliance actually had such a choice for pill refiners. From a long-term perspective, it was still worth it. After all, there would always be profits in the future. The Alliance's contribution points were still very valuable. However, there was a problem with the share. More people had to know about this pill formula before others would come to exchange for it. However, the Eternal Ascent pill No. 1 had a relatively large flaw. It was a little difficult to concoct, and it wasn't friendly to Tier 9 or even Tier 8 alchemists. Furthermore, the medicinal effects didn't increase much. Moreover, there was a drawback to sharing. That was, you would have income in the event someone actually exchanges for it. It was equivalent to you being sold in the Alchemist Alliance. Chen Fei needed to make this pill recipe famous first, which was very troublesome. If he sold it, it would be very simple. He would pay 3 contribution points for a single transaction. In the future, no matter how much the pill formula sold had nothing to do with him. Chen Fei needed contribution points now. Chen Fei estimated the value of eternal ascent pill no. 1 and finally decided to sell it. He had spent a little time to derive the pill formula. It was better to maximize its value. After all, for Chen Fei, sometimes his time could create greater value. Sell it, Chen Fei replied. The alliance moved quickly. Chen Fei's J pendant was credited with an additional 3 contribution points. Is there a pill recipe that is difficult to refine, but uses ordinary medicinal ingredients, but has a special effect? Chen Fei turned to look at Qin Jinglin, and made a rather strange request. Yes. Please wait a moment. Young master. Qin Jinglin smiled sweetly and put in a request at the counter. She then placed an introduction to a pill formula in front of Chen Fei. Chen Fei curiously picked up the pill formula. After a moment, Chen Fei put down the introduction of the pill formula with an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This alchemist alliance had been established for so many years. And indeed everything was complete. They actually even had this kind of pill formula. This was a pill formula that was specially used to hone the refining techniques of pill refiners. Moreover, there were actually dozens of types of medicinal ingredients used. After successfully refining this pill formula, one would be able to control the flow of the pill. It was a colorless and odorless pill. Its effect was to fill one's stomach. And there would be pill veins on the pill. Yes, it was the pill pattern that appeared on the eternal floating pill when Chen Fei used the evil pearl to refine the eternal floating pill outside the strange wind realm. This pill formula could also be used to refine medicinal herbs with pill veins. Although the effect was only to simply fill the stomach, it was indeed very impressive. How many contribution points? 1. 700 contribution points. Done. Chen Fei nodded his head. This pill formula was indeed impressive in being able to refine ordinary medicinal ingredients into pill veins. A moment later, a pill formula appeared in front of Chen Fei. Chen Fei greeted Qin Jinglin and returned to the inn. After spending more than an hour, Chen Fei recorded this pill formula. Alchemy fasting pill has not yet entered the beginner level. Discovered pill recipe. Do you want to spend 3,000 silver taels to simplify the fasting pill? Simplifying fasting pill. Simplification was successful. Fasting pill GT egg fried rice. Chen Fei's eyes widened slightly. How did the fasting pilly formula return to cooking? Fasting pills were used to prevent hunger, but egg-fried rice was used to fill one's stomach. It had been a long time since he had personally cooked. Chen Fei thought for a moment and found the innkeeper. You want to borrow the kitchen to cook for yourself? The innkeeper stared at Chen Fei with his eyes wide open. He had seen all kinds of requests from customers, but he had never seen anything like this. Did he not trust the food in their inn and want to prepare it himself? Chen Fei silently pushed 10 taels of silver over. Chen Fei didn't want to go to the rented courtyard because he couldn't cook egg-fried rice all day. He still needed to practice various cultivation techniques here. Sir, we don't have such a precedent here. The shopkeeper looked at Chen Fei helplessly. Just give me a separate kitchen. Chen Fei took out another 10 taels of silver and placed them on the counter. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. He was not thinking about whether to accept the money, but how to reject Chen Fei. Chen Fei saw through the shopkeeper's intentions and nodded his head. He took back the silver. It seemed that he still had to work a little harder. Not far from the inn, Chen Fei had rented a courtyard, so he could only go there for the time being. Chen Fei first returned to the heavenly room in the inn and spent 2 hours completing the cultivation of the suppressing dragon elephant. When it was close to evening, Chen Fei left the inn. He needed to buy a bag of rice and a lot of eggs. Big Brother Chen. Big Brother Chen. Is that you? Chen Fei had just turned a corner when a cautious voice sounded. Chen Fei's footsteps could not help but stop. He turned around and saw a young girl in her 20s standing in the distance. Chen Fei did not know this person, but the reason Chen Fei stopped was that the voice just now should have been Si Yinan's. Big Brother Chen. Si Yinan. Can you help my grandfather? He can't hold on much longer. Si Yinan's face was full of tears as he looked at Chen Fei with pleading eyes. What happened to your grandfather? Looking at this face seriously, Chen Fei really saw Si Yinan's original outline. However, How did a child who was originally only about 10 years old suddenly grow so much? Grandfather is unconscious. If we don't wake him up soon, I'm afraid he won't wake up again. Chapter 133 Chapter 133 Strange Heart Realm. Chapter 133 Strange Heart Realm. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Alright, bring me there. Chen Fei nodded and wiped his face with his hand. He instantly changed his appearance. At the same time, his bones cracked. Unknowingly, he grew an inch taller and became thinner. Because of the suppressing dragon elephant, Chen Fei's control over his body had become more and more precise. Even his disguise technique had increased by a level. Now, even if a disguising expert saw Chen Fei, it would be very difficult for them to tell if Chen Fei's current appearance was real or fake. When Si Yinan saw Chen Fei's change, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. However, she immediately nodded happily and led Chen Fei forward. After making a few turns in the alley, Si Yinan stopped in front of a courtyard. Compared to the courtyard he had rented previously, this place was undoubtedly much more remote and dilapidated. Grandpa's inside. Si Yinan opened the door and welcomed Chen Fei in. Chen Fei looked at the house in front of him and sniffed slightly. He smelled a trace of herbs. Si Yinan opened the door, and Chen Fei saw a person lying on the bed. However, it was not Si Yuanhai at all. We were afraid that our enemies would find us, so we hid here. Grandpa used a secret technique to transform us into our current appearance. Si Yinan walked to the bedside and looked at the unconscious Si Yuanhai. Tears flowed down uncontrollably again. Who is chasing after you? Chen Fei walked forward and looked at Si Yuanhai. His face was haggard and pale. If it were not for the fact that his chest was still rising and falling slightly, he would have been thought to have passed away. I don't know either. Grandpa said it was an old enemy. Si Yinan shook her head. Chen Fei frowned slightly. It was obvious that Si Yuanhai did not tell his granddaughter the details. But it was normal. After all, Si Yinan's actual age was only about 10 years old. She was just a child. However, this child was born with great strength. This was probably the reason why Si Yuanhai risked his life to bring Si Yinan by his side. If Si Yinan stayed in her original place, she would probably be taken away by her family members from other parts of the country. You came to me because you have a specific way to save your grandfather. Si Yuanhai's condition made Chen Fei a little unsure of how to treat him. Chen Fei was an alchemist and knew a little about medicine, but he was not a real doctor. Facing such a seriously injured and dying person, Chen Fei really did not have any good ideas. Yes, I do. Si Yinan quickly nodded. Then, he looked at Chen Fei and said in a low voice, Grandpa's body was actually injured, but his mind was trapped in the strange heart realm and can't come out. That's why his body was declining day by day. If we didn't pull Grandpa out of the strange heart realm, he would never wake up again. At the end, Si Yinan couldn't help but cry softly. Si Yinan had always had the best relationship with her grandfather since she was a child. Si Yinan couldn't imagine her grandfather dying in front of her. Strange Heart Realm. Chen Fei frowned slightly. Why was this name a little familiar the last time in the Strange Wind Realm? The monk said that he was in the Heart Realm. Was there any connection between the two? That is a dangerous place. Only the mind can enter. Because Grandpa was seriously injured, he was dragged into the Strange Heart Realm by the evil he controlled. I've already entered twice. I tried to find Grandpa, but I failed. In a short period of time, one only have one last chance. Si Yinan said with tears in her eyes. Do you want me to enter the Strange Heart Realm with you? What kind of place was the Strange Heart Realm? Chen Fei did not refuse. Si Yuanhai and the other man had saved him before. Chen Fei would never forget this kindness. However, the name of the Strange Heart Realm did not sound like a good place. Si Yuanhai had been dragged into the strange world that he controlled. Was the strange world filled with evil monsters? I'm not sure either. Grandpa only said that our resisting evil lineage's success and failure are both due to the Strange Heart Realm. Grandpa had brought me into it a few times before, but we only experienced it on the surface and didn't go deep. Si Yinan shook his head. Chen Fei frowned slightly. As long as one's mind entered, the strange heart realm would probably be filled with evil things. The most important blood essence restraint of a martial artist would become a decoration. However, because there was no blood essence, the source of that evil was attracted to had also disappeared. Instead, it had become another kind of balance. Big Brother Chen. This is a heart candle. After we light it and use the secret technique, we can enter the strange heart realm. This heart candle will come with us to the strange heart realm. It can protect us and not attract the attention of other evil beings. However, you can only light one at a time. Si Yinan took out a white candle from her pocket. It was a little similar to the white candle used to attract evil spirits. But there was also a slight difference. At least it didn't have that strange smell. Are there any other taboos in the strange heart realm? Chen Fei asked. Yes. Grandfather said that in the strange heart realm, one shouldn't mention other people's names or their past. It's best not to speak or be curious. Otherwise, it will cause unnecessary trouble. Si Yinan whispered. Then what should one do if my physical body is in danger? Chen Fei looked around. Although this place was remote, it did not mean that there would be no danger, especially since Si Yuanhai had enemies. If they happened to find this place, wouldn't they have been blind for nothing? Before we enter, the entire courtyard will be set up with an alert formation. As long as someone or an attack arrives, the formation will immediately wake us up. At that time, no matter where our minds are in the strange heart realm, we will be able to return safely. Other than the formation, we also have a protective jade pendant that can help us block an attack. Si Yinan explained. Chen Fei nodded. It seemed that the resisting evil lineage already had enough plans in this aspect. However, this was only normal. If he didn't ensure the safety of his physical body first, he wouldn't dare to let his mind leave so easily. Chen Fei went forward to check on Si Yuanhai's condition. It was indeed not optimistic. If he did not step in, he was afraid that he would leave within 1 or 2 days. Give me a few hours, and I'll follow you into the strange heart realm. The tranquil origin technique was just a little bit away from great completion. Since he was entering the strange heart realm with his mind, then his mental strength was also a key factor. Okay, Brother Chen, you can rest in the room next door. Although Si Yinan was burning with anxiety, she also knew that Chen Fei was probably preparing something. Chen Fei went to the room next door and sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to cultivate tranquil origin technique. It had been a long time since he had obtained the heart origin technique and merged it into the tranquil origin technique. Chen Fei had also been cultivating diligently every day. Today, he was finally about to cultivate it to the state of perfection. After 2 hours, Chen Fei's eyes suddenly opened. A faint light seemed to flash through his eyes. There's actually an additional characteristic. It's worth spending so many contribution points in exchange. Chen Fei sensed the enlightenment he received after reaching great completion in the tranquil origin technique, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. When the tranquil heart technique achieved great completion, it had an additional characteristic similar to bullet time, which allowed Chen Fei to grasp the surrounding situation in an instant. Now that the tranquil origin technique had also reached great completion, the bullet time was still there. At the same time, there was an additional characteristic similar to time freezing. In addition to strengthening the bullet time, Chen Fei could also drag the enemy into that almost stagnant world. At that moment, Chen Fei's thoughts could function normally, but the enemy's thoughts would be paused for a moment as if they were blacked out. Of course, the effect of this kind of mental attack depended on the strength of Chen Fei's own mental strength and the level of his opponent's mental strength. If the opponent was much stronger than Chen Fei, such as an aperture tempering realm expert, Chen Fei's mind power would explode before the other party could do anything. The addition of the mental attack technique was a pleasant surprise for Chen Fei. Chen Fei opened his right hand, and some fragments appeared in his hand. These were the fragments left behind after the heart pearl shattered. Chen Fei did not know if these things were useful or if he could bring them to the strange heart world, but he would not lose out if he brought them with him first. After adjusting himself for a moment, Chen Fei arrived at Si Yuanhai's room. Brother Chen. Si Yinan raised her head to look at Chen Fei. Her expression changed slightly. She felt the feeling Chen Fei gave her seemed to have changed a little since the short time they were apart. However, Si Yinan couldn't describe exactly what it was. "Let's enter the strange heart realm," Chen Fei said in a deep voice. "Thank you, Big Brother Chen." A smile bloomed on Si Yinan's face as she bowed deeply to Chen Fei. Chen Fei sighed slightly. Si Yuanhai's accident seemed to have made this brat from back then grow a lot. In the past, when Si Yinan saw Chen Fei, she wouldn't call him Big Brother. Just saying hey to him meant that he was more familiar with him. Si Yinan took out a jade pendant from her sleeve and lit the heart candle. A faint fragrance wafted out, making people feel drowsy. Si Yinan turned to look at Chen Fei. Seeing Chen Fei nod, Si Yinan began to form seals with both hands. A circle of ripples started from Si Yinan's hands and spread out slightly in all directions. The jade pendant suddenly floated up and then released a circle of faint light that envelops Chen Fei and the other man. Chen Fei did not resist this feeling and slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, Chen Fei felt his mind in a trance. Suddenly, Chen Fei opened his eyes. There was no house, no Si Yuanhai, only Si Yinan standing at the side. However, Si Yinan had already returned to her 10-year-old appearance and not the appearance of a teenage girl. Chen Fei looked around. They were currently standing on a huge plain. The immortal cloud city had long disappeared. However, there were a few faintly discernible mountain ranges in the distance. The outline of the mountain ranges outside the immortal cloud city was roughly the same. Chen Fei lowered his head and looked at himself. His clothes were still the same, but they had turned a lot whiter and lost their original color. It was not just the clothes. Chen Fei looked around. It was all black and white. In this world, there was no color. Si Yinan gently touched Chen Fei's hand and pointed ahead, indicating for Chen Fei to follow her. Chen Fei looked at the things in Si Yinan's hands. Other than the heart candle, there was also an ancient jade ring. Chen Fei remembered that this was something that Si Yuanhai always carried with him. Was she relying on this to determine the location of Si Yuanhai's mind? Chapter 134 Chapter 134 Danger Everywhere. Chapter 134 Danger Everywhere. Chen Fei touched the shard in his sleeve. The shard of the heart pearl could indeed be brought in. However, he did not know if it would be effective against the evils of the strange heart realm when he encountered danger. The surroundings were completely silent. The sound of Chen Fei and the other person walking also disappeared without a trace under the effect of the heart candle. Chen Fei sensed his own situation. It was still very different from the heart realm when he faced the monk last time. At least at that time, Chen Fei could still sense his physical body and blood. However, in this strange heart realm, his physical body seemed to be in a very distant place. At this moment, Chen Fei could only feel that his body was floating a little. The feeling of being on solid ground was gone, and he was somewhat uncomfortable. Chen Fei followed Si Yinan forward. After a while, Chen Fei's expression changed slightly. In the beginning, Chen Fei thought that this strange heart realm would be completely one tune with the real world outside. Although the immortal cloud city was gone, the direction of some mountain ranges in the distance was almost the same. However, Chen Fei and Si Yinan had only walked for 15 minutes when Chen Fei saw a hill. This mountain slope was dozens of miles away from Immortal Cloud City. It was called General Slope. With Chen Fei and Si Yinan's current speed, they walked dozens of miles in a quarter of an hour with the way ordinary people walked, and they didn't even use any movement techniques. How could such a thing happen? The strange heart realm was related to the real world, but it was definitely not the same. Chen Fei looked around from time to time and compared it to the environment he knew. Suddenly, Chen Fei's entire body went numb. Chen Fei's expression changed, and he stopped Si Yinan in front of him. Si Yinan looked at Chen Fei in confusion. She didn't know why Chen Fei suddenly stopped her. Chen Fei made a hand gesture, indicating that there was danger ahead. Si Yinan looked ahead with some doubt. The fog was floating there. From afar, it looked no different from the road they had walked before. Chen Fei's eyes were fixed on the front. At this moment, Chen Fei still felt as if his body and mind were being pricked by needles. If he had the thought of moving forward, this piercing pain would multiply. It was obvious that Chen Fei's mind was warning him that there was an extremely great danger ahead. It was not something that the two of them could resist. Chen Fei signaled for Xi Yinan to take a detour. Xi Yinan nodded, and the two of them went around the front and left. However, before he could take 2 steps, Chen Fei stopped Xi Yinan again. There was still danger ahead. Although it was slightly weaker than before, it would still hurt the two of them if they entered rashly. Xi Yinan didn't object. The strange heart realm itself was filled with danger. Otherwise, Xi Yinan wouldn't have been forced to leave the first 2 times she entered, leaving her with only 1 chance. They continued to make a detour to the left. This time, the two of them walked a little more before continuing forward. However, Chen Fei's face immediately darkened. It was still that familiar stabbing pain that kept pricking Chen Fei. There was danger ahead. If it weren't for the fact that he had enough confidence in his mind, Chen Fei would have suspected that there was something wrong with his perception. He had already taken such a long detour, but the road ahead was still impassable. Xi Yinan looked at Chen Fei helplessly. Chen Fei looked at the heart candle in Xi Yinan's hand. After such a long time, the heart candle had already burned about 30%. How far is it? Chen Fei didn't make a sound. He just opened his mouth and mouthed the words. I don't know. The distance that the ring is sensing is still very far, Xi Yinan mouthed in response. His expression was a little lost. If they couldn't pass through, how were they going to find her grandfather if they delayed any longer? The candle in their hands would burn out, and they would have to leave the strange heart realm. Otherwise, without the protection of the heart candle to conceal their aura. Although the strange heart world might not directly find them, the environment of the strange heart world would have a huge impact on the mind. Ordinary minds would probably be directly melted and collapsed. Go down. Chen Fei hesitated for a moment and pointed in a direction. Since he couldn't go around from the left for so long, he could only try to go around from the right. Of course, he could also continue to walk on the left. But Chen Fei faintly felt that this path would be a dead end. It was hard to explain things like intuition. However, for martial artists, especially powerful martial artists, their intuition would become more and more accurate. This was directly related to the growth of their mental strength. Xi Yinan nodded in agreement. The two of them started to walk back to their original path, and then started to circle around from the right. After walking for a while, the two of them heard the sound of water. Chen Fei suddenly realized that this should be the water rime river that flowed near the Immortal Cloud City. The people in Immortal Cloud City usually got their daily water from this river. He didn't expect to see this water rime river in the strange heart realm. They didn't reach the riverside. After taking a detour, the two of them continued to walk forward. This time, it was much smoother. Chen Fei didn't feel any pain ahead. A smile finally appeared on Xi Yinan's face. The sound of the river water echoed in her ears. Xi Yinan sensed the ring in her hand and kept moving forward. As time passed, the candle in their hands burned, but the two of them were getting closer and closer to Xi Yuanhai's soul. Chen Fei suddenly stopped Xi Yinan and looked at the black shadow in front of him with an ugly expression. The feeling of holding a needle against your head and eyes appeared once again. Was the strange heart world that abnormal? They had only walked for so long, and they had taken such a long detour, but they still could not avoid it. Xi Yinan looked at the heart candle in her hand. There was less than 40 left. According to the original pace, Xi Yinan felt that she could still reach Xi Yuanhai's soul. However, if he continued to take a detour, it would be too late. Xi Yinan looked at Chen Fei, not knowing what to do. If they continued forward, there would be great danger. But if they took a detour, they would not be able to make it in time. Run. Chen Fei pondered for a moment and mouthed. In the strange heart realm, running would cause one's mental state to be severely exhausted. Moreover, the swaying of the heart candle would easily attract strange attention and cause unnecessary danger. Thus, the two of them had to move forward. This was the safest way in the strange heart realm. However, it was clear that they did not have enough time to walk steadily. Furthermore, the black screen in front of him made Chen Fei not dare to barge in. Compared to the danger he had sensed previously, this black screen seemed to be swallowing him whole, making him feel terrified. Jump on my back. Chen Fei gestured for a while and then half-squatted down. Xi Yinan nodded and jumped onto Chen Fei's back. The next moment, Chen Fei ran toward the left. The black curtain extended directly to the riverside, so it was unrealistic to go around from the right. Now, it was a race against time to find Yunhai's soul before the candle in his heart burned out. Chen Fei ran as steadily as possible, but his heart was still shaking violently. The soft murmurs around him began to reach Chen Fei's ears. If they were walking just now, there would not be such murmurs. This kind of murmuring was like a demonic sound pouring into his ears, desperately drilling into his mind. After listening for a moment, Chen Fei was annoyed and became irritable. He even looked at the swaying heart candle and wanted to smash it. A cool sensation spread from the inside of his body, clearing away this irritation. The tranquil origin technique sensed danger and automatically reacted in Chen Fei's mind. The light of the heart candle suddenly weakened. Chen Fei was shocked and turned his head to look. The heart candle in Si Yinen's hand had unknowingly been almost crushed by Si Yinen. Chen Fei took the heart candle. Si Yinen subconsciously wanted to snatch it and even destroy it. However, Chen Fei immediately shouted and forcefully woke Si Yinen up. Si Yinen's hand froze in midair, and then her eyes regained clarity. Recalling what she had just done, Si Yinen's expression changed slightly, and her eyes were filled with fear. If Chen Fei's reaction had been a little slower, the heart candle would have been destroyed, and the operation in the strange heart realm would have ended here. The murmurs from the surroundings still entered his ears from time to time. Si Yinen grabbed the thumb ring in her hand and constantly resisted these murmurs. Fortunately, the resisting evil lineage was already familiar with the effects of the illusions in the strange heart realm. They had only been suddenly invaded and had forgotten about this matter. At this moment, as Si Yinan continued to circulate her mental cultivation method, she was finally no longer disturbed. After making a detour to the left, Chen Fei's expression was a little ugly. Was the strange heart world so abnormal there was actually danger ahead? How did the resisting evil lineage normally move around in the strange heart realm in this lousy environment? If they walked a little further, they would be unable to move forward. How could they move properly? Si Yinan seemed to have sensed Chen Fei's expression. Her mood seemed to have hit rock bottom. So even if she found someone to help, she still couldn't save grandfather. Chen Fei looked at the heart candle in his hand. In such a short time, the heart candle had burned quite a bit. Chen Fei looked at the fog in front of him. He might have to go all out. This was the least dangerous one that Chen Fei sensed. If they continued to circle around, there might not be enough time left on the heart candle. Chen Fei finally understood. If one wanted to go a little further in this strange heart world, it was completely impossible for one to not take some risks. Chen Fei calmed his mind and looked at the black fog in front of him. He walked in step by step. His pace was slightly slower than a run, but at least it wouldn't cause the candlelight of the heart candle to fluctuate violently. After entering the black fog, Si Yinan seemed to have sensed danger. She quickly closed his eyes and tried to seal her ears. To a certain extent, it could avoid being affected by the surrounding environment. Si Yinan knew that she couldn't help, so she could only try her best to reduce the impact on Chen Fei. Chen Fei's eyes swept across the surroundings. The indistinct murmurs appeared again. Compared to before, the intensity had increased a lot. Fortunately, his tranquil origin technique, which was at great completion, perfectly blocked the invasion of these sounds, allowing Chen Fei to remain clear-headed and unaffected. In the fog, the candlelight was compressed and stuck to Chen Fei's body slightly. Chen Fei could only see things 10 meters ahead. Anything further was covered by the fog. Suddenly, Chen Fei stopped in his tracks. A figure appeared 10 meters ahead. Chapter 135 Chapter 135 Eternal Moment. Chapter 135 Eternal Moment. Chen Fei narrowed his eyes and took a few steps back. The figure did not chase after him, and Chen Fei felt slightly relieved. After going around for dozens of meters, Chen Fei continued to advance. However, he immediately stopped. Another figure appeared in front of them. It was exactly the same as the figure they had met earlier. Clearly, Chen Fei and the other man were being targeted. This time, Chen Fei observed carefully. There seemed to be something on his back. The outline looked familiar. He could not avoid it at all. Chen Fei licked his lips and glanced at the heart candle in his hand. He raised his head and looked at the figure. His eyes widened slightly. and he suddenly rushed over. The distance of 10 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Chen Fei finally saw the appearance of the figure in front of him. Chen Fei's pupils constricted slightly. The figure in front of him looked like Chen Fei. Not only was Chen Fei there, but Si Yinan was also on his back. However, unlike Chen Fei, Si Yinan was staring straight at Chen Fei. When Chen Fei and Si Yinan saw Chen Fei, their wooden faces suddenly blossomed with smiles. The smiles of the two people opposite him were different from the smiles of ordinary people. It was as if they were fabricated. At first glance, it was obvious that they were fake, but at the same time, it was fake enough to make people panic. It was like a paper figurine. Break! With a low shout, Eternity Moment smashed into the two shadows opposite him. The two shadows suddenly stopped moving, and their raised arms froze in midair. Chen Fei did not hesitate and ran past the two shadows. The eyes of the two shadows struggled to look at Chen Fei, but their bodies were frozen there and could not move. They could only watch as Chen Fei quickly escaped from there. There was nothing they could do. Chen Fei ran quickly. After a moment, he left the area covered by the black fog. The feeling of a knife on his back slowly disappeared. Chen Fei ran for a distance and turned back to look at the black fog behind him. There seemed to be a figure standing quietly there. Looking at Chen Fei from afar, Chen Fei frowned slightly. It was good that it didn't chase after them. Chen Fei lowered his head to check on the heart candle and communicated with Si Yinan. The heart candle should still be enough to find Si Yuanhai. Chen Fei didn't delay and started running forward. At the same time, he tried to draw in the candlelight of the heart candle. After a few attempts, the candlelight was actually retracted by Chen Fei, only sticking to their bodies. Although the murmurs around them became louder, the burning speed of the candlelight decreased. This was what Chen Fei had discovered when he passed through the black fog earlier. Now that he had tried it, it actually worked. If this were in the real world, it would be a fantasy. However, it was actually established in the strange heart realm. If he had discovered this from the moment he entered the strange heart realm, most likely, there would still be more than half of the heart candle left. But, unfortunately, this was Chen Fei's first time here, and Si Yinan knew little about this world. Si Yinan also looked curiously at the change in the candlelight. Sensing that the burning speed of the heart candle had decreased, Si Yinan couldn't help but smile. This way, the possibility of finding her grandfather became higher. It was as if the strange experience they had just encountered had exhausted their bad luck. For the rest of the journey, Chen Fei only sensed danger in other places. The path they were on was unimpeded. The only thing was that because the candlelight had dimmed, the influence of the environment had increased, and Si Yinan's condition had become extremely bad. In the end, she was just a 10-year-old child. Although her combat strength surpassed ordinary people due to her special physique, it was still very difficult for her to resist the invasion that constantly surrounded her ears. Chen Fei was much better off. The perfection of the tranquil origin technique had allowed Chen Fei's mental strength to surpass that of ordinary marrow tempering realm martial artists. Even those practitioners in the visceral tempering realm had to compete to determine who was better. As time passed, the tranquil origin technique would continue to increase Chen Fei's mental strength, just like how inner strength cultivation techniques increased inner strength. Suddenly, Si Yinan grabbed the clothes on Chen Fei's shoulders. Chen Fei turned his head in confusion. Grandpa's soul is being dragged away. Si Yinan mouthed nervously. Chen Fei frowned slightly. From the moment he entered the strange heart realm, Si Yuanhai's soul had always been in a fixed position. Why was it suddenly dragged away? Maybe it's because of it. Si Yinan raised the thumb ring in his hand. They had always relied on this thumb ring to determine Si Yuanhai's location. The evil in Grandpa's body has been with Grandpa for too long. Whether it's Grandpa's soul or this ring, there's a weak connection. That evil must have sensed that the ring was approaching, so it instinctively moved away. Si Yinan mouthed anxiously. Chen Fei nodded slightly. He looked at the thumb ring and thought for a moment. Then, he took out the heart pearl fragment from his sleeve and wrapped the thumb ring with a relatively large fragment. The heart pearl's function was to seal. Now that it was broken, Chen Fei did not know how much of this sealing ability was left. It stopped. Si Yinan looked at the broken piece of fragment on the thumb ring in disbelief. As soon as the broken piece was applied, Si Yuanhai's soul, which was moving quickly, suddenly stopped. In other words, the evil thing had lost its connection to the ring, so it instinctively stopped. Chen Fei smiled and was about to continue running forward when his expression suddenly changed. Not only Chen Fei but Si Yinan's expression also changed. Si Yinan looked into the distance with a pained expression. She was so close. Why did it have to be like this? She had already gone through so many dangers. Chen Fei sighed helplessly. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared from the strange heart realm. Just a moment ago, their bodies had sensed danger. This was an alarm from the array in the courtyard. Moreover, this sense of danger continued to increase. Clearly, it was not an easy task. In the courtyard of the immortal Cloud City, Chen Fei opened his eyes and held his sword in his hand. At this moment, Chen Fei could already hear the sound of footsteps in the courtyard. Senior brother, why are you doing this? We came from the same sect. My talent is better than yours, and I learn things faster than you. However, the other senior brothers and sisters, even the master, like you more. A voice came from outside the courtyard. A few figures walked over step by step. It was like a hammer that hammered on one's heart, making one's chest swell and feel unbearable pain. Master said that my heart is not right and punished me to go to the back mountain to reflect on my mistakes. But what did one do wrong? I just wanted to cultivate faster. Ordinary people are like ants. It's their blessing to be able to help me cultivate. Yan Dequan said slowly. One was seriously injured, while the other was a child who was not even 10 years old. Today, he could finally get back everything he had lost. Senior brother, I didn't want to kill you. We're fellow disciples. How could I do such a decisive thing? As long as you teach me the secret technique of your sect, I will turn around and leave. In the future, you and I will mind our own business, and you can go back to your original life. How about it? It's him, Grandpa's enemy. Si Yinan fell to the ground. There was nothing left. She had lost her third chance and couldn't pull her grandfather's soul out of the strange heart realm. Now that the enemy who had injured his grandfather had caught up, everything was over. Brother Chen, leave quickly. Si Yinan suddenly looked up at Chen Fei. Her grandfather couldn't be saved, but Si Yinan was no longer afraid. She wanted to drag Yan Dequan with her to their deaths. However, Si Yinan couldn't drag Chen Fei down anymore. Entering the strange heart realm was already troubling Chen Fei too much. Don't give up until the last moment. Chen Fei looked at Si Yinan and pointed at Si Yuanhai on the bed. Take senior. See away first. 111 Stop them. We'll meet up later. But. No buts. Go. Chen Fei glared at her. And Si Yinan swallowed her words. Yes. Never give up until the last moment. Grandpa used to teach me this. There must be a way. There must be a way to bring Grandpa back from the strange heart realm. Si Yinan glanced at Chen Fei. Si Yinan didn't say out loud what he had done for her, but she remembered it in her heart. She would never forget this kindness. Si Yinan stepped forward and carried Si Yuanhai on her back. Fortunately, Si Yinan looked like he was 20 years old and could easily carry Si Yuanhai on her back. You want to leave, senior brother? Why are you doing this? Yan Dequan sensed the change in the room, and his voice turned cold. The next moment, a cunning hand appeared in front of Si Yinan and grabbed her face. Clang! A sword and shield appeared in front of the sly hand. The sly hand trembled slightly and was pushed back by the rebound force. Then, it dissipated. Starry Night sword and Thorn sword, the two combined to create a reflective shield, which shattered the sly hand. Let's go. Chen Fei came to the wall and kicked a big hole in it. Si Yinan quickly carried Si Yuanhai and ran outside. Stop. Yan Dequan's voice didn't carry the slightest bit of emotion. Or perhaps he was someone who didn't have much emotion. The persuasion just now seemed to be more of an act. Boom! More than 10 sly hands appeared, and the entire house was flattened. Yan Dequan also saw the situation inside the house clearly. Yan Dequan glanced at Chen Fei before turning to look at Si Yinan and Si Yuanhai. Seeing that Si Yuanhai was unconscious, Yan Dequan's brows twitched slightly. But he did not show any mercy. More than 10 sly hands flashed and grabbed at Si Yinan and Si Yuanhai. Before the sly hands could get close to Si Yinan, Chen Feiwu brandished his long sword. His sword and shield flashed, blocking the dozens of sly hands. The sly hands immediately dissipated, and Yan Dequin's expression darkened. Who are you? This is an internal matter of our sect and has nothing to do with you. Yan Dequin looked at Chen Fei with a cold gaze, his words threatening. Let's go. Chen Fei saw that Si Yinan was still standing there foolishly and couldn't help but shout. Si Yinan seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly ran towards the alley. Chase after them. Yan Dequin saw that his threat was ineffective and shouted at the disciples behind him. Yes, sir. Yan Dequin's 2 disciples flashed, but in just a few moments, they fell to the ground, crying loudly. One of them had lost an arm, while the other had a hole in his thigh. Just now, if the 2 of them hadn't been cautious enough to use the evil to protect their vital points, and if Yan Dequin hadn't used the sly hand to sneak attack Chen Fei, the 2 of them probably wouldn't have suffered such simple injuries. Chen Fei's figure flickered and returned to his original spot. The sword in his hand was pointed diagonally at the ground as he looked at Yan Dequin. Chapter 136 Chapter 136 Palm Technique that Descends from the Sky. Chapter 136 Palm Technique that Descends from the Sky. It seems that you intend to take care of this matter. Yan Dequin narrowed his eyes as he looked at Chen Fei. The surrounding temperature seemed to have turned cold following Yan Dequin's words. Break! Chen Fei roared, and the air that seemed to be condensing around him suddenly shattered. Looking around again, there was no drop in temperature. Everything that had happened just now was an illusion. Yan Dequin's expression changed slightly. This kind of soundlessly dragging a person into an illusion was the ultimate technique of their resisting evil lineage. He did not expect that Chen Fei would break it before it could even took effect. Since you've meddled so much, then go to hell. Yan Dequin roared angrily. Hundreds of sly hands appeared behind him. Yan Dequin pointed forward with his right hand, and the sly hands disappeared. When they reappeared, they had already covered Chen Fei's entire body. Chen Fei's expression did not change. Si Yuanhai had used this move before. At that time, he had also relied on this move to seal Shi Zuken and provide Chen Fei with an opportunity to attack. Now that he had experienced it personally, the cold aura around him seemed to freeze his soul. Different from the previous illusion, the coldness this time was real. Chen Fei could feel that his blood was being suppressed, and the transmission between his skin, flesh, bones, and muscles began to stiffen. If he didn't stop it, what awaited Chen Fei would be Shizuken, turning into an ice sculpture. Thorn sword shield. The long sword in Chen Fei's hand disappeared, turning into countless sword shields that surrounded Chen Fei's body. As soon as the sly hands approached, they were blocked by the sword and shield. The rebound force sent the sly hands flying. Compared to the previous sly hand that shattered with a single touch, the sly hand now was undoubtedly much stronger. However, after being hit by the thorny sword and shield, the sly hand inevitably stopped for a moment and a crack appeared. It was the same for every single hand. Although it was immediately repaired, a flaw immediately appeared in the perfect sealing formation just now. Chen Fei's figure flashed, and he directly rushed out from the gaps between the hundreds of sly hands. He arrived in front of Yan Dequin and stabbed out with the sword in his hand. Sword 6. After breaking through to the marrow tempering realm, Sword 6 had become Chen Fei's regular move in both strength and reaction. The current Chen Fei could easily use it, unlike before, when his body was on the verge of collapse. Clang! With a muffled sound, the sword blade stabbed into a huge sly hand. The rebound force made Chen Fei take a step back slightly, and a huge hole appeared in the sly hand. Roar! As if it was in pain, the sly hand actually let out a roar. Chen Fei's hair was blown back. The quiet origin art quickly circulated in his mind, blocking the impact of the growl. With this pause, the hundreds of sly hands flew towards Chen Fei again. Wanting to surround him, Chen Fei's figure flickered. There seemed to be several more Chen Feis in the courtyard. On the courtyard wall, on the eaves, on the rockery, there were several Chen Feis. The cunning hand paused slightly, unable to immediately distinguish which one was the real Chen Fei. Yan Dequan frowned. This martial artist who was only in the marrow-tempering realm was actually so difficult to deal with. He had even broken through the blockade of hundreds of sly hands and arrived in front of him. If it wasn't for the protection around him, Yan Dequan would probably be in danger. Seventh Swordsman. A figure suddenly appeared beside Yan Dequan. A sword light stabbed towards Yan Dequan at an unbelievable speed. It seems that you intend to take care of this matter. Yan Dequan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Chen Fei. The surrounding temperature seemed to have turned cold following Yan Dequan's words. Break! Chen Fei roared. And the air that seemed to be condensing around him suddenly shattered. Looking around again, there was no drop in temperature. Everything that had happened just now was an illusion. Yan Dequan's expression changed slightly. This kind of soundlessly dragging a person into an illusion was the ultimate technique of the resisting evil lineage. He did not expect that Chen Fei would break it before it could even took effect. Since you've meddled so much, then go to hell. Yan Dequan roared angrily. Hundreds of sly hands appeared behind him. Yan Dequan pointed forward with his right hand, and the sly hands disappeared. When they reappeared, they had already covered Chen Fei's entire body. Chen Fei's expression did not change. Yuan Hai had used this move before. At that time, he had also relied on this move to seal Shizuken and provide Chen Fei with an opportunity to attack. Now that he had experienced it personally, the cold aura around him seemed to freeze his soul. Different from the previous illusion, the coldness this time was real. Chen Fei could feel that his blood was being suppressed, and the transmission between his skin, flesh, bones, and muscles began to stiffen. If he didn't stop it, what awaited Chen Fei would be Shizuken, turning into an ice sculpture. Thorn sword shield. The long sword in Chen Fei's hand disappeared, turning into countless sword shields that surrounded Chen Fei's body. As soon as the sly hands approached, they were blocked by the sword and shield. The rebound force sent the sly hands flying. Compared to the previous sly hand that shattered with a single touch, the sly hand now was undoubtedly much stronger. However, after being hit by the thorny sword and shield, the sly hand inevitably stopped for a moment, and a crack appeared. It was the same for every single hand, although it was immediately repaired. A flaw immediately appeared in the perfect sealing formation just now. Chen Fei's figure flashed, and he directly rushed out from the gaps between the hundreds of sly hands. He arrived in front of Yan Dequan and stabbed out with the sword in his hand. Sword 6. After breaking through to the marrow-tempering realm, Sword 6 had become Chen Fei's regular move in both strength and reaction. The current Chen Fei could easily use it. Unlike before, when his body was on the verge of collapse. Clang! With a muffled sound, the sword blade stabbed into a huge sly hand. The rebound force made Chen Fei take a step back slightly, and a huge hole appeared in the sly hand. Roar! As if it was in pain, the sly hand actually let out a roar. Chen Fei's hair was blown back. The tranquil origin technique quickly circulated in his mind, blocking the impact of the growl. With this pause, the hundreds of sly hands flew towards Chen Fei again, wanting to surround him. Chen Fei's figure flickered. There seemed to be several more Chen Feis in the courtyard. On the courtyard wall, on the eaves, on the rockery, there were several Chen Feis. The sly hand paused slightly, unable to immediately distinguish which one was the real Chen Fei. Yan Dequan frowned. This martial artist, who was only in the marrow-tempering realm, was actually so difficult to deal with. He had even broken through the blockade of hundreds of sly hands and arrived in front of him. If it weren't for the protection around him, Yan Dequan would probably be in danger. Sword 7. A figure suddenly appeared beside Yan Dequan. A sword light stabbed toward Yan Dequan at an unbelievable speed. Surpass. Seeing how terrifying the sword light was, Yan Dequan formed a seal with both hands. A cold aura suddenly exploded from Yan Dequan's body. The sword in Chen Fei's hand broke through the cold aura, but the further he went, the more difficult it was to break through. Chen Fei frowned slightly. The long sword in his hand suddenly exploded, turning into countless sword-light fragments that exploded the surrounding coldness. Chen Fei stepped back with his right foot and squeezed through the cold aura. Suddenly, another long sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed forward. Boom! A huge sly hand descended from the sky and hit the spot where Chen Fei had been standing. The entire courtyard shook violently. The sly hand was raised, but there was no one below. At the crucial moment, Chen Fei had already dodged and arrived at a corner of the courtyard. Chen Fei let out a breath of turbid air as he stared at Yan Dequan. The fight just now sounded complicated, but it was actually completed in the blink of an eye. Compared to Si Yuanhai, this Yan Dequan was more than a level more powerful. All kinds of bizarre techniques emerged one after another. It was extremely difficult for Chen Fei to get close to the other party. Of course, it wasn't very likely that Yan Dequan wanted to kill Chen Fei. Although the power of that large sly hand was shocking, its speed was a little slow for Chen Fei. As for the seals of the hundreds of sly hands, with the thorn sword shield, Chen Fei was invincible. However, Chen Fei could sense that Yan Dequan still had a move he hadn't used, just like how Chen Fei hadn't used his full strength. Both sides were somewhat fearful at this moment. If they continued to fight, it would be a life-and-death battle. It was still unknown who would win. Chen Fei was a little tempted. Should he use Eternity Moment as long as he could hold Yan Dequan in place for a moment? Chen Fei was confident that he could lift his head with a sword. However, Eternity Moment had a small drawback. It could not be used on people who have formidable mental strength, or it would easily cause a backlash. Based on Chen Fei's observations, this resisting evil lineage was born with the main cultivation of mental Shen power. Otherwise, they would not be able to seal the strangeness into their bodies. If Chen Fei's mental skill was smashed over, Yan Dequan might not have much time, but Chen Fei himself would be stopped for a moment. At that time, he would be looking for his own death. Which sect are you from? Yan Dequan also looked at Chen Fei with some fear. Just as Chen Fei had guessed, Yan Dequan had indeed left quite a number of trump cards. If he used them right, he would have the upper hand. However, this kind of timing was not easy to find because Chen Fei's movement technique was too fast. It just so happened that Yan Dequan was still unable to control Chen Fei within a certain range. This made his backup move completely useless. But Yan Dequan was unwilling to retreat just like that. In order to find Si Yuanhai, Yan Dequan had crossed thousands of miles to pursue him. Now that success was almost in front of him. How could Yan Dequan be willing to retreat just like that? Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, my senior and junior brothers will be here soon. Let's see if you can still leave then. Chen Fei raised his head and said proudly. Yan Dequan's expression changed slightly. It was impossible for an itinerant cultivator to have such battle prowess at the marrow-tempering realm. Only the nearby overlord force, the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, could nurture such a disciple. Yan Dequan felt a little apprehensive when he thought of the domineering nature of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. Although he had just arrived at the Immortal Cloud City, he naturally had his own channels of information among itinerant cultivators. Yan Dequan had naturally heard about all sorts of matters regarding the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect's abdication. If other people from the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect really came later, it wouldn't be much. If someone like Chen Fei came, Yan Dequan wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. This is an internal matter of my sect. I hope you won't interfere. Yan Dequan scooped up his two disciples. His figure flashed and disappeared from his original spot. But he did not dare to stay any longer. But it also meant that this matter was not over. Chen Fei watched Yan Dequan disappear and sighed in his heart. He did not expect that he would use the name of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect to scare him away. The name of this overlord force was really too resounding. Chen Fei's figure leaped and chased after Si Yinan's tracks. Si Yinan carried Si Yuanhai and left in such a hurry that a 10-year-old child didn't know how to cover her tracks. Chen Fei's tranquil origin technique had been cultivated, and his observation of things had begun to become more and more detailed. Chen Fei actually relied on this trace to track all the way to a courtyard. Just as he jumped into the courtyard wall, the surrounding illusion changed greatly. The surroundings were filled with birds and flowers. He did not know when he had arrived at a paradise. A glimmer of light flashed in Chen Fei's eyes, and everything in front of him shattered silently. Si Yinan was holding a dagger and wanted to kill him. When she saw Chen Fei, the nervous expression on her face disappeared. and she almost fell to the ground. Big brother Chen, don't talk first. Let's go to another place. Chen Fei waved his hand and walked into the house. He carried Si Yuanhai on his back. Then, he grabbed Si Yinen's hand and left the courtyard in a flash. If Chen Fei could rely on traces to chase after them, then Yan Dequan could naturally do the same. Even the Immortal Cloud City's patrol team might follow the traces after seeing the commotion over there. As such, it was no longer safe here, and they had to change to another place. 15 minutes later, Chen Fei and the other two appeared in a courtyard. It was the courtyard that Chen Fei had rented recently. Chen Fei placed Si Yuanhai on the bed. After thinking for a while, he took out the pieces of the heart pearl and placed them in the four corners of Si Yuanhai's bed. In the strange heart realm, the heart pearl fragment had already proven that it had some effect in concealing one's aura. Chen Fei did not know what method Yan Dequan had used to track down Si Yuanhai. However, if he sealed Si Yuanhai's aura slightly, it would probably take some time for the other party to find him. Take this with you. Chen Fei took a few fragments and gave them to Si Yinan just in case. Si Yinan took the heart pearl fragment and recognized that it was the same thing he had used in the strange heart realm. She couldn't help but accept it gratefully. But immediately, Si Yinan's expression became helpless. Si Yinan walked to Si Yuanhai's bedside with a blank expression. Yan Dequan's matter was temporarily resolved. But the matter of saving Si Yuanhai was also interrupted. In a short period of time, her last chance to go to the strange heart realm was wasted just like that. If there was enough time, he could naturally continue to go to the strange heart realm. However, Si Yuanhai was already on the verge of collapsing. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after, Si Yuanhai would die. Chen Fei patted Si Yinan's shoulder and looked at Si Yuanhai's haggard appearance on the bed. He frowned. What should he do next? You said you had 3 chances. Why are there only 3? Chen Fei looked at Si Yinan and asked in a low voice. Controlling the jade requires my power, but I'm too weak now. I don't have the power to control it. Si Yinan looked up at Chen Fei and handed the jade over. What kind of power do you use to drive this jade? Chen Fei looked at the jade in his hand. From its appearance, he could not see any abnormality in this jade. It was not much different from ordinary jade. Chapter 137 Chapter 137 Pollution of the Core Soul Energy. Chapter 137 Pollution of the Core Soul Energy. I don't know either. Grandpa taught me since I was young. Si Yinan shook her head and fell to the ground. She looked helpless and said, Grandpa always told me to cultivate hard so that I could become stronger. But I was playful and always lied to Grandpa that one had already cultivated. If I had worked harder back then, I might have been able to activate it for the 4th time now. A sense of regret filled Si Yinan's body and mind. This was the most painful realization when faced with something and when she was helpless. Chen Fei didn't say anything and tried to use a spirit weapon to drive the spirit jade. The spirit jade trembled slightly but immediately calmed down. Chen Fei's expression changed slightly. There was a feedback, indicating that mental strength could control the jade. However, the feedback was not strong, which meant that the method of using the core soul energy was not appropriate. Chen Fei looked at Si Yinan. Other than having a special physique, the main reason why the resisting evil lineage could seal the evil in their bodies was because of their mental strength. It was just that the method of using the resisting evil lineage's core soul energy was completely different from ordinary martial artists. They belonged to 2 different factions. However, according to Chen Fei, since both of them were mental powers, the method of recovery should be the same. Right, for example, vitality. Chen Fei took out the receival bead from his bosom. However, the receival bead was currently in a state of dead wood. In order to cultivate the suppressing dragon elephant today, Chen Fei had already exhausted the power of 2 receival beads. If he wanted to activate it, he had to wait until tomorrow. At the thought of this, Chen Fei carefully checked on Si Yuanhai's condition. It was terrible, but he should be able to hold on until tomorrow. Moreover, he would try to replenish Si Yuanhai's physical body with his vital energy tomorrow. Perhaps it would allow Si Yuanhai to last longer. Si Yinan kept looking at Chen Fei, especially when she saw the jade move. Si Yinan almost cried tears of joy. But in the end, The spirit jade still fell silent, shattering all of Si Yinen's hopes. Tomorrow, you'll think of a way to restore your strength. I don't know if it'll work, but we can try. Shen Fei returned the jade to Si Yinan and said in a low voice, Is there really a way? Si Yinen's eyes lit up. I don't know yet, but I can give it a try. Shen Fei shook his head. He could not guarantee this. After all, Shen Fei knew too little about the resisting evil lineage. Do you need me to do anything? Si Yinan asked. Yes. You need to rest well. If it's really possible tomorrow, we'll need to enter the strange heart realm again. Shen Fei wanted to touch Si Yinen's hair, but looking at Si Yinen's 20-year-old appearance, it wasn't appropriate. So he put his hand down. All right, we'll enter the strange heart realm again tomorrow. Si Yinan nodded vigorously, and hope returned to her eyes. Shen Fei came to the courtyard and thought for a moment before deciding to let Guo Linchen and Ji Hongji help. Shen Fei wasn't sure if the Flirt Pearl fragment could block Yan Dequan's pursuit. If Yan Dequan chased after him when he entered the strange heart realm to save people tomorrow, Shen Fei would really vomit blood. However, if Guo Linchen and Ji Hongji were to come, they would have a great chance of blocking or even killing Yan Dequan with their visceral tempering realm strength. This way, they could ensure that Shen Fei's movements in the strange heart realm would not be disturbed. Shen Fei quietly went to the other houses and released the messenger pigeon he had raised to send a message back to the house. Then, Shen Fei returned to the courtyard and sat cross-legged in the room next door, guarding Si Yinan and her grandfather. Shen Fei, who was meditating with his legs crossed, sensed the changes in his body, especially the changes in his mental strength. He could not help but be a little surprised. His core soul energy had become a bit purer. After cultivating the tranquil origin technique, Shen Fei was able to sense the changes in his mind power, unlike other martial artists who were still ignorant about it. Thus, Shen Fei caught the change in his mind power today. The tranquil origin technique mainly allowed one's mental strength to grow slowly. It definitely didn't have the effect of purifying one's mental strength. And today, his mental power had suddenly become a little purer. The only possibility was that Shen Fei had gone to the strange heart realm. The strange flirt realm can purify one's core soul energy. Shen Fei was shocked, thinking about how the resisting evil lineage mainly cultivated the heart Shen power. Other than having a special physique, could the strange heart realm also have the effect of aiding cultivation? Shen Fei thought about the murmur that was everywhere in the strange heart world. Thinking about it now, it still made him feel irritated. Either temper yourself or go crazy. Shen Fei suddenly thought of a possibility. They needed the protection of the heart candle to go to the strange heart realm. Otherwise, their minds would be polluted. And because Shen Fei and the other person were running, there was indeed pollution that entangled them. What cannot destroy you will make you strong. Resist. Destroy. Grow. Shen Fei's eyes lit up slightly. Perhaps the resisting evil lineage had long discovered the use of the strange heart realm, which was why each and every one of their core soul energy had been tempered to such a powerful level. Shen Fei didn't need the methods of the resisting evil lineage. But if he could use the strange heart realm to purify his mind power, it would be very beneficial to his current battle strength and his future breakthrough into the aperture tempering realm. If that's really the case, then after this matter is over, we can let senior brother Guo and the others enter the strange heart realm to cultivate. Shen Fei muttered to himself, but he immediately shook his head. Shen Fei suddenly remembered that he had the tranquil origin technique, so he could resist the corruption of the strange heart realm. Other martial artists rarely cultivated this kind of cultivation method. It was not because they did not want to, but it was completely because the difficulty of cultivating it was too high. Without the resistance of the tranquil origin technique, it would be a big problem whether or not the corruption of the strange heart realm could be removed. Shen Fei thought about the peculiarity of the resisting evil lineage. They sealed the strangeness into their bodies, and their core soul energy were contaminated. Perhaps this was a necessary choice. If a martial artist's mental strength was polluted, then the aperture tempering realm would be cut off. I'll ask when the time comes. Shen Fei shook his head and calmed his mind, entering a state of cultivation. Early the next morning, Guo Linchen and Ji Hongji arrived at the courtyard. Junior brother Chen, Guo Linshan stepped forward and patted Chen Fei's shoulder with a smile. Ji Hanji also smiled. Other than these two people, Chen Fei did not expect Zhang Fangqiong to come as well. Big brother Chen. Are they going to be a part of the world? Si Yinan timidly stood behind Chen Fei. She knew Guo Linshan, but the other two were complete strangers. What a beautiful little sister. When Zhang Fangqiong saw Si Yinan, her brows twitched slightly. Then, she smiled and went forward. We are from the same sect as Chen Fei. We knew that he was in trouble, so we came. As Zhang Fangqiong spoke, she sized Si Yinan up and down. Her gaze shifted, and she turned to glance at Chen Fei. She didn't expect Chen Fei to like such a young girl. Wasn't it better to have an older girl who knew how to dote and care on him? Chen Fei was a little scared by Zhang Fangqiong's gaze. She turned to look at Guo Linshan and found that Guo Linshan was also looking at Chen Fei with a puzzled face. Guo Linshan felt that the young girl in front of him looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. She's Si Yinan. Her current appearance was caused by a secret technique. Chen Fei explained. Si Yinan. Guo Linshan stared at Si Yinan, his eyes almost popping out. What kind of secret technique was this? It could actually turn a 10-year-old child into a 20-year-old girl. It was simply amazing. Yes. Si Yinan nodded. So something happened to old Master Si this time. Chen Fei's message didn't say much, only asking him and Ji Hanji to help. He did not expect that something had happened to Si Yuanhai. Ji Hanji and the other two were confused. Chen Fei welcomed the three into the house, and explained the cause and effect of the matter before resolving the doubts in their hearts. Don't worry, junior brother Chen. If that person comes today, he'll definitely make sure he doesn't return, Ji Hanji said in a deep voice. No matter how amazing the resisting evil lineage was, it was impossible for them to escape when faced with three visceral tempering realm experts, two of whom were at the peak of the visceral tempering realm. As long as he came, he could forget about going back. Zhang Fangqiong looked at Chen Fei coquettishly, making her worry for nothing. How annoying. Old Master Si's situation is not looking good. Junior brother, do you have any ideas? Guo Linshan checked on Si Yuanhai's condition and frowned slightly. At this moment, Si Yuanhai was already on the verge of death. There was no cure for him. If he didn't treat him now, he would probably die today. I want to use my vital energy to stimulate it. As Chen Fei spoke, he took out the receival bead from his bosom. After a day of recovery, the receival bead had returned to its original appearance. It was only because everyone in the room was trustworthy. Otherwise, if he took out the receival bead, even an visceral tempering realm martial artist would be tempted to snatch it. Brother Chen, what should I do? Si Yinan looked at Chen Fei. Sit by the bed. In a while, a surge of vital Qi will enter your body. Use the usual cultivation method to absorb it. Chen Fei said in a deep voice. Roman 2. Good. Si Yinan nodded and sat on the edge of the bed. Chen Fei looked at the receival bead in his hand and activated his spirit tool. A light circle surrounded Chen Fei. In the past, it was Chen Fei who absorbed the vital energy. Now that he wanted to transfer the vital energy into other people's bodies, it was really a little difficult for Chen Fei. Chen Fei used his core soul energy to sense his surroundings and sensed Si Yinan and Si Yuanhai's auras. The next moment, the light circle fluctuated, and traces of vital energy began to enter their bodies. Chen Fei was currently in the receival bead and couldn't be seen. However, Guo Linshan and the other two could clearly see Si Yuanhai's complexion turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Si Yinan, who was at the side, closed her eyes tightly and circulated the cultivation technique of the resisting evil sect. She continuously absorbed the vital energy in her body and transformed it into her own strength. The halo surrounding Chen Fei shattered. Chen Fei opened his eyes and looked at Si Yuanhai and the other men. Seeing Si Yuanhai's rosy complexion, Chen Fei was about to smile when he saw Si Yuanhai's expression slowly wane. Although it wasn't very fast, it would probably return to its previous weak state in at most 2 hours. Guo Linshan and the other two discovered this situation and could not help but look at each other. Although vital energy was very useful, it was still unable to solve Si Yuanhai's problem. Without his soul, no matter how much he healed, it would be useless. At most, It would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. In the end, he still had to go to the strange heart realm and pull Cu and Hai's soul back. A moment later, Yinan also opened his eyes. The spirit in her eyes looked extremely bright. I can activate the jade again. Yinan looked up at Chen Fei with an excited smile on her face. Chapter 138 Chapter 138 Charming with a Smile. Chapter 138 Charming with a Smile. Good. Chen Fei could not help but reveal a smile on his face. Vital energy was indeed effective. Chen Fei turned to look at Guo Linshan and the other two, cupped his hands, and said, Senior Brother Guo, Senior Brother Ji, Senior Sister Zhang, I'll be counting on you later. Guo Linshan and Ji Hanji both nodded. Dang Fangqian suddenly stepped forward and stretched out her hand to help Chen Fei tidy up his clothes. She said in a low voice, I haven't been to the strange heart realm, but I think it's extremely dangerous. Chen Fei's entire body froze there. Zhang Fangqian's actions, and in front of so many people, made Chen Fei somewhat surprised. When Zhang Fangqian saw Chen Fei's appearance, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Zhang Fangqian looked like a ripe peach. Drooling. Yinan, let's begin. Chen Fei coughed lightly to dispel the awkwardness and turned to look at Yinan. Yinan nodded. She took out the spirit jade and formed a seal with her hands. In the next moment, the jade flew up and released a faint light that envelops Chen Fei and the other men. In a daze, Chen Fei closed his eyes. Guo Linshan and the other two looked at the scene in front of them curiously. Seeing that Chen Fei and the other two had restrained their auras, they knew that they had already entered the strange heart realm. According to their prior discussion, Guo Linshan would guard the courtyard. If anything happened, he would be able to give an early warning immediately. Dang Fangqian and Ji Hanji stayed in the room to protect him. In the strange heart realm, Chen Fei opened his eyes and looked around. It was still the same plane. Yinan had returned to his 10-year-old appearance and was standing beside him. Go to my back. Well, run over to you. Chen Fei mouthed his words to Yinan. Yinan nodded and climbed onto Chen Fei's back. At the same time, he covered the ring with the heart bead fragment. Chen Fei grabbed Yinan with both hands and held her in place. At the same time, he used his mind to compress the range of the heart candle. Yinan's candlelight enveloped her a little more, and Chen Fei's side was completely close to the surface of his body. A faint murmur sounded in his ears again. The tranquil origin technique quickly circulated and cleared the corruption of the strange heart realm. Chen Fei looked ahead and started running. Following the route they had explored last time, they took a detour to the right. In just a moment, the two of them heard the sound of the surging river. Because it had only been less than a day, there had not been any major changes in the strange heart realm. Soon, the two of them arrived at the place where the black fog had been. There was something strange in the black fog, and it was exactly the same as Chen Fei and Yinan's evil. It was like a paperman, but it was different from a paperman. He didn't know what it was exactly. Chen Fei still decided to break through from here. After all, he had not been to other places and did not know what kind of danger would happen. It was better to enter from a familiar place. The two of them stepped into the black fog, and their visibility was reduced to less than 10 meters. Chen Fei observed his surroundings. Even though he had been here once, he was still cautious, afraid that there would be other dangers that he had not encountered the last time. In just a moment, Chen Fei saw a figure appear in front of him. There was something on the back of the figure. Chen Fei didn't stop and started walking forward. As the distance between them closed, the faces of the figures appeared. They were still the fake Chen Fei and Yinan that he saw last time. Just as the two anomalies were about to smile, Chen Fei used Eternity Moment. Buzz! A ripple spread out between the two of them, and the smile on the strange face finally spread. The corners of his mouth widened as if it was about to reach his ears, and the Eternity Moment was blocked. Chen Fei felt a little dizzy, and the murmurs in his ears became louder. Looking at the smile on the strange face, Chen Fei had a feeling that when the strange face completely revealed a smile, it would be the moment when terror descended. Eternity Moment, Eternity Moment, Eternity Moment. Chen Fei did not hesitate to use 3 consecutive mental skills on the strange body. As long as one had enough mental strength and the opponent wasn't much stronger than them, they could always use the core soul energy. This was not stronger than Chen Fei, so Chen Fei had nothing to hesitate about. He could just run and attack. The first 2 eternity moments were blocked by the strange creature, but the third one smashed into the evil creature's body, and the 2 evil movements froze. Chen Fei felt a little dizzy. His core soul energy was blocked, and there was a reaction force. Fortunately, it was not strong, and Chen Fei could withstand it. Chen Fei moved his feet and quickly ran past the strange body. If it wasn't for the lack of time, Chen Fei actually wanted to try and see if he could kill this evil creature. Would there be any difference between killing the evil creatures in the strange heart realm and the outside world? Chen Fei carried Xi Yinan on his back and ran out of the place shrouded in black fog. The feeling of a knife on his back was still there. Chen Fei didn't even need to turn his head to know that the evil creature was definitely staring at his back. However, it was unknown if there was some restriction, but the evil thing did not leave the area covered by the black fog. It could only stare at Chen Fei from afar until Chen Fei disappeared. Xi Yinan looked at the heart candle in her hand. From just now until now, the heart candle had burned less than 10%. This time, the time it had been used was much shorter than he had imagined. Xi Yinan sensed her grandfather's position. It was more than enough for the heart candle to last until there. Xi Yinan tugged at the clothes on Chen Fei's shoulders, reminding him to slow down and not be in such a hurry. Chen Fei nodded. The rest of the journey was unknown, so even without Xi Yinan's reminder, Chen Fei would still be more cautious. Chen Fei tried hard to sense his surroundings, but he did not run at full speed. He wanted to maintain a balance between his speed and his perception so that he would not be able to react in time if he encountered danger. As he got closer and closer to Xi Yuanhai, Chen Fei became more and more cautious. It was unknown if Chen Fei and the other men's luck had gotten better or if there was no danger in this part of the road. But the 2 of them actually did not feel a trace of danger on the following road. Chen Fei could only feel great terror from the darkness in the distance. It was so terrifying that Chen Fei's heart would tremble even from a distance. Clearly, that was an existence that far surpassed what Chen Fei could face now. Fortunately, those were too far away. Xi Yinan slowly tugged on Chen Fei's clothes. They were getting closer and closer. Xi Yinan could feel that her grandfather was not far ahead. Chen Fei could feel Xi Yinan's excitement, sensing that there was no other danger nearby. Chen Fei couldn't help but quicken his pace. In just a moment, a figure appeared in front of Chen Fei and the others. At this moment, he was standing there straight and motionless. Chen Fei turned to look at Xi Yinan. Xi Yinan nodded vigorously. Chen Fei's arm relaxed. Xi Yinan slid down from Chen Fei's back and slowly approached the figure. Chen Fei followed beside him. When he saw the figure clearly, he frowned slightly. He hadn't noticed them from afar, but when he got closer, he realized that there were 2 people standing side by side. Both of them had Xi Yuanhai's face. Chen Fei looked at Xi Yinan in confusion. Xi Yinan sensed Chen Fei's gaze and turned to look over. One of them is the evil in Grandpa's body. This evil might be because he was alert yesterday and turned into Grandpa today. Xi Yinan mouthed. Then how do we distinguish them? Chen Fei sensed the aura of the 2 Xi Yuanhai and realized that they were exactly the same. I don't know. Xi Yinan was a little flustered. She had never encountered such a situation before, and Xi Yuanhai had never told her about it. Chen Fei frowned slightly and glanced at Heart Candle. There was still some time. If you can tell, how are you going to bring your grandfather back? Chen Fei asked. Put the thumb ring into the evil body and subdue it into the thumb ring. Grandfather's soul will automatically return. However, if we make the wrong choice, my grandfather's soul might be severely injured or even turned into ashes. Xi Yinan flashed the thumb ring in her hand. Chen Fei frowned and walked up to the 2 Xi Yuanhai. Eternity moment. After using the mind skill, the 2 Xi Yuanhai's movement slowed down. At the same time, Chen Fei's time also paused for a moment. Chen Fei's eyes were fixed on the 2 Xi Yuanhai. He wanted to rely on some details to determine which one was the most bizarre. However, all the characteristics and reactions of the 2 Xi Yuanhai were exactly the same. The 2 were like mere copies of each other and were exactly the same. Can I see in? And tugged at Chen Fei's sleeve and asked hopefully. Chen Fei shook his head. This was a big problem. The evil was too closely related to Si Yuanhai. The two could be said to be two sides of the same coin. It was too difficult to distinguish them through simple methods. Si Yinan didn't know what to do either. She walked up to the two Si Yuanhai and looked up at her grandfather. She wanted to touch him, but she didn't dare to, afraid of triggering other consequences. Chen Fei stood on the spot. Several methods flashed through his mind, but they were all eliminated by Chen Fei. Suddenly, Chen Fei saw the heart pearl fragment on Si Yinan's thumb ring, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. No matter how similar Si Yuanhai's soul was, it was still fundamentally different. As for the heart pearl fragment, it didn't have any magical properties now, but it had the natural effect of blocking and sealing. At the thought of this, Chen Fei took out a heart pearl fragment and came in front of the two Si Yuanhai. He placed the heart pearl fragment on the forehead of the Si Yuanhai on the left. As the heart pearl fragment approached, ripples appeared on Si Yuanhai's forehead. The aura on his surface was dispersed, revealing the source within. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. Eternity moment smashed into Si Yuanhai's body, and the heart pearl fragment approached his forehead. As the aura on the surface dissipated, a cold aura assaulted him. Chen Fei's face broke into a smile. He took the ring from Si Yinan's hand and inserted it into the evil's forehead. The evil's eyes filled with struggle, but was unable to make any other movements and could only watch helplessly as the thumb ring went deep into the forehead. As the stream of light spun, the thumb ring flashed slightly and disappeared mysteriously. Chen Fei turned to look at the real Si Yuanhai beside him, only to see a hint of clarity in his eyes. Si Yuanhai glanced at Si Yinan. His eyes filled with relief. She nodded slightly at Chen Fei and then disappeared. Let's go. Extinguishing the heart candle, Chen Fei and the others disappeared from the strange heart world. In the courtyard of the immortal cloud city, Chen Fei and Si Yinan immediately opened their eyes. Si Yinan hurried to Si Yuanhai's bedside and stared at him with anticipation. After an unknown amount of time, Si Yuanhai's fingers trembled slightly. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Si Yinan, Chen Fei, and the others by the bed. Chen Fei could not help but smile. He had finally succeeded. At this moment, Chen Fei finally had the time to sense his own core soul energy. As expected, it really became a little purer. This strange heart realm seemed to have a lot of potential. Chapter 139 Chapter 139 The Suppressing Dragon Elephant's Advancement. Chapter 139 The Suppressing Dragon Elephant's Advancement. After Si Yuanhai's soul returned to his body, the decay of his physical body stopped. Although he was still weak, he was able to get out of bed. This old man here. Thanks everyone. Si Yuanhai wanted to bow to Chen Fei and the others, but he was quickly stopped by Chen Fei. Old Master Si, there's no need to do this, Chen Fei said with a smile. I've troubled everyone. This old man has nothing to repay you with. These few heart strange stones are what this old man has accumulated over the past few years. As Si Yuanhai spoke, he took out a few gray stones from his bosom. At first glance, it was no different from the stones on the roadside outside. Although I'm not a martial artist, I know how important core soul energy is to martial artists. This stone is produced in the strange heart realm. If you refine some every day, it can purify your core soul energy and is beneficial to your martial path. Si Yuanhai saw the confusion on their faces and explained with a smile. Guo Linshan and the others' expressions fluctuated slightly. If it were anything else, they would probably have rejected it directly. However, the allure of this item had reached its peak. Currently, Guo Linshan and the other three were all in the visceral tempering stage, especially Ji Hongji and Zhang Fengqian, who were preparing to break through to the aperture tempering realm. If they wanted to break through to the aperture tempering realm, be it measuring or digging, they needed mental strength. If he could purify his core soul energy, then his control over it would become even more refined, which would greatly benefit him in breaking through. This, Guo Linshan and the other two looked at each other. Although they wanted it, they were somewhat embarrassed. Although they had come to help, Yan Dequan had not come at all. They had only stood there for a while. Under such circumstances, it would be a shame to accept such an expensive gift from Si Yuanhai. Old master. This thing is too expensive. I'll exchange it with something else. Ji Hanji hesitated for a moment. I don't have anything else on me to repay you for your help. The only thing one can express my gratitude for is this strange heart stone. Si Yuanhai's expression turned serious as he stuffed the strange heart stone into the hands of Chen Fei and the others. Chen Fei touched the strange heart stone and felt the icy cold feeling within. He suspected the principle behind this strange heart stone. It was probably to pollute the core soul energy and then resist the purification. However, compared to the simple violence of the strange heart realm, refining the strange heart stone every day was much gentler for martial artists. It would not cause a martial artist's mental strength to mutate. Chen Fei originally wanted to give the strange heart stone to Ji Hanji and the other two, but the three of them only took one symbolically. The remaining 5 strange heart stones all fell into Chen Fei's hands. Senior C, what do you plan to do next? I wonder when your junior brother will come looking for you again. Chen Fei looked at Si Yuanhai and asked. Yan Dequan's strength was very strong, and it was different from a martial artist's straightforward moves. It was somewhat unpredictable. Without absolute strength to suppress it, it would be very difficult to kill it. I was a little careless this time, but the original courtyard is indeed uninhabitable. Si Yuanhai sighed slightly and said, however, that junior brother of mine shouldn't come looking for me in the near future. He's a cautious person. Without a foolproof plan, he won't easily show his face. Chen Fei nodded. The two of them agreed on a secret code so that Chen Fei could find Si Yuanhai. Chen Fei definitely had to go to the strange heart realm. Moreover, there seemed to be quite a number of good things in this strange heart realm, such as this strange heart stone. 4 hours later, Chen Fei returned to his rented courtyard. He was already carrying a bag of rice and a basket of fresh eggs. Si Yuanhai's matter had delayed his cultivation for 2 days, but fortunately, the result was satisfactory. Chen Fei had also discovered the mysterious strange heart realm, which was a good place to purify his core soul energy. In the kitchen in the courtyard, Chen Fei steamed a big pot of rice in preparation for making egg-free rice later. Chen Fei had cooked egg-free rice in his previous life. However, the case when they had cooked too much in excess that they had to eat the same dishes again later. A moment later, the fragrance of rice filled the entire kitchen. Chen Fei sat cross-legged at the side and looked at the heart stone in his hand. He tried to use his core soul energy to probe it. According to Si Yuanhai, refining a few of the strange heart stones every day would be able to achieve the effect of purifying one's core soul energy. One could not be greedy, or else it would result in the contamination of one's core soul energy. At this moment, as Chen Fei's core soul energy entered, a low murmur sounded in Chen Fei's ears. However, when he listened carefully, he realized that there was no sound in his ears at all. The murmur was completely in his mind. However, compared to the murmurs he heard in the strange heart world, the corruption caused by the strange heart stone was indeed much smaller, with just a slight circulation of the tranquil origin technique. The murmurs were driven out of his mind, unable to affect Chen Fei in any way. A moment later, Chen Fei opened his eyes and sensed the change in his mind power. There was indeed a slight change, but it was not obvious. Chen Fei lowered his head to look at the strange heart stone. It had become a little smaller, about less than 10. At this rate, it would probably disappear after a dozen uses. Chen Fei raised his head and looked at the rice. It was not cooked yet, and there was still time. His core soul energy did not feel any discomfort. Clearly, the tempering earlier was too light for Chen Fei. Continue. Chen Fei closed his eyes and once again sent his mental strength into the strange heart stone. This time, his steps were a little bigger, and the extent of his probing was more than twice as deep as before. It was that illogical murmur again, making people want to listen, but they could not hear anything. There was only endless madness contained in it. The tranquil origin technique began to circulate normally, blocking out these murmurs of pollution from his mind. Chen Fei felt the state of his mind. It was very stable. The corruption was cleared in an instant. Chen Fei thought about it for a moment. His core soul energy continued to enter the strange heartstone. The crazy murmurs started to grow louder and louder. In the end, It was as if his ears were filled with the sound. If an ordinary person heard such a sound, they would probably go crazy. Killing innocent people was nothing. The tranquil origin technique circulated rapidly in Chen Fei's mind. The corruption of the heart was infected in Chen Fei's core soul energy, but it was immediately removed. This repeated struggle, but as the heart stone shattered, this corruption became a rootless source and slowly subsided. After a full 15 minutes, Chen Fei opened his eyes. His mind was a little tired, but the purity of his mind power had clearly increased a little. Chen Fei lowered his head and looked at the powder in his hand. The current him could directly withstand the corruption of a strange heart stone without any adverse effects. But now, it was at most 1 stone. If it were more, Chen Fei would not be able to take it. After all, every time he fought, he would have to expend a large amount of mental strength. Chen Fei's current mental strength was low in quantity and purity. If it wasn't for the tranquil origin technique, he wouldn't have been able to withstand even 1 and would have gone crazy. When I have enough contribution points, I'll exchange for that heart-locking technique. Chen Fei thought of the mind cultivation technique in the sutra library. It was specifically used to purify the core soul energy. However, the high contribution points also stopped Chen Fei. If he went to find Feng Xiupu would definitely help Chen Fei exchange. However, not only did Chen Fei owe Feng Xiupu 50,000 taels of silver, but he also owed Feng Xiupu the contribution points for the 2 cultivation techniques. If he continued to ask Feng Xiupu for the heart-locking technique, this was too much. He couldn't just ask his master for anything he lacked. Feng Xiupu did not only have Chen Fei as his only disciple. There were others. After the rice was steamed, Chen Fei got up and dug out a spoonful of rice, preparing to make egg-fried rice. Rumor had it that the good egg-fried rice should be made with cold rice, which had more soul. However, Chen Fei wasn't going to cook egg-fried rice with the soul. He just wanted to increase his proficiency. So he wasn't that particular about it. He heated up the pot, poured oil, threw in the rice and eggs into it. In a short while, a trace of fragrance floated in the kitchen. Chen Fei stir-fried with both hands. After a while, a bowl of egg-fried rice was ready. Chen Fei looked at the interface. Fasting pill experience 1. A smile appeared on Chen Fei's face. Next, it would depend on how much egg-fried rice he could get each time to be recognized by the system. It was rumored that the highest realm of egg-fried rice was to wrap every grain of rice with an egg. Chen Fei's cooking skills were not at this level. He directly added a small ball of rice and a spoonful of egg liquid into the pot and stir-fried it twice. When it was cooked, he dished it. After Chen Fei experimented a few times, he found what the least amount of eggs and rice was needed, so he could increase his experience points. It took less than 10 seconds to increase his experience points. Chen Fei was overjoyed. It had been a long time since he had cooked, but it was unexpectedly exciting. It made Chen Fei wonder if he had any potential to be a chef. Steaming rice and frying rice. Chen Fei cooked from noon to night. Other than taking a short break, Chen Fei almost never stopped. Besides the egg-fried rice that was gradually becoming more and more delicious, the experience points of the fasting pill were also increasing rapidly. Alchemy fasting pill proficiency 10,753,000. Chen Fei looked at the interface. According to the rhythm, it would probably take a few more days to reach the perfection level of the fasting pill. After all, Chen Fei could not just cook egg-fried rice every day and had other things to do. After tidying up the kitchen, Chen Fei returned to the hot spring inn. He had not had the time to cultivate the suppressing dragon elephant today. He still had to make up for the origin connection technique and spatial travel. Soon, Chen Fei sank into the hot spring. The nearby vital energy fluctuated slightly and surged into Chen Fei's body. The suppressing dragon elephant operated quickly, tearing the vital energy apart and fusing it into his flesh and blood. Life seemed to have returned to its usual calm, and Chen Fei began to live a life in the moment. He cooked egg-fried rice in the courtyard and practiced the origin connection technique and other cultivation techniques in the hot spring inn. On the afternoon of the 5th day, Chen Fei was submerged in the water. All of a sudden, his muscles and bones began to vibrate. causing ripples on the surface of the water. A moment later, Shen Fei's head reached out of the water. He walked to the side of the hot spring step by step and turned to look at himself. Shen Fei couldn't help but smile. Cultivation technique suppressing dragon elephant body subduing mastery 15,000. After a few days of hard work, the suppressing dragon elephant's body had finally reached the master level. Chapter 140 Chapter 140 Spatial Travel Clones. Chapter 140 Spatial Travel Clones. The most obvious change in Shen Fei while he cultivated the suppressing dragon elephant was that before he started practicing martial arts, he was a dark, thin, and short ordinary person. Now, without him realizing it, his height had changed, and he had grown a little taller. Now, without him realizing it, his height had already reached 1.8 meters. This height was not considered outstanding among martial artists, but it was completely different from being short. Even the ordinary people seemed to be the most comfortable kind of height. Apart from his height, Shen Fei was naturally no longer thin. His smooth muscle lines were the most suitable for explosive strength without affecting his speed. His facial features became more three-dimensional, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were angular. With just a glance, one could distinguish Shen Fei in the crowd. He was extremely eye-catching, and the more one looked at him, the more good-looking he became. It's good that you've become stronger. What's the point of all this? This cultivation technique is not doing its proper job. Shen Fei looked at himself in the water and rubbed his chin. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. When had he ever cared about his appearance? He did not have to rely on his appearance to make a living. Now that he was good-looking, it would add a lot of trouble. Right. Shen Fei adjusted his standing posture and looked at his side profile from the surface of the water. Yes, it was indeed not bad. The smile on Shen Fei's face grew brighter and brighter. In the end, he could not help but laugh softly. This suppressing dragon elephant was too much. On the evening of the 8th day, his fasting pills proficiency finally reached great completion. Shen Fei was sick of eating the egg-fried rice every day. Other than the first few days where Shen Fei would eat some, the rest was given to the beggars in the immortal Cloud City. Yes, in a luxurious city like the immortal Cloud City, there were still groups of beggars. Compared to other places, there were even more beggars here. Shen Fei's egg-fried rice caused a wave of enthusiastic reactions among this group of people. Young hero, what is this? Why is it so delicious? An old beggar eating the egg-fried rice with his mouth full of oil asked. The other young beggars were also fighting over the food. Egg-fried rice, Shen Fei said with a smile. Egg-fried rice. The beggar looked at the rice balls in his hands. He had eaten egg-fried rice before. However, the one in his hand now was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He had always thought that this was the fried rice ball that rich people ate. Have the rich people changed their cooking methods these days? Did he put in so much oil? Seeing the beggar's expression, Shen Fei couldn't help but grin. In order to quickly increase his proficiency, the egg-fried rice had almost been dipped in oil once, and its appearance had more or less changed, because it was fried and made fresh every day. The smell in Shen Fei's kitchen made the child next door cry in desire. He even took the initiative to greet Shen Fei and exchange flowers for rice balls. After the fasting pill reached great completion, there were still about 10 days left for his origin connection technique to reach the 5th level of perfection. The suppressing dragon elephant was restricted by the receival bead, so it could not increase its speed. After so many days of cultivation, it had already reached the perfected stage of the spatial travel. If he wanted to cultivate the spatial travel to great completion, he would probably need another 6 to 7 days. Shen Fei's strength was still growing continuously, especially since the suppressing dragon elephant body subduing had been cultivated to the master level. Shen Fei could clearly feel the strength and endurance of his entire body improving further. One of the consequences was that the unique strength of the 3rd stage of the origin connection technique was once again activated. The increase in Shen Fei's strength began to decrease. It was obvious that this characteristic had a limit, especially when one's own strength reached a certain level. This limit would be very obvious. Shen Fei did not pay much attention to this change. After all, Shen Fei was in a state where he had been stimulating his immense strength, or even an enlarged version of his immense strength. In the primordial sword sect, even those who were born with divine strength could not beat Shen Fei in terms of strength in the marrow tempering realm. As for the visceral tempering realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to rely on strength to crush Chen Fei. If Chen Fei were to face Shizukin of the Divine Flame sect again, he would definitely not be forced back by a single blow. The current Chen Fei would only know who was stronger and who was weaker when facing someone at the visceral tempering realm after a real battle. This was a huge increase in strength. Sometimes, it was as simple as that for a martial artist in the body tempering realm. Whoever had greater strength and speed would have a huge advantage. The suppressing dragon elephant allowed Chen Fei to close some of the gaps between him and the visceral tempering realm. Why do one feel like you've changed? Kai Defeng placed the herbs in his hands on the ground and sized up Chen Fei with a strange expression. Why did he feel that Chen Fei seemed to have grown a little taller and looked a lot better even in terms of age? He seemed to have become much younger. Kai Defeng glanced at the hot spring. Could it be that hot springs had such an effect? Maybe he should try it for a few days. My cultivation has improved. Chen Fei took a glance at the medicinal herb and put it aside. Is the cultivation method of your primordial sword sect that amazing? Kai Defeng was a little surprised. However, when Kai Defeng thought about Guo Linshan's appearance, he didn't see anything wrong with him. Or could it be that Guo Linshan was very ugly in the past, and now it was the result of beautification? No, it's another cultivation technique. Chen Fei waved his hand with a smile. The suppressing dragon elephant was too magical. He felt that it was not something that a body-tempering realm martial artist could comprehend. As a result, Chen Fei had never thought about taking out this cultivation method. And Kai Defeng's comprehension ability was also unable to comprehend the profundity within. Oh right. One went to the Alliance yesterday, and found that the mission to improve the flying ascent pill has changed. Kai Defeng sat on a chair and poured himself a cup of tea. What changes? I specifically asked someone else and said that someone has already met the basic requirements for this mission. In the next month, if no one else comes up with a better pill formula, this mission will officially end. Kai Defeng drank the tea in one gulp. So fast, Chen Fei said with some surprise. Chen Fei had tried this task of improving the pill formula of the flying ascent pill a few times, and understood the difficulty of it. Even if a cultivator at the great completion level were to fuse the flying ascent pill and the eternal floating pill, they would still be unable to fuse them into a better pill formula. Now, there was actually someone who had completed it so early. It was really unbelievable. The most basic requirement of the mission was that the flying ascent pill retain 70 effectiveness and less than 50 cost. Chen Fei shook his head slightly. It could only be said that there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons among alchemists. One Origin Awakening pill had uncovered all the hidden experts. I heard that the person who submitted the mission is a young pill refiner who just came from somewhere else. At this moment, in the Alliance, his existence is being spread like a god. It seems that it even alerted Alliance leader Wei Xingshan. Kai Defeng inquired about the situation and told Chen Fei everything he had found out. Chen Fei nodded. This world was very big, so there were naturally many geniuses. Chen Fei had heard that the founder of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect had started practicing martial arts at the age of 10. He had reached the great success of visceral tempering at the age of 13 and had broken through to the aperture tempering realm at the age of 15. After that, he had risen all the way to the top until he established the overlord force of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. Even the founder of the Primordial Sword sect was not inferior to the founder of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. It was just that his descendants were not as powerful as the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, causing him to fall behind the Immortal Cloud Sword sect step by step. Now, they could not be compared. If you want to complete this mission, you have to hurry up. Kai Defeng reminded him. Chen Fei nodded. Kai Defeng sat for a moment and took the pills away. Chen Fei began to refine pills every day. 4 hours later, Chen Fei stopped and packed the pills one by one. Then, he began to think about how to improve the Eternal Ascent pill. 2 days ago, after the completion of the fasting pill, Chen Fei began to try to improve the pill formula. But he was not too anxious. After all, he felt that it was still early. Now, he did not expect that there was actually someone who had already completed the basic mission requirements. If Chen Fei did not hurry up a little, this origin awakening pill would probably have to be given to someone else. The cost of the medicinal ingredients is above 50 of the flying ascent pill. The rest is to use alchemy techniques to stimulate the medicinal properties of the medicinal ingredients to the extreme. Chen Fei muttered to himself. There was no problem with his train of thought. All that was left was to refine it many times until he came up with a satisfactory pill formula. In the following days, Chen Fei spent more time going back and forth to the medicine shop. He even occasionally had to study the medicine book to see which medicine was more suitable in experiments, other than theoretical support. The most important thing was to get started, because he had to stimulate the medicinal properties to the limit. The pill furnace that Chen Fei had originally bought was directly destroyed. It could not withstand the torment of such an intense technique, so Chen Fei had no choice but to spend a few thousand taels to buy a high-grade pill furnace. The money that he had saved up for a few days had fallen by a large chunk. He could earn more than 1 taels of silver every day. He obviously did not earn less. But although Chen Fei was actually very magical, he could not save money quickly. There were always places where he needed money, and the amount of money he used was very large. Fortunately, the new pill furnace was really useful. No matter how rough Chen Fei treated it, this pill furnace was able to withstand it. On the 7th day of testing the pill formula, before the pill formula came out, Chen Fei's spatial travel reached great completion first. Chen Fei stood in the courtyard. His body suddenly swayed as if he knew a clone technique. One Chen Fei turned into 5 in the blink of an eye, and each of them took a step in a direction. Looking at the sky, looking at the ground, holding a sword. The 5 images of Chen Fei were different, but they were extremely realistic. It was impossible to tell which one was Chen Fei's true body, or perhaps every one of them was. Impressive. Chen Fei tested out the perfected spatial travel. Just like Feng Xiupu said, spatial travel was the ability to teleport. In the past, although Chen Fei's movement technique was extraordinary, he could at most flash a few afterimages within the size of the courtyard. If the distance was slightly smaller, Chen Fei would not be able to control it so precisely. But now, Chen Fei could form afterimages in the surroundings in just a few steps. Moreover, the degree of precision was far greater than before. This was a huge increase in Chen Fei's combat strength. Especially in a group battle, Chen Fei could control his own pace carefully, avoiding attacks with the smallest distance. Naturally, his counterattack in the next moment would be even faster, and because he had a good grasp of the details, his soul-chasing steps had a slight increase in strength. This bit of enhancement wasn't just icing on the cake, but a step further. Chen Fei flashed in the courtyard for a moment before stopping his movement technique. With this movement technique, even if his opponents were all in the visceral tempering realm, Chen Fei would be able to fight and leave as he pleased during the 4 sects legacy trial. On the 10th day of testing the pill formula, the pill formula was still lacking, but Chen Fei's 5th level of the origin connection technique had reached perfection. Chapter 141 Chapter 411 Haven't used much strength. Chapter 411 Haven't used much strength. Huge force iron bones. Chen Fei's body expanded slightly. A powerful force penetrated his body from top to bottom, especially the toughness of his bones, which suddenly increased. The change brought about by this characteristic was that the originally weakened strength had actually been forcefully increased by a level, complementing each other. A complete cultivation technique is good. Chen Fei felt the changes in his body and could not help but smile. At this moment, Chen Fei's strength allowed him to fight head-on with anyone in the visceral tempering realm. At this moment, other than the vitality of his internal organs, which was still slightly inferior to the visceral tempering realm, Chen Fei's strength and stamina were not inferior at all. In fact, Chen Fei's mental strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary visceral tempering realm cultivator. Currently, Chen Fei was somewhat similar to an incomplete version of the visceral tempering realm. He was stronger than the visceral tempering realm in some areas and slightly weaker in some areas. However, on the whole, ordinary visceral tempering realm cultivators were unable to threaten Chen Fei. Only the best of the four sects, the peak visceral realm cultivators, would know the result after the two sides fought. Chen Fei's cultivation technique was strong, and his comprehension was complete. But that did not mean that the other sect's visceral tempering realm disciples were weak. After all, the others had come into contact with martial arts earlier than Chen Fei, so they naturally had a longer time to cultivate. Among them, there was no lack of truly talented existences. It was even normal for them to cultivate a few cultivation techniques to perfection when they encountered those with high compatibility with their cultivation techniques. All of this could only be confirmed after a real fight and seeing the real deal. According to the time Senior Brother Guo mentioned last time, the secret realm will open in less than 20 days. During this period of time, other than the suppressing dragon elephant continuing to cultivate, I can also go and look for Senior C. Chen Fei spread out the tremendous strength iron bones characteristic and began to study the pill formula again. Just a little more, and Chen Fei would be able to perfect the pill formula. He would not give up on the origin awakening pill so easily. On the 13th day of testing the pill formula, Chen Fei's hands were moving by the hot spring as he used his strength to control the conflict of the medicinal properties in the pill furnace, exposing the limits of the medicinal properties in the medicinal ingredients. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted out, and the pill furnace trembled slightly. Clearly, the internal changes were extremely intense. Bang! With a dull thud, a burnt smell emerged from the pill furnace. Chen Fei helplessly opened the lid of the furnace and saw the charred dregs inside. He still failed. With Chen Fei's alchemy technique, it was impossible for ordinary alchemy to fail. However, Chen Fei squeezed the medicinal properties to the limit, even causing the medicinal properties to conflict with each other, hoping to obtain stronger medicinal properties. Naturally, it was very easy for problems to occur. This time, the furnace exploded because the medicinal herbs had been squeezed too hard, and they were burnt. The other medicinal herbs naturally followed the chain reaction and fell together. How did that person do it? Chen Fei was puzzled. He didn't know if there was a problem with the ratio of the herbs or if his technique was not enough. Having never seen the other party's pill formula, Chen Fei also did not know where he was lacking. Let's go and take the Tier 7 Alchemist test first. Unable to find an idea for the time being, Chen Fei thought for a moment and decided to first get a Tier 7 Alchemist down. Chen Fei still remembered the expression of Alliance Deacon Duan Miyu. Chen Fei was truly worried that if he were to come up with a pill formula later, the group of people would suspect him again. Since that was the case, he might as well pass the Tier 7 Alchemist examination first and shut up some people's mouths. When Chen Fei arrived at the Alliance, he heard many people discussing the mission to improve the Flying Ascent pill, especially the only pill refiner who had met the requirements, Shi Changji. I heard that there are already many aristocratic families recruiting Shi Changji, and all of them are offering very high conditions. The main purpose is probably still that origin awakening pill. After all, this is a healing Sakikard pill. Indeed, and Shi Changji's excellence is unquestionable. Moreover, he's still young, so a marriage alliance is enough to tie them together. Chen Fei listened to the discussion and found Qin Jinglan. Young master wants to take the Tier 7 Alchemist examination. Qin Jinglan looked at Chen Fei in shock. Qin Jinglan realized that every time Chen Fei came to the alliance, he would give her all kinds of surprises. Last time, it was an improved pill formula. This time, he was going to take the level 7 pill master examination. Many old alchemists could only refine the eternal floating pill in their entire lives. Moreover, it had only been a few months since Chen Fei took the Tier 8 Alchemist examination. At the thought of this, Qin Jinglan looked at Chen Fei with gentleness in her eyes. It was as if there were really water ripples flowing in her eyes. Please help me arrange it, Chen Fei said with a smile. Young master, please wait a moment. Qin Jinglan bowed slightly and quickly reported. In just a short while, an alchemist arrived in front of Chen Fei. Chen Fei looked at the person in surprise. It was Tu Jilin, whom he had met before. I just happened to see that you were about to take the level 7 alchemist examination. so I specially invited you over. Tu Jilin looked at Chen Fei and said with a smile, now that there are more and more young and promising pill refiners like you, the alliance will definitely develop better and better. Pill Master 2, are you talking about the one who met the requirements for the improvement of the flying ascent pill? Chen Fei asked curiously. Ji Changji is very outstanding, but you aren't bad either. You should be able to catch up in a few more years. Tu Jilin encouraged. Chen Fei was speechless. Hearing these words, it seemed like the current him was far inferior to that Ji Changji. Chen Fei did not argue. He first followed Qin Jinglin to a pill room and quickly selected the medicinal herbs needed for the flying ascent pill. Then, he checked the pill furnace and found no problems. He officially started the fire to refine the pill. Tu Jilin looked at Chen Fei's actions and couldn't help but nod his head slightly. He was skilled and natural, and he was at ease. Clearly, he had a plan in mind. This flying ascent pill test shouldn't be a problem for Chen Fei. The only thing was that Tu Jilin's brows couldn't help but tremble slightly when he saw the flames under Chen Fei's pill furnace that was about to swallow the entire pill furnace. This was the first time Tu Jilin had seen such a pill refining technique. It was really too crude. Even if other pill refiners were confident in pill refinement, they would still control the heat. This was a habit that had been cultivated from the moment they came into contact with pill refinement. Cautious and meticulous. This was what alchemists meant. Chen Fei's technique was good. It didn't look like alchemy. Why did it look a little like cooking? Who did he take as his pill master to have been taught such a technique? It was really too strange. Qin Jinglin's face was not surprised. She had seen Chen Fei refine pills twice. And both times, he had refined them with such ferocity. However, the pills that he refined each time, regardless of the quality or medicinal effects, were all top-notch. You look even better. Is it because we haven't seen each other for too long? At this moment, as she quietly watched Chen Fei refine pills, Qin Jinglin suddenly realized in surprise that Chen Fei looked even better than before. His facial features had also become extremely three-dimensional. Bang! A muffled sound interrupted Qin Jinglin's wild thoughts. Qin Jinglin looked up and realized that Chen Fei had already finished refining the flying ascent pill. As the pill furnace was opened, only a faint fragrance wafted out. Qin Jinglin's expression changed slightly. After successfully refining the flying ascent pill, the medicinal fragrance should be very rich. Why was there only a little medicinal fragrance now? Tu Jilin's nose twitched slightly. His expression a little puzzled. Chen Fei's cauldron of flying ascent pills was definitely refined successfully. Tu Jilin was not wrong about this. But the fragrance seemed to be a little off. Chen Fei took out the flying ascent pill from the pill furnace and looked at the half-pill vein on the pill furnace in surprise. Recently, Chen Fei had been experimenting with improving the flying ascent pill. The main method was to suppress the medicinal properties to the limit. Coming to take the Tier 7 Alchemist examination today, Chen Fei unconsciously began to squeeze out the medicinal properties of the medicinal ingredients again. Moreover, many of the medicinal herbs used in the flying ascent pill were old medicinal herbs, and their medicinal properties were extremely strong, because the age of the medicinal herbs was also getting up there. When the medicinal properties of the medicinal herbs were suppressed, the limit of the load was also much higher. After a few reasons, Chen Fei actually managed to refine a half-pill vein flying ascent pill. This was indeed somewhat beyond Chen Fei's expectations. Pill veins. Tu Jilin looked at the flying ascent pill on the plate and couldn't help but look at Chen Fei in surprise. Then, he carefully brought the flying ascent pill in front of him to check, and found that it was indeed pill veins. Tu Jilin suddenly understood. No wonder the medicinal fragrance was so light just now. This was because the pill veins had absorbed the medicinal fragrance and fused it into the medicinal effect. Impressive. You actually refined a flying ascent pill with pill veins. Tu Jilin put down the flying ascent pill and looked at Chen Fei with amazement. Tu Jilin had seen the entire process of refining the pill. Naturally, he knew that Chen Fei did not cheat. It completely relied on extreme alchemy techniques to stimulate the medicinal properties of the medicinal ingredients. Which was why such a flying ascent pill appeared. Looks like I'm going to take back my words. You don't have to settle down anymore. The current you is on par with Ji Changji. Tu Jilin sighed. Shen Fei's expression shifted slightly. Changji's pill formula had reached the standard of the mission to improve the flying ascent pill. Shen Fei had tried it himself, but he was still unable to produce a flying ascent pill with 50% cost and 70% efficacy. Pill Master 2. What level of pill formula did Changji use to reach the requirements of the mission? Shen Fei asked curiously because he had a feeling that he had overlooked something. Just like you. He used normal ingredients to refine a half-fiend flying ascent pill. Tu Jilin looked at Shen Fei and said regretfully. However, your pill formulas are of the same level, and he reported it earlier than you. Unless your pill formula has some special advantage, this mission will still be considered completed by him. Shen Fei's eyes widened slightly. Good lord. So the mission could be completed like this, then why did he say that the cost was 50 and the medicinal effect was 70 last time? Shen Fei had no choice but to explore this range. Oh, what I told you last time was only one of the directions. If you can complete that direction, your chances of winning are probably higher. Tu Jilin didn't lose his memory, and he remembered what he said to Shen Fei last time. Shen Fei laughed bitterly. It was because the direction he had mentioned previously was too difficult, and no one had been able to achieve it. Changji had directly used the same medicinal ingredients to refine a stronger pill, and he had met the requirements of the mission. After all, this mission was to improve the flying ascent pill. It greatly increased the effects of the flying ascent pill, so it was naturally an improvement. After all, the cost had not changed. Moreover, for martial artists, sometimes pills with stronger effects were actually more beneficial to their cultivation, especially when they were breaking through. Changji had refined a half-fiend flying ascent pill, and so had Shen Fei. But Shen Fei hadn't exerted any strength just now. Chapter 142 Chapter 142 Success in One Shot. Chapter 142 Success in One Shot. Shen Fei's main purpose for coming to the Alchemist Alliance today was only to take the Tier 7 Alchemist examination. As for refining the half-pill veins flying ascent pill, it was completely caused by his recent muscle memory. If the cost of the flying ascent pill remained the same, Shen Fei would be able to refine a stronger pill. Yes, Shen Fei was so confident. Recently, in order to study how to stimulate the medicinal properties of the medicinal herbs, Shen Fei had researched many methods. Unfortunately, those low-aged medicinal herbs had limited capacity. No matter how Shen Fei stimulated them, there was only a small amount. If he went a little too far, he would directly blow up his furnace, making Shen Fei really not know how to continue. But now that he was going to use the original ingredients of the flying ascent pill, many of the problems were solved. The ingredients of the flying ascent pill were all of high age, so they naturally carried a lot of medicinal properties. If Shen Fei stimulated them to their limits, their endurance would be much stronger. Moreover, Shen Fei could also add some other ingredients and fuse them together to achieve an even stronger medicinal property. Shen Fei didn't dare to say anything else, but he was still a little confident that he could concoct a flying ascent pill with full pill veins. This was the result of Shen Fei's recent painstaking research. Of course, the consummate level of the flying ascent pill and the fasting pill were both essential conditions. They were all in the same 9-year compulsory education, and everyone was learning formulas and theories. However, there were some questions that others could know the answer to at a glance, but you couldn't solve them no matter what. Many people also had the pill formulas for the flying ascent pilly and fasting pill, but they just couldn't fuse them as closely as Shen Fei. First, let's confirm your Tier 7 alchemist position, Tu Jilin said with a smile as he looked up at Shen Fei after admiring the half-fiend flying ascent pill. Sorry to trouble Senior 2. Shen Fei cupped his hands. Tu Jilin waved his hand, turned around, and walked out of the alchemy room. Qin Jinglin only dared to step forward at this moment. She looked at Shen Fei with admiration. He casually refined a flying ascent pill with pill veins. Many pill refiners could not reach this level in their entire lives. They went to the counter to verify the medicinal pill. The flying ascent pill with pill veins caused a slight commotion at the counter. All the deacons in the alliance knew what it meant for a pill to have pill veins. And it was a pill like the flying ascent pill. The speed of the verification was very fast. The results of the Tier 7 Alchemist test were already out. A new jade pendant was handed to Chen Fei. Chen Fei picked up the jade pendant and looked at the slightly more complicated pill veins on it. His face could not help but reveal a smile. Do you want to write down the pill formula and submit the mission? Tu Jilin turned to look at Chen Fei and said, when the time comes, if you have a greater advantage when compared to Shichengji's pill formula, perhaps the person who completes this mission will be you. From Tu Jilin's observation, Chen Fei used the original ingredients of the Flying Ascent pill. The only difference was in the refining method. As for Shichengji, he had changed some of the ingredients, but the overall cost remained the same. There were also differences in the pill refining techniques. In the end, the other pill refiners would have to determine who was better, and Shichengji was unable to be completely certain. He'll go back and think about it. He'll come back in a few days. Chen Fei thought for a moment and shook his head. Now that there was not much advantage in the pill formula, it was better not to write it down. He would ponder over it for the next few days and get a mature version. All right, I'll wait for your good news. Tu Jilin looked at Chen Fei's confident face, and his eyes could not help but light up. He felt that in a few days, Chen Fei might really give him another surprise. Young master, is there anything else I can do for you? Qin Jinglin said softly from the side. I need to exchange for some medicinal ingredients. Chen Fei looked at Qin Jinglin and said with a smile, the medicinal herbs in the alliance had all gone through a strict selection process. Although they had to be exchanged with contribution points, the quality and age of the herbs were guaranteed. It was even more guaranteed than the shops outside. An hour later, Chen Fei left the Alchemist Alliance and returned to the Hot Spring Inn to ponder over the pill formula. Because he already had an idea, Chen Fei estimated that the new pill formula this time would not take too long. The eastern city of Immortal Cloud City was the most prosperous area in the city. At this moment, a figure was running into the inner courtyard in a panic. Young master, this is bad. Old man Lai just sent someone to tell us that someone from the Alliance mission also refined a half-pill veins Flying Ascent pill. The servant hurriedly ran to Shichengji and reported anxiously. Shichengji was fiddling with his plans when he heard the servant's words. His right hand involuntarily paused, and he plucked a blooming flower. Have you found out where he came from? Shichengji casually threw the flowers in his hand into the parterre, turned around and sat down in front of the stone table. Old man Lai said that the person's name is Chen Fei, and he came to take the Tier 7 Alchemist examination today. He concocted a half-in Flying Ascent pill on the spot, and was highly praised by Tu Jilin. The servant said in a low voice, that Chen Fei, did he hand over the pill formula? Shichengji picked up the teacup and gently blew on the tea leaves before taking a sip. No, he hasn't. The servant thought for a moment and shook his head. Shichengji's brows furrowed slightly as he put down the teacup in his hand. If Chen Fei handed over the pill formula on the spot, then it was nothing more than a competition on the spot. Shichengji's pill formula was reported first, so he naturally had a certain advantage. But now, Chen Fei actually did not hand over the pill formula. He clearly felt that he could research a better pill formula to complete this mission. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to hand over the pill formula. Shichengji stood up and walked a few steps in the courtyard, feeling slightly irritated. Did old man Lai say anything else? Shichengji raised his head and looked at the servants. Old man Lai said that everyone in the alliance is watching this mission, and he can't do anything. He asked young master if he had a better pill formula to prepare in case of emergency. The servant said in a low voice. Shichengji's frown deepened. Clearly, the others also felt that Chen Fei would have a better pill formula when he went to the alliance. If Shichengji didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve, then the probability of this mission failing was very high. You may leave. Shichengji waved his hand. Seeing that the servant had left, Shichengji turned around and walked towards another courtyard. What is it? Before Shichengji could even knock on the door, a hoarse voice rang out from within the room. It sounded like a finger scraping against metal, causing one to frown. Something has happened in the Alchemist Alliance mission. Someone has refined a Flying Ascension pill with the same half-pill veins. Shichengji carefully explained the situation. Oh. The door opened, and a woman walked out. The woman had an enchanting figure and a beautiful face, but a hideous scar extended from the corner of her eye to the corner of her mouth, completely destroying this beauty. Senior sister, what should we do? A half-eaten flying ascent pill is already my limit. Shi Changji looked at Wu Yunlian, his eyes not daring to reveal anything unusual, because Wu Yunlian hated how others looked at her with pity the most. Because of this gaze, Wu Yunlian had already lost count of how many pairs of eyes she had gouged out. What do you think? Wu Yunlian asked Shi Changji. The best way to deal with such a person is to make him disappear, Shi Changji said viciously. Wu Yunlian laughed softly and shook her head. At this time, if that alchemist dies, whoever benefits will be the biggest suspect. This kind of method is somewhat unwise, and the people of the Alchemist Alliance will definitely be unhappy with you. Then what should we do? Shi Changji was confused. There's no hurry. I'll send someone to test him out. If there's a chance, we'll see if we can get a new pill formula from him. Wu Yunlian revealed a smile on her face, like a venomous snake in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. In the hot spring inn, on top of a ball of flame, the pill furnace was trembling slightly. Shen Fei's hands were moving, and his inner strength was constantly adjusting the conflict between the medicinal properties in the pill furnace. The medicinal fragrance that was originally slightly pervading. As the refinement continued, the medicinal fragrance instead converged, and in the end, it even became inaudible. Shen Fei's expression remained unchanged as he carefully adjusted every change in the medicinal properties. The pill was close to completion, but the further he went, the higher the possibility of the furnace exploding. Bang! After a full quarter of an hour, with a muffled sound, the lid of the pill furnace was opened by Chen Fei. In the billowing green smoke, the pills in the pill furnace were carefully taken out by Chen Fei and placed on a porcelain plate at the side. 3 pills were formed, and each pill had a complete pill pattern. Shen Fei couldn't help but reveal a smile. After returning, Shen Fei only spent less than 6 hours figuring out a new pill formula. After testing it out, he immediately succeeded. It could only be said that Chen Fei had accumulated a lot of experience from experimenting with the pill formula in the past 10 days. Now that he had changed his direction, he had broken through his original bottleneck in an instant. He had accumulated a lot. Shen Fei picked up a medicinal pill and observed it for a while before swallowing it, as if he had swallowed a small fireball. The scorching medicinal power instantly rushed toward Chen Fei's limbs and 8 meridians. Shen Fei's expression changed slightly. If it was an ordinary marrow-tempering realm cultivator, they might not be able to withstand this medicinal strength. However, for Chen Fei, who had a small success with the suppressing dragon elephant, this medicinal power was unable to shake Chen Fei's body in the slightest. The force in his body moved, tearing apart the medicinal power of the flying ascent pill and then refining it into his body. After about 2 hours, Chen Fei opened his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air, adding 1 more pill vein. The medicinal strength has increased by more than 40%. As long as you can withstand the impact of the medicinal strength, it will be easier for your body to absorb it, and there will be almost no impurities. Shen Fei looked at the other flying ascent pills on the plate. Taking pills to cultivate would actually accumulate some impurities in the body. This kind of impurity could be refined over time. However, if one consumed a medicinal pill for many years, it might cause impurities to accumulate. It would also become more difficult to refine it in the future. At the same time, the problem of medicinal resistance would appear. At that time, the effect of each medicinal pill would gradually decrease. Shen Fei consumed a lot of medicinal pills. As time passed, he naturally developed a resistance to the medicinal properties. But fortunately, Shen Fei was consuming pills that he refined himself, and pills refined using the technique of the consummate level, and the impurities were already considered to be reduced to the minimum. Now that the suppressing dragon elephant was in control of itself, the problem of the impurities in the medicinal pills had been further reduced. It would not be able to affect Chen Fei in the short term. This kind of flying ascent pill with pill veins not only had strong medicinal effects, but it also had few impurities. To the vast majority of practitioners in the visceral tempering realm, it was an excellent medicinal pill choice. After keeping the other 2 pills, Shen Fei decided to send the pill formula to the Alchemist Alliance the next day so that he could complete this mission as soon as possible. Chapter 143 Chapter 143 The Youngsters Are Fearsome. Chapter 143 The Youngsters Are Fearsome. Shen Fei walked towards the hot spring and prepared to start cultivating the suppressing dragon elephant. After settling the matter of the flying ascent pills formula, Shen Fei's time became much more relaxed. Now, he only needed to grind the proficiency of the suppressing dragon elephant and cultivate his inner strength daily. The other cultivation techniques had already been cultivated to the level of perfection. Shen Fei decided to wait for the Alchemist Alliance's mission to be completed before finding an opportunity to look for Si Yuanhai and see if he could learn the method to enter the Strange Heart Realm. Even if he didn't venture into the Strange Heart Realm, entering it every day to temper his own core soul energy was a huge boost to his cultivation. The receival bead's aperture shattered, and a surge of vital energy surged into Shen Fei's body. The suppressing dragon elephant revolved, tearing apart the vital energy and fusing it into Shen Fei's bones. The master-level suppressing dragon elephant had already begun to temper Shen Fei's bones. Just like the martial artist's 5 states of body tempering, the suppressing dragon elephant also followed the same steps. As he was cultivating with his eyes closed, Shen Fei's expression suddenly changed slightly. Some small sounds entered Shen Fei's ears. Shen Fei's current senses were much sharper than those in the visceral tempering realm. Although the sound was very soft, Shen Fei still caught it. Shen Fei's figure disappeared from the hot spring. When he reappeared, he was already in a corner of the courtyard, stabbing his sword at the fake mountain. Ding! The sound of swords clashing rang out, and the surface of the rockery seemed to have turned into water. A figure emerged from it, and with a leap, he rushed out of the hot spring courtyard. Shen Fei's figure flashed and arrived on the roof. Looking at the assassin in the distance, a longbow appeared in Shen Fei's hand. In the next moment, 3 arrows were shot at the assassin. The arrows were extremely fast and caught up to the assassin's back in an instant. The assassin sensed something was wrong. He turned his head back to look and was shocked. He subconsciously slashed at the arrow. Bang! A ball of flames rose and surrounded the assassin. Shen Fei's face revealed a smile. This was Shen Fei's specially made arrow. This flame attack was actually not strong. The main thing was that it contained some poison powder. When it was in contact with fire, it could produce even more intense changes. However, to be honest, this kind of thing was not very useful to true experts, especially those in the visceral tempering realm. They had tempered all their internal organs once, so even if they were poisoned, they could still quickly expel the poison unless the amount was very large. However, one still couldn't escape the early stages of poisoning, dizziness, and ringing, and that would come in useful. As expected, the assassin's movements were paused for a moment. Shen Fei sent dozens of arrows flying over, one of which pierced the assassin's left arm. However, the assassin also took advantage of this time to jump into the alley and disappear after a few flashes. Shen Fei didn't chase after him and put away his longbow. The assassin's actions were a little strange, especially after he jumped out of the courtyard. He didn't escape into the alley immediately but ran on the roof. Perhaps the other party did not expect Shen Fei to have a bow and arrow, but that posture clearly had the suspicion of luring Shen Fei into chasing after him. Shen Fei returned to the inn and checked the formation of the heaven room. It was intact, and he could not help but shake his head slightly. This formation was only effective against prying eyes. It had no effect on intruders. Several miles away. Are you hurt? Where is he? That Shen Fei was very cautious and didn't follow. I was injured by his bow and arrow. His arrow is even poisoned. This kid is really, as the assassin spoke, he couldn't help but scratch the skin on his back, which was now full of blisters. When he scratched, his hand was covered in pus. Itchy, numb, and painful. This poison was not fatal. If it was fatal, it would be easy to get rid of it because the location of the poison was too obvious. On the contrary, this kind of poison targeted all sorts of strange locations. Instead, it took a lot of time to clear it, and it was also extremely painful. Did you find anything? No. We were discovered as soon as we infiltrated. Alright, Go and rest. I'll go back and report. The voice quickly fell silent, leaving only the assassin's constant scratching and cursing. The next morning, Chen Fei arrived at the Alchemist Alliance. Young master, are you here for the mission? Qin Jinglin looked at Chen Fei, her eyes flashing. Yes. Please report it. Chen Fei said with a smile. Please wait a moment. Young master. Qin Jinglin actively ran to the counter to report. In just a moment, Tu Jilin's figure appeared in front of Chen Fei. Senior Tu Chen Fei cupped his hands. Are you planning to submit the pill formula from yesterday? Or are there new developments? Tu Jilin looked at Chen Fei and asked with uncertainty. Seeing Chen Fei's confident appearance yesterday, he should not have come to submit the old pill formula. But now, only a day had passed, and there was already a new harvest. What kind of efficiency was this? Senior 2, please try this. Chen Fei handed over the pill bottle containing the Fulvine Flying Ascent pill. Tu Jilin subconsciously took it and glanced at Chen Fei before opening the bottle. A light medicinal fragrance wafted out. Tu Jilin's expression changed slightly. This fragrance was very different from the usual Flying Ascent pill. Tu Jilin impatiently poured the pill into the porcelain plate. As the Flying Ascent pill rolled, the pill veins on the top were clearly visible. They were complete pill veins. Not half pill veins like yesterday. Tu Jilin's eyes widened slightly as he looked at Chen Fei in surprise. Then, he carefully examined the Flying Ascent pill. He had really refined it. However, it was still impossible to be completely certain. After all, there were actually many ways to make pills form pill veins. The difficult part was how to control the cost of the pills. You still need to refine it on the spot. At that time, there will be a few people present to verify it. Tu Jilin finished observing the Flying Ascent pill and did not find any other problems. He turned to look at Chen Fei and said. Chen Fei nodded and did not object. This was the process. Chen Fei was led to a large pill room. The alliance was very efficient. In just a short while, there were already a few other old pill refiners standing in the pill room. Let's begin. Tu Jilin signaled to Chen Fei that they could start. Chen Fei nodded his head and began to select the medicinal ingredients. Most of them were the original ingredients of the Flying Ascent pill, and some were other ingredients that Chen Fei had chosen in order to increase the conflict between the medicinal properties. Tu Jilin and the others silently watched Chen Fei's actions and estimated the cost. Compared to the original Flying Ascent pill, there was not much difference. Chen Fei checked the pill furnace and did not find any problems. He started the fire, set up the furnace, and the rising flames licked the entire furnace. Other than Tu Jilin, the other alchemists' expressions were slightly fluctuating. It was obvious that it was their first time seeing such a pill refining technique. It was quite shocking. The medicinal fragrance began to spread, but immediately, the medicinal fragrance gradually became faint. And in the end, it was even barely noticeable. Tu Jilin and the others looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. He had really used these medicinal herbs to refine a Fulvine Flying Ascent pill. A quarter of an hour passed, and with a dull sound, the lid of the furnace opened. Tu Jilin and the others could not wait to step forward and look at the situation inside the pill furnace. 3 Flying Ascent pills lay quietly in the furnace, the pill patterns clearly visible. The younger generation is formidable, an alchemist said in a low voice. Little friend, where is your master? I would like to visit another day. Another pill refiner couldn't help but ask curiously. This kind of pill refining method was too curious. I am self-taught, now under the tutelage of the primordial sword sect. Chen Fei cupped his hands. Tu Jilin didn't say anything. He looked at the Flying Ascent pill in his hand. It was exactly the same as the one Chen Fei had sent over. Looking at Chen Fei's state of ease just now, it was obvious that this kind of refinement could be repeated. In other words, after learning the pill formula, if others had sufficient ability, they could also refine such a Flying Ascent pill. Let's verify the effects of the medicine. If there's no problem, I think we can inform the Alliance Master. Tu Jilin turned to look at the other alchemists. Of course. That's right. The other pill refiners nodded in agreement. They could not wait to see the pill formula. What kind of technique could actually refine such a Flying Ascent pill? The verification of the medicinal pill passed very quickly. An hour later, Chen Fei met with the Alliance Master of the Alchemist Alliance, Wei Xingchen. Wei Xingchen looked at the pill formula in his hand. With his own pill refining skills, he only needed a moment to understand the principle of the pill formula in his hand. He could even refine it immediately. Ingenious? Almost all the medicinal properties and the medicinal ingredients were stimulated. Wei Xingchen shifted his gaze away from the pill formula and raised his head to look at Chen Fei with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Before coming, Wei Xingchen already knew all of Chen Fei's information. He remembered that Chen Fei came to the Alliance for help and said that he was being bullied by Hong Yuanfeng of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. Thank you for your praise. Alliance Master Chen Fei cupped his hands. Your refining technique is almost at the peak. However, according to the rules, you still have to wait for more than 10 days before I can give you the reward, Wei Xingchen said with a smile. Junior understands? Chen Fei nodded. This pill formula is extraordinary. What do you plan to do with it? Chen Fei was startled. Wasn't this pill formula used to exchange for the Origin Awakening pill? Why did it sound like it could be used to deal with the ownership of this pill formula? The Alliance set up this mission to encourage everyone to be more innovative. Although the pill formulas still have to be sold to the Alliance, the profits still belong to you. Wei Xingchen saw Chen Fei's expression and understood that Chen Fei had misunderstood this mission. He could not help but explain. The huge Alchemist Alliance actually possessed a huge amount of resources. Although such a pill formula was extraordinary, Wei Xingchen did not really take it seriously. In the end, the Flying Ascent pill was only a top-notch medicinal pill in the body-tempering realm. However, in the eyes of true experts, the body-tempering realm was just the beginning. Chen Fei's eyes lit up slightly. He could actually sell the pill formula. Now, he had to consider whether to buy it out or split it. The pill formula that Chen Fei had created actually had obvious advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was naturally that the medicinal efficacy of the Flying Ascent pill had increased greatly. There were fewer impurities, and it was easier to refine. However, the weakness was also very prominent. That was, the difficulty of refining was actually very high. In the process, extremely complicated control techniques had to be used. At the very least, one had to cultivate the fasting pill to perfection, or even close to perfection, to control the details. In other words, it would probably be very difficult for the majority of Tier 7 alchemists to refine the Fulvine Flying Ascent pill. If they were to split the profits, they would probably get a wave of sales dividends in the early stages. However, once their reputation spread, the number of people who would change would probably decrease. Can I use this pill recipe to exchange for the Alliance's 1,000-thread technique? Chen Fei suddenly raised his head and asked. Chapter 144 Chapter 144 Using both carrot and stick. Chapter 144 Using both carrot and stick. The 1,000-thread technique could probably be considered the Alchemy Master Alliance's cornerstone cultivation technique. This was a cultivation technique created by an alchemist. After cultivating it, it would not have any effect on one's inner strength. In other words, cultivating the 1,000-thread technique would not increase one's martial realm. However, if he succeeded in cultivating the 1,000-thread technique, it would be of great help to his alchemy skills. Actually, it wasn't just alchemy. From what Chen Fei understood, the 1,000-thread technique cultivated the heart and mind power of a person. It would allow his control over his mind to become extremely precise so that not only was he like a fish in water when it came to pill concoction, it would also be like adding wings to a tiger when it came to martial arts. Putting aside his control of the moves, he planned to break through to the aperture tempering realm in the future. If he could condense his mental strength into threads, whether it was measuring or digging aperture points, it would be twice the result with half the effort. However, as the core cultivation technique of the Alchemist Alliance, it was extremely difficult to learn the 1,000-thread sect. The exchange contribution points for the first 2 levels were 20. After that, he could only continue to exchange for cultivation techniques and contribution points. Wei Xingchen did not say anything. If he bought the pill formula in his hand, it would not be able to get 20 contribution points. But it would not be much different. it was possible to split the profits. But it would take some time. Chen Fei actually wanted to skip this time gap and learn this 1,000-thread technique early to increase his own strength. Sure, this pill recipe can be exchanged for the first 2 levels of the 1,000-thread technique. Wei Xingchen looked at Chen Fei and finally nodded in agreement. Wei Xingchen admired Chen Fei. Since that was the case, he might as well show some kindness. Being stingy would be a little petty. 2 hours later, Chen Fei left the Alchemist Alliance. He did not obtain the Origin Awakening pill for the time being. But Chen Fei obtained the first 2 levels of the 1,000-thread technique. The improvement of one's martial arts strength had always been fought for. Chen Fei was constantly preparing for the Aperture Tempering realm. When his cultivation reached the Visceral Tempering realm, the Aperture Tempering realm would be like a natural moat for many people. It would definitely not be a problem for Chen Fei. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Tomorrow was the deadline for the mission. Chen Fei spent the past 10 days cultivating in the inn. He would never go out unless it were necessary. Apart from using up time to cultivate better, there were also many people who had come to visit Chen Fei recently. Following Chen Fei replacing Shi Changji, Chen Fei's reputation began to spread in the Alchemist Alliance. The mission itself was open, so the Alliance would directly announce the progress of the mission. Chen Fei's name wasn't intentionally displayed. This was Chen Fei's request. However, in such a huge alliance, there would always be many people who could take advantage of the loopholes. Someone would find a way to know who had completed the mission. There were many who came to make friends and recruit him. In the beginning, Chen Fei had patiently met a few of them. Later on, he simply locked himself in the inn and closed the door. Only then did Chen Fei's ears become a little quieter. In the past 10 days, the time he spent on refining the eternal floating pill had increased. It was not because of anything else but because Chen Fei wanted to earn money. A lot of money. Because he wanted to cultivate the 1,000-thread technique. Chen Fei had never expected that the cost of the 1,000-thread technique's simplified version would be so high. Just the first 2 levels of the simplified version would cost more than 10,000 taels. To Chen Fei, he could earn the 10, if the silver taels in just 10 days. However, after buying a pill furnace and spending all his money, he had to spend a few days refining pills. Only then would he be able to save up the simplification cost. He was planning to return the 50,000 taels to Feng Zupu, but there was no sign of him. The effect of cultivating the 1,000-thread technique was very good. Chen Fei directly fused the Tranquil Origin technique with it and turned it into a new cultivation technique, the 1,000 Origin technique. He worked hard to refine pills, because Chen Fei would follow Guo Linshan into the mystic realm in another 10 days. During this period of time, Chen Fei had to save a sum of money to enter the interface. This was to prevent any unexpected situations in the mystic realm. Chen Fei still had money to simplify the required cultivation techniques. This was completely because the strange wind realm had frightened him. At the same time, Chen Fei wanted to change to a better bow. As he continued cultivating suppressing dragon elephant, Chen Fei's strength continued to increase. The bow was too light for Chen Fei now. The price of a good bow was not cheap. Chen Fei needed money, so he spent all his free time on alchemy. He did not even have time to look for Si Yuanhai. Of course, he did not look for Si Yuanhai because there were too many people paying attention to Chen Fei. If Chen Fei went to look for Si Yuanhai like this, even if he disguised himself, he might give himself away. Knock knock knock. Sir, there's a guest who says he's your fellow disciple. Do you want to meet him? The inn staff knocked on the door and asked Chen Fei in a low voice. Let him come over. Chen Fei was a little surprised, but he still opened the door. In just a moment, the inn's waiter led a person to Chen Fei. Chen Fei looked at the person with some doubt. Chen Fei had never seen this person before. Junior brother Chen. Sorry to disturb you. My name is Zhang Jinggan. Zhang Jinggan looked at Chen Fei and cupped his hands. Senior brother Zhang, why did you come to find me? Chen Fei welcomed him into the house and poured a cup of tea. Although Chen Fei had some guesses in his heart, he still asked, in the Alchemist Alliance, did junior brother complete the task of improving the flying ascent pill? Zhang Jinggan did not beat around the bush and directly asked, It hasn't been completed yet. The deadline is tomorrow, Shen Fei said with a smile. I didn't expect that there would be such a great alchemist in the sect. Zhang Jinggan deliberately stood up and cupped his hands at Chen Fei. Chen Fei frowned slightly and stood up to return the greeting. Zhang Jinggan was too polite. He probably had a huge ask. If senior brother Zhang has anything to say, you can say it directly. Since junior brother said so, then one will be straightforward. Zhang Jinggan looked at Chen Fei and said in a deep voice, I hope that after junior martial brother obtains the origin awakening pill, you can sell it to me? The price is negotiable. As long as you are willing to sell, I will agree. Chen Fei's expression did not change. He looked at Zhang Jinggan and shook his head slightly. I'm afraid one can't promise you this. One have other uses for this origin awakening pill, so I won't sell it. This origin awakening pill is very important to me. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Zhang Jinggan's originally gentle expression suddenly changed. His voice suddenly became louder, and his eyes stared straight at Chen Fei. Zhang Jinggan seemed to have noticed his current state. He lowered his voice and whispered, My father was injured a year ago, and his cultivation base was greatly damaged. He has been depressed ever since. I have been searching for the origin awakening pill but to no avail. As Zhang Jinggan spoke, his voice involuntarily became louder. He leaned toward Chen Fei and said loudly, You and I are fellow disciples. And my father fought for the sect, which led to our current situation. Moreover, I've already said earlier that as long as you're willing to give me a price, I'll accept it. It's not like I'll take your origin awakening pill for free. Chen Fei looked at Zhang Jinggan's furious and even somewhat overbearing appearance, and his expression darkened. This origin awakening pill was won by Chen Fei himself. How he dealt with it was completely his own freedom. Now, there was actually someone using sect relations to pressure him. Simply laughable. I told you. I have other uses for this pill, so I won't sell it. Chen Fei said in a deep voice. Do you know how hard it has been for me to find the origin awakening pill these 2 years, junior brother Chen? You should take pity on me and give me this origin awakening pill. Although my Zhang family is nothing in the sect, you can come to my Zhang family if you need anything in the future. Zhang Jinggan clenched his fists tightly and looked at Chen Fei threateningly. Zhang family was in primordial sword sect, but it was still very easy to target an inner disciple. I think I've already made myself clear. Senior brother, one still have things to do, so I'm sorry one can't entertain you. Chen Fei stood up. He didn't see eye to eye with the guest, and there was nothing else to talk about. Chen Fei began to send him off. Chen Fei, although the origin awakening pill is good, you have to be able to hold on to it. Zhang Jinggan stood up and looked at Chen Fei with a gloomy expression. The gentleness and generosity he had shown just now had long disappeared. Or rather, Zhang Jinggan's current expression was his original appearance. Are you threatening me? Chen Fei laughed softly. I'm just stating facts. Chen Fei, I think you should reconsider. Don't delay yourself. Zhang Jinggan looked down at Chen Fei with hostility. Please. Chen Fei pointed at the door. Zhang Jinggan looked at Chen Fei coldly before turning around and leaving the inn. Chen Fei frowned slightly, thinking about the meaning in Zhang Jinggan's words. 2 days ago, when Chen Fei actually used the pigeon to send a letter back to the sect, asking Feng Xiupu to come to the Immortal Cloud City for a trip. After all, the origin awakening pill was a sacred healing medicine. After Chen Fei exchanged for it, he planned to let Feng Xiupu consume it directly in the Immortal Cloud City. Otherwise, if Chen Fei brought the origin awakening pill back to the sect, something would probably happen on the way. However, Chen Fei did not expect that before other troubles arrived, the first person to come and threaten him was actually his own sect. Logically speaking, Master should be here. Feng Xiupu hadn't arrived yet, so Chen Fei didn't think too much about it and thought that Feng Xiupu was delayed by something. Now that he thought about Zhang Jinggan's words, could it be that his flying pigeon had not returned to the sect at all? Chen Fei came to the courtyard and took out a carrier pigeon. He wrote a note and stuffed it beside the carrier pigeon's leg before letting it fly. Chen Fei's figure leaped and came to the roof. He watched the carrier pigeon fly away. Just as the carrier pigeon was about to turn into a black dot, an arrow suddenly flew by. and the carrier pigeon fell directly. Shen Fei's eyes narrowed. His carrier pigeon had really been intercepted. Perhaps it was Zhang Jinggan, or perhaps it was someone else, but it was obvious that they did not want Shen Fei's information to be transmitted back to the sect. He might as well shoot the messenger pigeon down. It was as if an invisible net was quietly approaching. If Chen Fei dared to leave Immortal Cloud City alone, he would probably face even more danger. And regardless of whether Chen Fei left the city or not, when Chen Fei obtained the Origin Awakening Pill, all sorts of things would truly come one after another. Chen Fei stood in place and thought for a moment. An hour later, Chen Fei appeared in the Alchemist Alliance. Young Master Qin Jinglan looked at Chen Fei in confusion. Set up a mission to send a message to Feng Zipu of the Primordial Sword Sect. Chen Fei revealed a smile on his face. If he had the ability, he could also take a look at the people from the Alchemist Alliance. Chapter 145 Chapter 145 The Best Soldier Strikes the Wise. Chapter 145 The Best Soldier Strikes the Wise. Immortal Cloud City. In the courtyard purchased by the Zhang family, Zhang Jinggan came before a middle-aged man and whispered, "Eldest uncle, that Chen Fei didn't agree to sell the Origin Awakening Pill. He simply doesn't know what's good for him. We found out about this a little late, so we were more or less passive." Zhang Guanwen shook his head slightly. Who would have thought that there would be such a master of alchemy in the sect? I heard from the servants that Chen Fei left the inn and went to the Alchemist Alliance. If he hides in the Alliance and doesn't come out, it will be very difficult for us to do anything to him. Zhang Jinggan started to walk around somewhat irritably. Origin Awakening pills were quite precious, and the quantity that flowed out had always been very small. Now that he had finally found one, and it was obtained by a disciple of the Primordial Sword Sect, such an opportunity was even more rare. Now, we're not the only ones keeping an eye on him. He is at the Marrow Tempering Realm. If he didn't have other helpers, it would be difficult for him to hold on to this pill. Zhang Guanwen smiled. I'm just afraid that when the time comes, the Origin Awakening Pill will be obtained by others. Zhang Jinggan frowned. Not good. Not good. Chen Fei issued a mission in the Alchemist Alliance and sent a message to Feng Zipu. Suddenly, a guard ran in and said to Zhang Guanwen. The expressions of Zhang Guanwen and the other two changed slightly. When they saw Chen Fei enter the Alchemist Alliance, they thought that he wanted to obtain protection. They did not expect Chen Fei to directly issue a mission. Looks like he discovered that his information was intercepted, so he might as well let the Alchemist Alliance help him pass it on. What a cunning kid! Zhang Guanwen frowned. He was able to remain calm because the Origin Awakening Pill had not yet reached Chen Fei's hands. Moreover, the information that Chen Fei had sent had actually been intercepted by all parties. When the Origin Awakening Pill was distributed tomorrow, all parties would work together to force Chen Fei to make a choice. He was only at the Marrow Tempering Realm, and although it was the Immortal Cloud City, it did not mean that it was absolutely safe. It was normal for something to happen occasionally. But if Feng Zipu came to Immortal Cloud City, it would be a big problem. Although he was only in the Visceral Tempering Realm, he was definitely stronger than an ordinary Visceral Tempering Realm cultivator. Even if a few ordinary Visceral Tempering Realm cultivators attacked together, they would not be able to deal with a single strike from Feng Zipu. Uncle, should we send someone to stop the person who accepted the mission? Zhang Jinggan said. The news can't be stopped. The Alchemist Alliance has its own channels to spread the news, and there was no need for people to go there personally. Zhang Guanwen shook his head. Even if he could intercept it, Zhang Guanwen would not have such thoughts. Dealing with Chen Fei and dealing with the Alchemist Alliance were completely different concepts. Probably no one would do such a thing for the sake of an Origin Awakening Pill. A few hundred years ago, the Alchemist Alliance was just a place where a group of alchemists joined a group to get some warmth. Now, it had become a colossus and had a huge connection with the surrounding sects. If it wasn't for this, why would Wei Xingshan not manage the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect's Pill Peak? And why would he go to the Alchemist Alliance to be the Alliance Master and even spend so much effort to develop the Alliance? Then can we ask the sect to assign a mission to Feng Zipu and transfer him away for a few days? Zhang Jinggan asked. It might have been possible in the past, But with your father's injury, our Zheng family's influence in the sect has weakened. Without a suitable reason, we can't mobilize an expert like Feng Zipu. Zheng Guanwen thought for a moment and finally shook his head. Things were different now, and the Zheng family was in a declining state, which was why they cared so much about this origin awakening pill. This was because it was very likely that this pill would allow the Zheng family to return to its former glory and not fall into decline like it was now. Then what should we do? Zheng Jinggan knew Feng Zipu. If Feng Zipu came to the immortal Cloud City, most likely, everyone who was eyeing this origin awakening pill would restrain themselves. Otherwise, without a certain number of visceral tempering realm experts surrounding them, they really wouldn't be able to take down Feng Zipu. Moreover, they would have to be prepared for Feng Zipu to kill a few people. Zhang Guanwen did not answer. He frowned and thought of various ways. That Chen Fei didn't take out the origin awakening pill because he wanted to give it to Feng Zipu. Right, Zheng Jinggan suddenly said. Zhang Guanwen was stunned and then nodded. The probability was very high. Because of his injuries, Feng Zipu's cultivation level dropped. If he consumed the origin awakening pill, there was a high chance that he could recover from his injuries and return to the aperture tempering realm. An aperture tempering realm cultivator could protect a family for hundreds of years. Feng Zipu was alone, and reaching the aperture tempering state was naturally beneficial to his disciples. Zhang Guanwen suddenly envied Feng Zipu's good luck. According to the information he had received, Chen Fei had only been Feng Zipu's disciple for a few months. In just a few months, Chen Fei was actually willing to give the origin awakening pill to Feng Zipu. What kind of luck did he have to be able to receive such a disciple? Zhang Guanwen had also taken in many disciples. But he knew that he was still in trouble. There was nothing else he could help with. This situation was like the difference between heaven and earth. Use the lightning bird to send a message to the people in the clan. Tell them to look for Feng Zipu. Tell them that I'm at Luya Mountain, and that one need his help. If things go well, I will give him the divine refinement chant, Zhang Guanwen said in a serious voice. Divine refinement chant. Feng Zipu's cultivation level didn't seem to be able to use this technique. Zhang Jinggan asked in confusion. The divine refinement chant was a cultivation technique passed down by the Zhang family. Even the primordial sword sect didn't have it. The primordial sword sect didn't force the people in the sect to hand over their cultivation techniques to the sect. Of course, if you were willing to hand them over, you would be rewarded. When cultivated to a high level, the divine refinement chant could stimulate the core soul energy in one fell swoop and nourish the inner strength, using spirit to supplement strength, increasing the cultivation speed of body tempering realm martial artists. The stronger the spirit, the faster the cultivation speed. Moreover, because he often stimulated his mental strength, it had a certain tempering effect on his mental strength. It could be considered an extremely good martial arts secret manual. However, the effect of the divine refinement chant would be reduced when one reached the visceral tempering realm. It would have no effect on those above the visceral tempering realm. With Feng Zipu's current cultivation, the divine refinement chant wouldn't be of any help at all. It's probably for his disciple. Zhang Guanwen sighed slightly, looked at Zhang Jinggan, and said in a deep voice, if I lure Feng Zipu away, then how we obtain the origin awakening pill will depend on you. This origin awakening pill can't escape from my grasp, Zhang Jinggan said loudly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. At that time, if Chen Fei still didn't know what was good for him, then he couldn't blame him for using some tricks. An hour later, Feng Zipu appeared in Luya Mountain and saw Zhang Guanwen. What do you want? Feng Zipu asked directly. I found a demon beast nest. There should be flying feather grass inside. When the time comes, you and I will work together to kill the demon beast. If it's done, he'll give you the divine refinement chant you want. Zhang Guanwen looked at Feng Zipu and smiled. One need to pass on the divine refinement chant to my disciples. Your Zhang family can't restrict it, Feng Zipu said in a deep voice. That's only natural. So one can only give you 20 of the demon beast harvest and flying feather grass. Zhang Guanwen sighed in his heart. As a master, he should devote himself to finding a suitable cultivation method for his disciple. When the disciple had the opportunity, he would immediately repay the master. To be honest, Zhang Guanwen was a little envious of this kind of feeling. Unfortunately, he could not do it himself. Alright, lead the way. Feng Zipu felt that Zhang Jinggen's gaze was a little strange, but he didn't take it to heart. The demon beast nest is over there. Zhang Guanwen pointed in a direction and disappeared. This demon beast nest was not fabricated by Zhang Guanwen. It was discovered by the Zhang family members. He had wanted to find an opportunity to lead his men to encircle and annihilate them, but he had not taken action for a long time. Now that it was just right, he could use it. 2 days were necessary to surround and kill the demon beasts. From the investigation to the final action. And tomorrow, if there were no other accidents, it would be the end of the Alchemist Alliance's mission. Zhang Guanwen hoped that Zhang Jinggen could be more hardworking, no matter what method he used, as long as he didn't leave any evidence. Even if he killed Chen Fei, it would be fine. Even if he was suspected of getting the Origin Awakening pill and the Zhang family regained the battle strength of the Aperture Tempering State, he could find a way to suppress all of this. Immortal Cloud City. Alchemist Alliance. Chen Fei spent 100 contribution points to get the Alchemist Alliance to help pass on the news. Chen Fei did not go anywhere else and stayed in the Alliance. Waiting for feedback, Chen Fei strolled along the way and listened to the other alchemists discussing alchemy techniques. He had a small harvest. Qin Jinglan silently followed behind Chen Fei. Looking at Chen Fei's broad back, a silly smile appeared on her face from time to time. Feng Ziupu isn't in the sect at the moment, so your message hasn't arrived. It might take 2 days. After strolling for a long time, Chen Fei walked around the Alliance residence and opened his eyes. Just as he returned to the counter, someone reported Chen Fei's mission status. Not in the sect. Chen Fei's expression changed slightly. His first reaction was that Feng Zipu might have been lured away by someone else and was deliberately preventing Feng Zipu from coming to the Immortal Cloud City. This world doesn't have any means of real-time communication. It's too difficult to find someone. Chen Fei cursed in his heart. He had no idea where Feng Zipu had gone. Does the Alliance provide accommodation? Chen Fei's heart suddenly moved as he looked at Qin Jinglan. Yes. But if you want to live in the Alliance, you have to spend contribution points every day. Although Qin Jinglan was a little puzzled by Chen Fei's question, she still nodded. In the Alliance residence, there were actually quite a number of rooms. Many pilgrims would stay in the Alliance residence when they were in the mood for research. There were also many pilgrims who were reclusive and could not communicate with others. They could only have common topics with other pilgrims and might as well live in the Alliance. Many of them were hiding from their enemies. The Alchemist Alliance provided protection, but that was only after the matter was settled. It was only after something happened to you that the Alliance would help you. At that time, you might be dead. Some pilgrims simply hid in the Alliance and didn't go anywhere. In the Alliance, as long as one had enough contribution points, they could provide most of the things. There was no problem at all. How many contribution points do I need per day? Chen Fei asked. Normal rooms cost 10 contribution points per day. Qin Jinglan recalled for a moment and said. Chen Fei's eyes lit up slightly. He could totally afford this price. He still had more than one. He'd have contribution points left from the pill formula he sold last time. How long could he stay there for? Chapter 146 Losing the Wife and Losing the Soldier. Moreover, Chen Fei did not need to stay here for a few days. In the most extreme case, Feng Ziupu would only be gone for more than 10 days because the secret realms of the 4 sects were about to open, and Feng Ziupu would definitely return. Even if Feng Ziupu didn't see the message from the Alchemist Alliance, he would still come to Immortal Cloud City to look for Chen Fei. Chen Fei didn't know how many people were coveting the Origin Awakening pill outside. Anyway, they were bullying him because of his low cultivation. If he kept his hands clean, he might be able to get rid of him without anyone knowing. Being a small fish carrying gold through the bustling city tends to lead to all kinds of strange thoughts running through other people's minds. However, Chen Fei did not have the slightest intention of fighting them head-on. If they really fought, Chen Fei would not obtain anything. It was not like he would win and obtain another origin awakening pill. Since that was the case, it would be better for Chen to stay in the alliance. Is there a hot spring in the alliance? Chen Fei suddenly asked. It was convenient to refine pills here, and it did not affect one's cultivation technique. The only thing was that the suppressing dragon elephant needed boiling water to increase its experience points. Yes, but a room like that costs 50 contribution points per day. Qin Jinglin seemed to have thought of something as her face turned slightly red. Chen Fei looked at Qin Jinglin, was asking if there was a hot spring in the alliance, a strange question. Why did she have such an expression? 50 contribution points a day was a little expensive. Chen Fei's current contribution points could only allow him to stay for less than a month. Including food and drink, he probably had even less time. However, as mentioned before, Chen Fei did not really need to stay for that long, as long as it didn't affect his cultivation technique and he could still ensure his safety. Chen Fei was willing to spend these contribution points. Wasn't money meant to be spent? The sun rose in the east and set in the west, and night fell. Are you sure Chen Fei hasn't come out yet? Hundreds of meters away from the Alchemist Alliance's headquarters, Zhang Jinggan looked at his subordinates, his tone filled with doubt. In just a moment, the Alchemist Alliance would be closing for the day. Yo, Master. We have been keeping an eye on him, but we didn't see Chen Fei come out. The subordinate quickly replied. Zhang Jinggan frowned slightly, suspecting that Chen Fei had used a disguise technique and had already sneaked out. However, there were people in the alliance who kept an eye on Chen Fei. If they lost him, they would immediately report back. But there was no news. Yo, Master. Something happened. A figure rushed over from afar and came to Zhang Jinggan's side. He said in a low voice, I just confirmed that Chen Fei has already settled down in the Alchemist Alliance and won't be coming out tonight. Zhang Jinggan's eyes widened slightly. The Alchemist Alliance actually provided lodging. Zhang Jinggan was not an alchemist, so he naturally would not pay attention to the specifics of the Alchemist Alliance. He only understood some general information. Zhang Jinggan really did not expect that the Alchemist Alliance would have a residence, and that Chen Fei would actually move in directly. Wasn't he being too cautious? Nothing had happened yet, and Chen Fei had directly placed himself in the safest place. Zhang Jinggan's mind was a bit confused. Zhang Guanwen had finally lured Feng Xiupu away, but this method of luring him away could not delay for more than a few days. He originally thought that after Chen Fei obtained the Origin Awakening pill tomorrow, it would be the time for each family to display their strengths. In the end, Chen Fei directly took drastic measures and directly hid in the Alchemist Alliance, not showing his face. What about that Kai Defeng? Where is he now? Zhang Jinggan suddenly thought of Kai Defeng. In terms of close relationships, other than the few people in the sect, Chen Fei probably only had Kai Defeng. Now, if he wanted to lure Chen Fei out, it seemed that he could only start from Kai Defeng. During the day, Kai Defeng and his wife and concubines also entered the Alchemist Alliance. The subordinate lowered his head and said, The Alchemist Alliance allows non-alchemists to stay in. Zhang Jinggan's eyes widened. Ordinary alchemists don't have this right. But Chen Fei is a tier 7 alchemist, so he has the right to bring his family to stay, the subordinate said weakly. Bang! Zhang Jinggan suddenly shouted angrily and slammed his palm onto a green stone at the side. The green stone suddenly shattered, causing the passers-by to dodge in fear. Yo, Master. What should we do now? The subordinate swallowed his saliva and asked nervously, afraid that Zhang Jinggan would vent his anger on them. Zhang Jinggan frowned and thought hard, but he couldn't think of another way. The various situations that he had set up before, even the various thoughts of torture after capturing Chen Fei, were completely useless under Chen Fei's move. Chen Fei did not disappear. You could see him, yet you could not touch him at all. If you dared to use force in the Alchemist Alliance, then the Alchemist Alliance would let you understand how the Alliance had stood in the immortal Cloud City for hundreds of years without falling. Let's go back first. Zhang Jinggan suppressed his anger, threw out a sentence, and disappeared from the spot. The few subordinates looked at each other and did not dare to say anything more. They followed behind Zhang Jinggan dejectedly. At this moment, not only was Zhang Jinggan a little dumbfounded, But the other people who wanted to obtain the Origin Awakening pill were also a little dumbfounded. They were rendered speechless by Chen Fei's actions. After thinking about all kinds of situations, everyone just did not expect Chen Fei to move into the Alchemist Alliance so directly. They had not done anything too provocative to Chen Fei previously because they were afraid that something would happen. They were all thinking that after Chen Fei obtained the Origin Awakening pill was when they would take action. However, the moment Chen Fei sensed danger, he immediately avoided all possibilities of confronting them. Now they really didn't know what to do. In the Alchemist Alliance, I didn't expect that there would be such a luxurious residence in the Alchemist Alliance. Kai Defeng clicked his tongue in wonder as he looked at Chen Fei's courtyard. There was even a hot spring. It was too extravagant. It's just too expensive. After the tour, Kai Defeng couldn't help but add with some heartache. He often came to the Alchemist Alliance, so Kai Defeng was very clear about the value of Alliance contribution points. This courtyard with a hot spring actually costs 50 contribution points a day. Compared to the so-called heaven rooms outside, it was much more expensive. We're just staying a few days. Chen Fei laughed softly. The only thing was that he had to pause his money-making pace for a while. However, he could refine the pills and sell them in one go. It was not a problem. The two of them chatted for a while before Kai Defeng moved into the guest room next door. There were 3 rooms in this courtyard that cost 50 contribution points a day. Chen Fei did not need to spend another 10 contribution points to rent another room. Chen Fei returned to his room, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. As for the chaos outside, Chen Fei did not care about it now. On the afternoon of the second day, the mission to improve the Flying Ascent pill was officially completed. Chen Fei became the final winner, and Wei Xingchen also handed the Origin Awakening pill to Chen Fei. Chen Fei curiously opened the bottle stopper and looked at the Origin Awakening pill in the bottle. A faint fragrance drifted into Chen Fei's nose. In a trance, Chen Fei felt that his body had become transparent, and his energy, blood, and inner strength had become full of vitality. The medicinal fragrance of the Origin Awakening pill has some effect on those at the body tempering realm. It's good for the body just smelling it for a long time. Wei Xingchen looked at Chen Fei's expression and couldn't help but smile. The main ingredient of the Origin Awakening pill was the spirit fruit of the spirit tree of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. It naturally contained a vigorous vitality, which was not comparable to ordinary medicinal herbs. Thank you, Alliance Master. Chen Fei opened his eyes and stuffed the medicine bottle back into the bottle before cupping his hands at Wei Xingchen. The Origin Awakening pill is indeed a little too precious to the current you. You'd better make plans early to avoid hurting yourself. Wei Xingchen kindly reminded him. Junior understands? Chen Fei nodded. Wei Xingchen did not say anything more. After encouraging Chen Fei a few times, Chen Fei tactfully took his leave. Outside the door, Tu Jilin was waiting at the side. When he saw Chen Fei come out, Tu Jilin went forward and followed beside Chen Fei. Senior Tu, what's the matter? Chen Fei saw Tu Jilin's attitude and could not help but ask. I'm helping someone pass a message. 111 leave after I'm done. Tu Jilin looked at Chen Fei and said with a smile. Someone told me to tell you that if you want to sell the Origin Awakening pill, everything can be discussed as long as you agree. Money, cultivation methods, mystical ingredients. As anything. Chen Fei didn't say anything. He knew that Tu Jilin hadn't finished speaking. Everyone else is guessing that you want to hand this Origin Awakening pill over to Feng Xiupu. However, this gift is too much. So there was no need to do so. Tu Jilin said with a smile. These words of sowing discord are a little low. Chen Fei shook his head. Ha ha ha. One thinks so too. The other party's original words were basically like that. I simply transmitted them word for word. Tu Jilin laughed out loud. If the other party didn't find someone one can't reject, I'd feel disgusted just listening to these words. Anyway, my words have already spread. Whatever decision you make, it's up to you. Tu Jilin patted Chen Fei's shoulder and turned to leave. Chen Fei looked at the medicine bottle in his hand. One Origin Awakening pill actually attracted so many evil people. In the future, if there were other precious things to be found, it would only attract more attention. If one were weak, one would naturally be bullied. If one did not want to be bullied, they could only desperately increase their strength. If it weren't enough to train the organs, then he would train the apertures. If it weren't enough to train the apertures, then he would train beyond the apertures. 2 days later, Zheng Jinggan returned to Immoral Cloud City, exhausted. He didn't have time to rest, so he called Zheng Jinggan over. How is the matter of the Origin Awakening pill? Zheng Guanwen leaned back in his chair. The strength of the demon beast was beyond his imagination. But what was even more beyond his imagination was Feng Ziyupa's strength. They were both in the visceral tempering realm, but the strength Feng Ziyupu displayed made Zheng Guanwen feel inferior, especially when the Green Ridge sword was unsheathed. Zheng Guanwen had the illusion that he was facing someone in the aperture tempering realm. The demonic beast had caused quite a bit of trouble for the two of them, but in the end, it was still slain by Feng Ziyupa's sword. Zheng Guanwen rushed back to the Immoral Cloud City now, hoping that he had already obtained the Origin Awakening pill. He wanted to go back and let his younger brother take it to recover his strength in the aperture tempering realm. Otherwise, they might not have the strength to deal with Feng Ziyupa's revenge. When Zheng Jinggan heard Zheng Guanwen's question, he lowered his head with an ugly expression and said in a muffled voice, "The Origin Awakening pill is still in Chen Fei's hands. I gave you such a long time, and you actually still can't get the Origin Awakening pill." Zheng Guanwen stood up in anger and shouted in dissatisfaction. Chen Fei directly moved into the Alchemist Alliance and hasn't shown his face recently. What can one do? Zheng Jinggan shouted loudly. It seemed like he wanted to vent out all the grievances he had felt over the past few days. This Chen Fei staying in the Alchemist Alliance. He really had no way to circumvent it at all. Zheng Guanwen was stunned. Obviously, he did not expect such a result. He slowly sat back in his chair and sighed heavily. This time, it was a double loss. He handed over the Divine Refinement chant, but in the end, he did not even have the chance to see the Origin Awakening pill. Now that Feng Ziyupu had returned to the sect, he would soon receive news that he would come to the Immortal Cloud City. The Zheng family would have no chance at obtaining the Origin Awakening pill at all. Chapter 147 Chapter 147 Sword Intent. Chapter 147 Sword Intent. An hour later, Feng Ziyupu appeared at the headquarters of the Alliance. Master. Chen Fei looked at Feng Ziyupu with some surprise. It had been 2 days, and Feng Ziyupu finally received the message and came. Chen Fei took out the Origin Awakening pill from his pocket and handed it directly to Feng Ziyupu. Feng Ziyupu glanced at Chen Fei, then at the Origin Awakening pill. Feeling a sense of unreality, the Alchemist Alliance had a mission that rewarded the Origin Awakening pill. Feng Ziyupu had heard about it before, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Not because he didn't care, but because Feng Ziyupu knew that no matter what happened to the pill, it would never end up in his hands. Over the years, his cultivation had declined, and Feng Ziyupu seemed to have become accustomed to it. Only occasionally, when he dreamed of that battle, did Feng Ziyupu realize that he was now only at the visceral tempering realm. Even when using his old companion, the Green Ridge sword, Feng Ziyupu had to be cautious, fearing that it would exacerbate his injuries. Feng Ziyupu hesitated for a moment as he looked at the Origin Awakening pill, then reached out and took it. A day later, a sword intent soared into the sky from the backyard of the Alchemist Alliance, shaking everyone within a few hundred meters. The sword intent lingered in the air for a moment before slowly dissipating. Upon seeing this scene, those who had been paying attention to the Origin Awakening pill couldn't help but sigh. Obviously, the Origin Awakening pill had found its intended owner, and they were no longer able to scheme for it. Zheng Guanwen looked at the sword intent with envy. Feng Ziyupu's foundation was truly powerful. With the Origin Awakening pill healing his injuries, Feng Ziyupu had directly returned to the aperture tempering realm. Given time, Feng Ziyupu could easily recover his peak state. He might even have a great chance of advancing further in the future. To rise from the ashes is not something everyone can achieve. Zheng Jinggan gritted his teeth tightly. The Origin Awakening pill was clearly so close to him, and his father could have regained his strength. Yet, Chen Fei had given the Origin Awakening pill to Feng Ziyupu. This matter is not over. Zhang Jinggen's face darkened. He had heard that Chen Fei would enter the four sects mystic realm. And coincidentally, Zhang Jinggen would also enter, because he had passed the sect's temperament test and was a true disciple of the primordial sword sect. Half a day later, Feng Xiupu returned to the primordial sword sect, while Chen Fei remained in the alchemist alliance. To prevent impulsive individuals, Chen Fei decided to stay in the alliance until the opening of the four sects mystic realm, avoiding any disturbances in his cultivation. That kid still hasn't come out. He's still hiding in the alchemist alliance and won't come out. Fucker. How can he hide so well when there's so much heat? Forget it. Let's go. It's not worth it to keep fighting. Let's go. Let's go. Some people cursed loudly when they found out that Chen Fei was still staying in the alchemist alliance. But in the end, they reluctantly left. Alchemy and earning money became the main focus of Chen Fei's days. But he also found more time for cultivation. In addition to the newly fused thousand thread technique, before Feng Xiupu left, he gave Chen Fei a new cultivation technique called divine refinement chant. This is a technique from the Zhang family. Feng Xiupu had already learned about the Zhang family's plot, and the Zhang family needed to give Feng Xiupu an explanation for this. Feng Xiupu had never practiced the divine refinement chant himself, so he couldn't teach Chen Fei much about it. However, Chen Fei spent more than an hour contemplating it and managed to record it in the interface. Because the technique was somewhat special, Chen Fei didn't integrate it into his other cultivation techniques, but simplified it separately. The money in Chen Fei's wallet quickly depleted, and he finally understood the true meaning of this cultivation technique. Although it was named Divine Refinement Chant, it was more about replenishing the spirit and cultivating internal energy. But as his proficiency increased, Chen Fei discovered that the Divine Refinement Chant greatly enhanced his mental power's explosive force. The speed of Chen Fei's internal energy cultivation once again increased. With the help of the fifth layer of the Origin Connection technique and the Divine Refinement Chant, Chen Fei's cultivation of internal energy progressed at an astonishing speed. Originally, Chen Fei estimated that it would take about a year to break through to the visceral tempering realm. But now, it seemed that it was possible to achieve it in 7 or 8 months. And as the proficiency of the Divine Refinement Chant increased, the time could be further shortened. Alchemy, cultivation, and soaking in hot springs became Chen Fei's repetitive daily routine. But he enjoyed it. Nothing made him happier than seeing his own progress every day. Qin Jinglan occasionally found time to visit Chen Fei. Chatting with him made Qin Jinglan happy for the whole day. This became Chen Fei's only solace. 10 days flew by, and the trial for the disciples of the four sects was approaching. Chen Fei left the Alchemist Alliance and returned to the Primordial Sword Sect. The first layer of the thousand thread technique had reached perfection, and Chen Fei was currently practicing the second layer. His control over his mental power became more refined, and he could even roughly mold it into threads. The Divine Refinement Chant reached the level of mastery and was on the verge of perfection. Chen Fei's cultivation speed of internal energy further increased, and his mental power had gained a certain explosive force. The most obvious characteristic was that the power of eternity moment seemed to have increased significantly. The suppressing dragon elephant was still at the level of mastery, and a little over 10 days was not enough time for it to truly advance to the next stage. Nevertheless, with every bit of experience added to the suppressing dragon elephant, Chen Fei could feel the bestowal of power. Compared to when the suppressing dragon elephant had just reached the mastery level, Chen Fei felt that his strength had increased by about 20%, which was a quite significant improvement. Chen Fei was very satisfied. He looked forward to the moment when the suppressing dragon elephant truly reached great completion, wondering what changes he would undergo. Chen Fei arrived at a weapon shop where the atmosphere was lively, with the continuous sound of forging blades. "Customer, what do you need?" The shopkeeper looked at Chen Fei with a smile on his face. "A strong bow." Chen Fei spoke up. With the trial approaching, Chen Fei needed to make all the necessary preparations, and a powerful bow was something he had been wanting to exchange for. "Please come this way, customer." The shopkeeper's eyes brightened, and he quickly led Chen Fei into the shop. Forging a bow and arrow was not easy, and the better the bow, the higher the price. The shop indeed had several strong bows in stock. Customer, how about this bow? An arrow. The shopkeeper led Chen Fei to a wall covered with bows and arrows and took one down. Chen Fei looked at the bow in his hand. It had simple engravings on its surface. Holding the bow with his left hand and pulling the string with his hand, Chen Fei effortlessly drew the bow into a full moon shape. It's too light. Chen Fei returned the bow and shook his head. This bow would have been just right if it had been right after Chen Fei's breakthrough to the marrow tempering realm. However, after more than a month had passed, the bow had become too light for Chen Fei. The shopkeeper looked slightly surprised as he glanced at Chen Fei. He had sensed Chen Fei's aura and thought the bow would be sufficient, but he hadn't expected Chen Fei to easily draw it. Is it innate divine power? What about this one? The shopkeeper changed to another bow and handed it to Chen Fei. Again, without any effort, Chen Fei effortlessly drew the bow into a full moon shape. The shopkeeper's eyes widened slightly. This bow should be sufficient for a cultivator at the visceral tempering realm, but Chen Fei had effortlessly drawn it. It was truly astonishing. Without Chen Fei saying anything, the shopkeeper quickly took down another bow from the wall. This repetition was a blow to his credibility, and it seemed like his judgment was flawed. Chen Fei received the third bow handed to him by the shopkeeper, and as soon as he held it, he felt its weight, which was quite heavy. This bow is infused with meteorite iron, the shopkeeper said with a smile. For ordinary practitioners at the marrow tempering realm, without knowledge of archery, they can only forcefully draw it. Chen Fei nodded slightly, naturally positioning his body in the most suitable state for exerting force. In the next moment, he effortlessly drew the bow into a full moon shape. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of strange power was this? The shopkeeper realized that he had encountered a true expert today. He called over an assistant and whispered something in his ear. The assistant immediately ran to the backyard and returned shortly with a bow case. This bow is the strongest one in our shop, the shopkeeper said as he handed the bow to Chen Fei. More than 80% of the bow's body is made of meteorite iron. My late father learned a bit about forging spirit weapons and attempted to create this bow and arrow. Chen Fei looked at the bow and arrow in his hand. It wasn't a spiritual weapon, nor could it be considered a half-spiritual weapon. It was just an ordinary weapon. Chen Fei felt that the shopkeeper had told him a story to try and inflate the price. The value of a weapon sometimes depends on whether it has a story behind it, and the price can vary greatly because of it. Chen Fei gripped the bowstring with his right hand and began to exert force. Boom boom boom. The bowstring made a dull sound as Chen Fei's eyes brightened. Despite disregarding the shopkeeper's story, the bow was indeed strong and fully met his requirements. Hey! Chen Fei let out a low shout. And with the added power characteristic, the bow and arrow were drawn into a full moon shape. The shopkeeper was truly dumbfounded this time. Chen Fei could still draw the bow effortlessly, which was truly amazing. It was mainly because Chen Fei's cultivation at the marrow tempering realm was so deceptive. This will do, Chen Fei said as he returned the bowstring to its original state and looked at the bow and arrow with a smile on his face. With this bow, Chen Fei's intimidation within the mystic realm would undoubtedly increase. Early the next morning, Chen Fei returned to the primordial sword sect and noticed a subtle change in the mood of his fellow disciples under Master Feng Ziyi's tutelage. Upon a brief moment of thought, it suddenly dawned on Chen Fei. Feng Ziyi's restoration of cultivation in the aperture tempering realm had elevated his status within the sect. Naturally, as Feng Ziyi's disciple, Chen Fei's position had also changed to some extent. Having an aperture tempering realm expert as a backer was not something easily obtained within the primordial sword sect. Well done, junior martial brother, Guo Linshan said, patting Chen Fei's shoulder with force. Guo Linshan was already aware of the reason for Feng Ziyi's restoration of cultivation and was happier about it than anyone else. It wasn't just because they gained an aperture tempering realm backer, it was primarily because Feng Ziyi had regained his strength and resolved the knot in his heart, and Chen Fei was willing to hand over the origin awakening pill. These factors were what truly thrilled Guo Linshan. A few days ago, Master went to the Zhang family. Guo Lingshan suddenly said. And then Chen Fei asked curiously. After Master came out in less than a quarter of an hour, the Zheng family closed its doors to visitors for a month. Ha ha ha! Guo Lingshan burst into laughter. A smile formed on Chen Fei's face as well. It seemed that the Zheng family had received quite a beating. Chen Fei stayed in the sect for 2 days. On the third morning, Feng Xiupu led Chen Fei and Guo Lingshan to the martial arts arena within the sect. There was already a group of people gathered there. Chapter 148 Survival of the Fittest. Chapter 148 Survival of the Fittest. The disciples who truly accepted the trial of the true inheritance, accumulated over the years, totaled 4 to 6 people, adding those like Chen Fei who followed. The total number reached 9 to 2. Among the crowd, Chen Fei saw Zhang Jinggan, and Zhang Jinggan naturally noticed Chen Fei. In their gaze, there was a sense of coldness. Chen Fei frowned slightly and ignored it, observing the others. Among the true seeds of the true inheritance, many had already reached the peak of the visceral tempering realm, but deliberately refrained from breaking through in order to inherit the true inheritance. For example, Guo Lingshan was considered one of the lower cultivated true seeds. Half an hour later, all the personnel arrived, and Wu Guanyin appeared in front of everyone alone, exerting his imposing aura. The trial of the true inheritance is a competition with others as well as with oneself. Wu Guanyin looked at the crowd with a serious expression and continued. Before entering the mystic realm, the true seeds will receive an anonymous jade token. To truly qualify for the true inheritance, they must possess 5 jade tokens after coming out, which will go through authentication within the sect. No one objected to this rule as everyone was already aware of it. If the disciples within the sect compete with each other, out of the 4 to 6 people, only a maximum of 9 can obtain the qualifications for the true inheritance, because the followers do not possess the initial jade tokens. However, this time it wasn't just the trial of the primordial sword sect, but also 3 other sects. The other sects' true seed disciples also had these anonymous jade tokens, so they could seize tokens from the other sects during the trial. Of course, since the tokens were anonymous, no one would say anything if someone managed to seize their own sect's token. The competition within the mystic realm was inherently chaotic. Survival of the fittest. A struggle for dominance. The environment within the mystic realm changes periodically. Do not be too attached to the experiences of previous cultivators. You must understand and adapt to the current situation. Whatever you obtain within the mystic realm will need to be exchanged for contribution points. The mystic realm lasts for 1 month. Alright, that's all. Let's set off. Wu Guanyin reminded them and waved his hand, disappearing on the spot. The other disciples followed suit. If it becomes impossible, there is no need to be fixated on the tokens. Feng Xiupu, accompanying Guo Lingshan, advised as they walked. Only cultivators at the visceral tempering realm or above could enter the 4 sects mystic realms. Those at the aperture tempering realm could not enter and would be rejected by the mystic realm. Therefore, the strongest ones inside would be those at the peak of the visceral tempering realm. However, due to the lack of restrictions within the mystic realm, conflicts were common. Those with peak visceral tempering realm cultivation would become the true powerhouses, and it was difficult to predict what they would do. Disciple understands. Guo Lingshan and Chen Fei exchanged a glance and nodded. The journey proceeded silently. After an hour, a valley appeared in front of them. The primordial sword sect was not the first to arrive. Disciples from other sects had already gathered there. Old man Wu, you actually brought people this time. A rough voice resounded, and Pu Yundong strode forward, reaching Wu Guanyin's presence in a few steps. Emitting a powerful aura, the disciples of the primordial sword sect couldn't help but pause their breathing in the face of Pu Yundong's imposing presence. It felt as if they were facing a whole army, primarily because Pu Yundong was extremely tall, standing over 2 meters. What's wrong with your hair? Wu Guanyin took a step forward, blocking Pu Yundong's aura, curiously examining his bald head that was shiny and smooth. Hey, why are you bringing that up? What else could it be except for cultivation? Pu Yundong scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. He glanced at the disciples behind Wu Guanyin. feeling that their aura was ordinary compared to his own sect's disciples, which brought a smile to his face. Suddenly, Pu Yundong saw Feng Xiupu in the crowd and his eyes widened slightly. "You've recovered." Pu Yundong's figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Feng Xiupu. The disciples around Feng Xiupu didn't understand what was happening and suddenly felt a surge of tremendous force, involuntarily retreating to the side. It was just a stroke of luck. Feng Xiupu was like a precious sword as Pu Yundong's aura surged. It was instantly cut off by Feng Xiupu and dispersed in 2 directions. Good. I still remember your sword from back then. If we have a chance, let's have another exchange, shall we? Feeling the change in Feng Xiupu's aura, Pu Yundong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Feng Xiupu's Green Ridge sword was still quite well known among the 4 sects in the past. However, after being injured, his cultivation realm declined. Unexpectedly, he had returned to the aperture tempering realm upon this reunion. Feng Xiupu nodded slightly, not refusing Pu Yundong. With the recovery of his cultivation, Feng Xiupu's confidence had undergone a tremendous transformation. "Is this your disciple? They seem a bit weak. Will they be at a disadvantage entering like this? Should I instruct them a bit and take care of them?" Pu Yundong looked at Guo Lingshan and Chen Fei. One had just entered the visceral tempering realm, and the other had just entered the marrow tempering realm. He felt they were a bit weak. It would be easy for them to be bullied if they entered like this. With your Big Dipper Tower's violent temper, you'll just cause trouble everywhere if you go in. Do you really think you can take care of others? Wu Guanyin came to Pu Yundong's side and struck him with a blow. "It's because of the nature of our cultivation techniques. How can you blame us?" Pu Yundong was dissatisfied and raised his voice. Chen Fei stood on the side, looking at Pu Yundong, especially his bald and shiny head, feeling somewhat relieved that he hadn't joined the Big Dipper Tower in the past. These cultivation techniques of the Big Dipper Tower were really tough for ordinary people. Apart from abstinence, once you reached a certain level, even your hair would be gone. Pu Yundong's loud voice continued, but suddenly, from a distance, a fierce aura emerged. It condensed into a single force as if 1,000 horses were charging. "The Long Rainbow sect has arrived," Guo Lingshan whispered to the side. Chen Fei looked up and saw 100 people in the distance, like a long spear sweeping through all directions. Regarding the Long Rainbow sect, Chen Fei only remembered Quang Dingbo, who had come to provoke them during the medicinal herb collection mission. Chen Fei scanned the crowd on the opposite side and actually saw Quang Dingbo. From this distance, Chen Fei couldn't determine Quang Dingbo's current cultivation realm. However, back on the mountain, Quang Dingbo had already reached the peak of the marrow tempering realm. Perhaps now, like Guo Lingshan, he had also broken through to the visceral tempering realm. "I see Zhao Shilong. I really want to beat him up," Pu Yundong's voice boomed, and Wu Guanyin looked somewhat helpless. "If you really want to fight, could you please lower your voice a bit? Your voice is so loud that they can hear you directly on the other side." Sure enough, Zhao Shilong from the Long Rainbow sect fixed his gaze on Pu Yundong. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't come over and instead stood on the other side of the valley with the Long Rainbow sect's disciples. "Junior brother, when the disciples from the Sunken Water Pavilion arrive, you should take a good look. They are all beautiful women." Guo Lingshan bumped Chen Fei's shoulder and whispered, even wiggling his eyebrows at Chen Fei. "This kid is right. The women from the Sunken Water Pavilion do look pretty good." Pu Yundong nodded in agreement. Guo Lingshan looked at Pu Yundong somewhat awkwardly. "What's the situation with you eavesdropping on the disciples' conversations, and not only eavesdropping, but also commenting on it?" At this moment, the disciples of the primordial sword sect couldn't help but look over, causing Guo Lingshan to feel goosebumps all over his body. "It seems everyone has arrived already. We apologize for being late." A soft voice rang out, and a group of women dressed in colorful clothes appeared in the distance. These colorful clothes would have seemed gaudy on others, but on these women, they appeared vibrant and colorful. It could only be said that with beautiful faces and figures, they looked good in anything. Sun Yining slightly bowed to Wu Guanyin and the others, and they returned the gesture. The Sunken Water Pavilion's strength was similar to that of the primordial sword sect, but in terms of connections, The sunken water pavilion could surpass the other 3 sects present. This was because many disciples of the sunken water pavilion had married into the immortal cloud sword sect. Besides the immortal cloud sword sect, many disciples of the primordial sword sect and the long rainbow sect had also become partners with disciples of the sunken water pavilion. Therefore, although the disciples of the sunken water pavilion were all female, no one dared to underestimate them. Now that everyone is here, let's enter quickly. Dao Shilong spoke with a deep voice. Yes, that's the right approach. The sooner we enter, the sooner we can return. Let's open the mystic realm directly. Hu Yundong's booming voice echoed throughout the valley. All right. Wu Guanyin nodded. Sun Yining smiled faintly without expressing any objections. In the next moment, the 4 figures flickered and appeared in the center of the valley, each holding a jade token in their hands. The jade tokens emitted dazzling light, and the entire valley began to tremble slightly. Initially, the tremors were faint, but they grew stronger over time, causing the ground to shake. Open! The 4 of them shouted in unison, and ripples appeared in the center of the valley, resembling a small gateway. As the gateway opened, Wu Guanyian's brows slightly furrowed. The fleeting aura just now seemed somewhat different from previous experiences. Wu Guanyin looked at the other 3, and Pu Yundong didn't feel anything. But Zhao Shilong and Sun Yining's expressions subtly changed. It was evident that they also sensed a slight difference. The mystic realm has changed a bit. Wu Guanyin had opened the mystic realm several times and was quite familiar with its aura. Although the difference from just now was fleeting and hard to discern, it was still somewhat different from before. It is indeed a bit different, but there shouldn't be a problem. The trial can continue. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Shilong spoke in a deep voice. There is some change, but it's not a big problem. The trial can proceed. Sun Yining thought for a moment and did not oppose continuing the trial. It's good to have some changes otherwise. If everything remains the same inside, everyone will know what's inside, and the trial would lose its meaning. Hu Yundong laughed loudly. Very well. Let's continue. The other 3 agreed to continue. And in the end, Wu Guanyin nodded. A dozen meters away, Feng Xiupu furrowed his brow slightly. As one of the few visceral tempering realm cultivators present, Feng Xiupu naturally sensed the aura that emanated from the mystic realm just now. It indeed differed slightly from his past experiences. When we enter later, be careful. The mystic realm may have undergone significant changes this time. Feng Xiupu looked at Chen Fei and the others and cautioned them. Shen Fei and the others nodded, their minds slightly tense. If Feng Xiupu specially warned them, it meant that the mystic realm had indeed undergone some changes. All disciples, listen up. Enter. The 4 of them gave a low shout, and the entrance to the mystic realm elongated. The disciples from the 4 sects entered one after another, and within moments, the participating disciples vanished, leaving the valley once again peaceful. The mystic realm entrance would only reopen after 1 month. Chapter 149. Chapter 149. His life is not in his hands. Chapter 149. His life is not in his hands. Heavy-headed and light-footed, Shen Fei had just entered the mystic realm when he felt a loss of his sense of direction. Fortunately, this feeling passed in an instant. Shen Fei opened his eyes and, with a flip of his body, landed steadily on the ground. There was no one around, and Guo Linshan, who had been with Chen Fei before, was nowhere nearby. Lush green grass and the fragrance of flowers greeted him. Chen Fei not only smelled the flowers, but also detected the scent of medicinal herbs. Although he could only vaguely discern it, these medicinal herbs were at least 10 years old. Chen Fei was surprised and cautiously looked around. In the distance, a mountain peak resembling an upside-down bottle caught his attention. Half-Bottle Mountain. Chen Fei recalled some information about the mystic realm and found a description similar to the mountain in front of him. However, the only strange thing was that according to the records, Half-Bottle Mountain should be no more than a few dozen meters tall. But the mountain in front of him exceeded 100 meters in height. It wasn't just Half-Bottle Mountain in the distance, even the flowers, grass, and trees around Chen Fei seemed to be overly flourishing. Chen Fei sniffed the air, his figure flickering as he stood on a large rock, gazing at a medicinal herb in front of him. The fragrance he had smelled earlier came from this herb. This herb is probably around 30 years old. Not detecting any other dangers, Shen Fei carefully approached the herb, looking surprised at the tall how tiny a chordata. It was not only because of its age, but also because it grew much taller than the average how tiny a chordata. Has it grown so covertly that it hasn't been discovered? Shen Fei glanced around and realized that as long as someone came here, this how tiny a chordata would be impossible to miss. The spiritual energy in the mystic realm was active, making the medicinal properties of herbs easily enhanced. However, to acquire 30 years' worth of medicinal properties, the herb would have to grow for at least a dozen years. Therefore, seeing this how tiny a chordata gave Shen Fei a strange feeling. After cautiously probing for a while and not finding any danger, Shen Fei approached the herb and picked the how tiny a chordata. Glancing around, he carefully placed it in his storage space. Strange, Shen Fei murmured quietly as he took out a magnet from his pocket. This was a twin stone, 2 stones as one, capable of sensing each other within a certain distance. Guolinshan also had one, and in the mystic realm, they could only rely on this method to attempt a reunion. Beside a pond, 2 disciples from the sunken water pavilion cautiously hid behind a boulder, occasionally glancing towards the middle of the pond. There, a lotus flower was about to bloom, and its faint fragrance filled the air, refreshing the mind and spirit. It's the dreamlike lotus. Whether it's the lotus seeds or the petals, consuming them directly can enhance mental power. But senior sister, it's too quiet here. There must be a monster guarding the pond. Of course, there must be a monster, and it's waiting for the dreamlike lotus to fully mature before devouring it. We don't need to wait once we get it. We'll consume it immediately. Senior sister spoke with a solemn tone. But senior sister, what should we do? I'll attack the pond later and lure the monster away. Take the opportunity to harvest the dreamlike lotus quickly. Be fast. Understood, senior sister instructed. Understood, senior sister. The 2 disciples of the sunken water pavilion communicated in low voices. Then one of them swiftly moved to the other side, picked up a boulder, and threw it into the pond. With a muffled sound, the water in the pond splashed several meters high. Suddenly, a roar resembling that of an infant's cry echoed out, and the previously noisy surroundings fell silent as the cry sounded. The 2 disciples from the sunken water pavilion, with senior sister acting as if she were fleeing and junior sister about to stand up from behind the boulder, suddenly froze in place. In the next moment, a blurred figure flashed by, and the 2 disciples were instantly dragged away. The water's surface emitted a faint sound, and threads of blood spread out in the pond. In the dense forest, 3 figures rushed quickly, their expressions filled with panic, frequently glancing back as if afraid of something catching up to them. After a quarter of an hour passed, there was no sound from behind, and the 3 of them slowly came to a stop, their faces still filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, the monster wasn't very hungry. It only ate 1 person and stopped pursuing us. Thanks to that disciple from the primordial sword sect. If he hadn't died before us, we would have been in trouble. 1 person dies in exchange for the survival of the 3 of us. That primordial sword sect disciple's death was quite worthwhile. The 3 of them whispered to each other, laughing quietly. As long as it was someone else who died, it was the greatest fortune. We 3 seem to have fate. Let's explore together from now on. What do you think? One of them proposed. I also think it's a good idea. This mystic realm is much more dangerous than rumored. It's safer to explore in groups. As for the things we obtain, we can discuss how to distribute them among the 3 of us. What do you think? The 2 looked at the 3rd person, but the 3rd person remained silent at this moment, staring at them wide-eyed. In the next moment, the 3rd person's head suddenly fell off, and a bloody mist spread in all directions. The remaining 2's expressions changed drastically. Just as they were about to take action, a streak of light flashed by, and their bodies turned into several pieces scattered on the ground. The blood gradually disappeared. Even the blood clots gradually withered, blending into the vegetation. Chen Fei bypassed Half Bottle Mountain and had no intention of going there. Although the records mentioned that Half Bottle Mountain contained many spiritual materials that were not only highly beneficial to cultivation, but also included materials for forging spiritual weapons, and they occasionally appeared in the mountain, Chen Fei was not interested at all. Half Bottle Mountain had obviously undergone some changes. According to the records, it was already very dangerous before, and even a slight misstep in cultivation would lead to death. Seeing the current appearance, who knew what changes had occurred inside? Perhaps there were indeed more spiritual materials, but the dangers must have also increased drastically. It would be better to avoid going there for now. Chen Fei walked for a few miles without encountering any monsters or other people, but he did discover a few more herbs. Although their age was not as exaggerated as the previous how tiny Acordata, reaching 30 years, they were still decent finds at around 10 years old. Chen Fei's expression became somewhat strange. Although there were many spiritual materials and herbs in the mystic realm, it seemed that they couldn't be harvested at this rate just by walking a few miles. Chen Fei recalled what Feng Ziupu had said in the valley about some changes occurring in the mystic realm. Looking at it now, it was still hard to see the specific changes and whether they were good or bad. However, if they could safely leave in the end, everyone's gains wouldn't be insignificant. While Chen Fei was observing his surroundings, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked ahead. A figure was running rapidly, being chased by a monka-like monster. Junior brother ahead, help me kill this monster, and I'll reward you later. Pan Baixu saw Chen Fei and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Shouting loudly, Chen Fei looked at the monster, sensing its fierce aura. Based on its classification, it should be a high-level first-order monster. According to records, a high-level first-order monster was on par with a martial artist in the bone-tempering realm. Intermediate first-order monsters corresponded to the marrow-tempering realm, and low-level first-order monsters corresponded to the bone-tempering realm. That's roughly how they were classified. However, the specific abilities of a monster would still depend on its individual strength, just as martial artists in the same realm could have vastly different strengths. In the records of the mystic realm, there were even peak first-order monsters that were difficult for the tempering realm to contend with, and whose strength was close to the aperture tempering realm. It was probably only when the strength hadn't fully recovered like Feng Zipu, and he wielded the green ridge sword that could contend with them. I'm sorry. Chen Fei's figure leaped and landed on the other side, putting him at a distance of over 100 meters from Pan Baixu. In the mystic realm, we should help and watch out for each other. Why act so callously? Junior brother. Pan Baixu frowned as she saw Chen Fei giving way, her expression turning cold. She changed her course and rushed toward Chen Fei instead. Pan Baixu turned her back on the chasing monster, and it was unclear what she had taken from it. The monster let out a roar when it saw Pan Baixu changing direction, but continued to pursue her. Chen Fei watched Pan Baixu and calmly took off the bow and arrow from his back, stringing the bow and aiming it at her. A flash of anger crossed Pan Baixu's face. Her eyes filled with coldness. Instead of changing direction, her figure leaped, and her speed unexpectedly increased, bringing her within a few dozen meters of Chen Fei in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The arrow in Chen Fei's hand turned into a stream of light, shooting straight toward Pan Baixu. Its speed exceeded her expectations. In just an instant, the arrow arrived in front of Pan Baixu. Pan Baixu's expression changed drastically, and she instinctively swung her long knife, producing a dull sound. The arrow grazed past her cheek, leaving a bloodstain. I'm sorry. My mistake. I'll leave now. And this is my apology. Pan Baixu, seeing Chen Fei take out 3 arrows directly, clasped her hands together and loudly apologized, then threw a medicinal herb from her bag to the side of the road. At the same time, Pan Baixu immediately turned to flee in another direction, no longer daring to charge at Chen Fei. It seemed that she was genuinely afraid. Chen Fei remained unfazed, about to continue pulling the bowstring to shoot arrows, when suddenly several roars echoed from the surroundings. Chen Fei looked up and his face slightly changed as more than a dozen monka-like monster beasts charged out. Several of them exuded the aura of high-level first-air strength. And there was even one whose aura approached the peak of the first air. Chen Fei glanced at Pan Baixu, realizing that the distance between them was quite far. Chen Fei quickly collected his bow and arrows. His figure flickered, and he dashed towards the distance. As for the medicinal herb Pan Baixu threw, Chen Fei didn't bother to pick it up. Pan Baixu, this kind of person, appeared to bully the weak and fear the strong, but it was difficult to say if that was really the case. If it weren't for the dozen or so monsters charging out, Chen Fei had already decided to leave Pan Baixu here, since the other party had made the decision to let him be the target. They should bear all the consequences resulting from that decision. Chen Fei's figure turned into a phantom, crossing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, putting a considerable distance between him and the monsters. At this point, Chen Fei finally had the chance to look back and found that some of the monka-like monsters were rushing towards the medicinal herb that Pan Baixu had thrown. There does seem to be a problem. Chen Fei frowned, looking at Pan Baixu, who was gradually turning into a small dot in the distance. His eyes narrowed, and he quickly ran towards the distance. Chapter 1 Harmless. Chapter 150 Harmless. Senior Quang, are these Yuhong fruits? Yu Daoshan hid in the bushes, looking at a large tree about 100 meters away. There were 3 red fruits hanging on it. Most of the surface of the fruits had turned red, with only a hint of green remaining in the corners. Yes, they are Yuhong fruits. They haven't fully ripened yet, so their effectiveness will be reduced. But for us warriors, if we swallow them directly, they will greatly benefit our cultivation. Quang Dingbo licked his lips as he looked at the enticing red color of the Yuhong fruits. His cultivation had broken through a bottleneck a month ago, and he had just entered the visceral tempering realm. Whether it was cultivation or techniques, there was a clear gap between him and those peak visceral tempering realm warriors. Quang Dingbo came to the secret realm with the hope of obtaining 5 jade tokens and completing the true transmission trial. If that was not possible, then improving his cultivation would be the main goal. The secret realm was filled with numerous medicinal and mystical ingredients, especially those that could enhance one's mental power, which were highly sought after by all warriors. As a second option, there were mystical ingredients that could directly enhance one's cultivation. If he could consume these 3 Yuhong fruits, Quang Dingbo could directly advance his cultivation by 1 step, reaching the mid-stage of the visceral tempering realm. By then, you would have a greater chance of competing for other mystical ingredients or even obtaining the jade tokens. However, within the secret realm, every mystical ingredient was guarded by a monster. The monsters guarded the materials to devour them for themselves. After all, these mystical ingredients were beneficial to warriors and would certainly have a similar effect on the monsters. At this moment, a giant python was coiled on the tree with the Yuhong fruits. The python's body was over a meter wide at its thickest point, and its exact length couldn't be determined as it was coiled up. But it was undoubtedly a massive creature. The aura emanating from it was at the peak of the first stage, invincible against anyone below the peak of the visceral tempering realm. Even in a real battle, an ordinary warrior at the peak of the visceral tempering realm might not be able to defeat this snake monster. After all, snakes were known for their vitality. The Yuhong fruits had obviously caught the attention of this monster. The biggest problem now was how to lure the monster away from the fruits. Senior Quang, it seems that someone else has arrived, Yu Daoshan suddenly whispered. Quang Dingbo's expression twitched, and he looked towards the right side, where he saw a disciple of the Big Dipper Tower. After a quick glance, Quang Dingbo stopped paying attention. It was just a warrior at the marrow tempering realm. It wasn't just the 3 of them who had their eyes on these Yuhong fruits, there were others in different locations as well. Quang Dingbo had sensed their presence faintly. Everyone was currently restraining themselves because they had no means to deal with the powerful python, unless someone was willing to sacrifice themselves and actively lure the snake away. Charging in would mean certain death. A mile away, Chen Fei stood up and patted his clothes. In his hand was another herb, a 30-year-old one. It had no relation to mystical ingredients, but it was still a valuable medicinal plant. This kind of herb could be processed a little and taken directly. although its effects were not as good as refined pills. During special times, it couldn't be handled any better. Originally, Shen Fei had thought of bringing a pill furnace with him, but the furnace was too large and took up too much space. After much consideration, Shen Fei decided to abandon that idea, including the herbs in his backpack. Shen Fei had collected over a dozen medicinal plants along the way. The ones he picked were all at least 10 years old. Later, in a secluded place, Shen Fei could use some special methods to refine these medicinal plants quickly. Compared to the herbs of the same age outside, the herbs grown in the secret realm contained abundant vitality. After consuming them, the benefits to cultivation were more obvious. Shen Fei glanced at the dense forest in front of him and considered whether to bypass it when suddenly a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Shen Fei's expression changed subtly. This medicinal fragrance felt different from ordinary herbs. Shen Fei could even feel a slight tremor in his blood and internal energy. Mystical ingredients. Shen Fei speculated in his heart. Only mystical ingredients could produce such effects. Compared to the ordinary herbs he had just picked, mystical ingredients were unique. They had to grow in places with abundant spiritual energy and could be directly consumed without refinement. Promoting one's cultivation. Shen Fei hesitated for a moment and cautiously stepped into the dense forest. Since he encountered mystical ingredients, it would be unreasonable not to take a look and see if there was an opportunity. Shen Fei proceeded carefully, and the scent in the air became increasingly rich. However, as he moved forward, the sounds of birds, animals, and insects around him grew quieter until they completely disappeared. Finally, Shen Fei saw a large tree ahead, and beneath it was a massive python. Even though they were separated by hundreds of meters, Shen Fei could still feel the impact emanating from the snake. A peak first-order monster. Shen Fei's footsteps became slower. He noticed the ripe Yuhong fruits. These were spiritual fruits that could directly enhance his cultivation. When fully ripe, consuming them would yield the best results. However, if they reached that stage, the monster would have probably already devoured them. Thus, the best opportunity was when the fruits were still unripe. Shen Fei sensed his surroundings and discovered several hidden auras. It was evident that there were many others eyeing these 3 Yuhong fruits. However, they hesitated because of the formidable snake and didn't dare to act rashly. Senior Quang, another person is coming from over there, Yu Daoshan whispered to Quang Dingbo. Quang Dingbo glanced over and saw another marrow-tempering realm warrior. He sneered mockingly. There were already several warriors at the marrow-tempering realm present. They really didn't know their limits. Although the Yuhong fruits were good, with the combat strength of the marrow-tempering realm, they would probably be crushed by the snake with a single strike, without any ability to assess the situation. Such a person deserved to die, even if, in the end, they were lucky enough to obtain the Yuhong fruits and escape the pursuit of the monster. Did they think they could escape the pursuit of the visceral tempering realm warriors like them? Don't pay attention to those people. The opportunity is coming. Be ready to charge in. Quang Dingbo looked at the snake, sensing that it had become slightly alert due to the additional auras around it. Although it didn't feel threatened, it disliked being watched like this. Hiss! The snake opened its eyelids, revealing its green pupils. Its eyes were cold, and it scanned its surroundings. Seeing numerous insignificant auras like ants, the snake raised its head, and its forked tongue started flickering. The aura of a peak first-stage monster surged in all directions. The distant insect chirping vanished instantly, and within a radius of hundreds of meters, silence fell. Shen Fei watched the snake and realized that it was about to take action. However, it was hard to say which direction the monster would strike. Shen Fei glanced at Quang Dingbo beside him, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Quang Dingbo probably had no impression of Shen Fei at all. After all, back on the mountain, Shen Fei was just an inconspicuous figure among the numerous disciples of the primordial sword sect. His bone-tempering realm cultivation couldn't attract the attention of others. But for Shen Fei, the impression of Quang Dingbo was deeply ingrained. After all, he had disguised himself as Quang Dingbo before. Now, meeting again. Quang Dingbo was in the visceral tempering realm while Shen Fei had reached the marrow tempering realm. just one stage below. However, being one stage lower in cultivation didn't necessarily mean a difference in strength. Chen Fei took the bow and arrows from his back and looked at the snake in front of him. In the next moment, several arrows flew in a huge arc, sweeping past Quang Dingbo and others, and then fiercely piercing the snake's head. Clang, clang, clang sss. The arrows flew by, and before anyone could react, the arrowheads collided with the snake's scales. After a few arrows shattered, the remaining 3 arrows finally struck the snake's head. Hiss! The snake's pupils widened instantly as it experienced intense pain. In the next moment, the snake shot out towards the direction the arrows came from. It only saw the arrows flying from the front. Quang Dingbo's eyes widened, unable to comprehend what was happening. How could the snake be injured by the arrows? What was happening? He hadn't even understood what was going on when the snake was wounded and then pounced directly at him. Who was it that ambushed him? Charge forward and take the Zhuhong fruits. Everything happened in an instant. Seeing the snake charging out, the other waiting warriors, though a bit confused, instantly reacted. Although they didn't know the specific situation, since an opportunity had arisen, there was no time to hesitate. Quang Dingbo, feeling extremely annoyed, was on the verge of spitting blood. He sprinted away in another direction, not even caring about Yu Daoshan. At this moment, the snake was already enraged and focused entirely on Quang Dingbo, paying no attention to the others. Tall trees were like weeds in front of the snake. With a casual touch, they fell down, unable to offer the slightest obstruction. Although the snake's body was massive, it was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it reached Quang Dingbo, fully prepared to take a bite out of him. Quang Dingbo had no time to escape. With a roar, he thrust his spear toward the snake's injured head. Clang! With a crisp sound, the snake only slightly shook its head, and the spear pierced its scales, giving Quang Dingbo an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Quang Dingbo realized that something was wrong. Just as his body had moved a few meters, the snake's head directly collided with his body. With the sound of bones cracking, Quang Dingbo spewed out a mouthful of blood and was thrown tens of meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, from the snake's enraged pursuit to Quang Dingbo's severe injury, everything happened in an extremely short amount of time. By this time, the other warriors had only run over halfway and hadn't reached the Zhuhong fruit tree yet. The snake flicked its tongue and, with a cold gaze, looked back at the Zhuhong fruit tree, observing the humans leaping around. Its eyes were filled with ice coldness. 2 of the warriors were the fastest, their faces filled with excitement. With the snake distracted, they could grab the Zhuhong fruits and still have time to escape. Chen Fei landed 10 meters away. He could have been the first to pick the Zhuhong fruits, but when he arrived, he suddenly stopped. He activated the 1,000-thread technique, and his mental power was on alert. Swoosh! 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 The branches of the Zhuhong fruit tree, which had been swaying in the wind, suddenly extended and instantly pierced the heads of 2 warriors. The sucking sound audible. In the blink of an eye, 2 living people turned into 2 skins. Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.